that.
Số một món cài group chim điệp xua sầm đại trúng ai cả đom lúc chim tiêu này ốc nhá lúc ốc nhá ốc lô lô sợi này niên cả nhá phiêu cái từ chiết nâng on chiết từng ốc chiết tí mệt rồi vì tí cái nó bên bên này chỉ là Cambodia đại chiêm bạch tia riêng trong cácประกวด SEA Games លើកទី32យើងខ្ញុំសូមស្វាគមន៍ដល់កក់ក្ដៅបំផុតមកកាន់ការប្រកួតកីឡាអេឡិចត្រូនិកក្នុងយេសា League of Legends VIE ហើយថ្ងៃនេះក្នុងព្រឹត្តិការណ៍ SEA Games លើកទី32ក៏ជាលើកទី2ដែល League of Legends VIE បានដាក់បញ្ចូលក្នុងបញ្ជីប្រកួតដណ្ដើមមេដាយជាផ្លូវការផងដែរ
His and Her Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm good afternoon. From Phnom Penh, the host country Cambodia, we would like to welcome you all to the 32nd SEA Games. For today's session, we are looking at the famous League of Legends Wild Rift. Today's event will also mark a second consecutive participation of Wild Rift at this very prestigious Southeast Asian Games.
ការប្រកួត League of Legends VIE នេះដែរនឹងប្រព្រឹត្តឡើងនៅថ្ងៃទី6ដល់ថ្ងៃទី7ខែឧសភាឆ្នាំ2023ប្រទេសចូលរួមមានប្រទេសកម្ពុជាជាប្រទេសម្ចាស់ផ្ទះប្រទេសហ្វីលីពីនប្រទេសវៀតណាមនិងសិង្ហបុរី
Wild Rift competition at the 32nd SEA Games will officially be held on May the 6th and May the 7th. Participating nations include Cambodia, Vietnam, the Philippines, and Singapore.
ជាកិច្ចចាប់ផ្ដើមសូមស្វាគមន៍លោកនិងសៀមៀង
Before we begin, we would like to introduce our distinguished guest, Mr. Nang Sieng Mea, the Vice President of the International Olympic Committee.
និងសូមស្វាគមន៍លោក Brian Lim
Please welcome Mr. Brian Lim, the Philippine Electronic Sports Organization President.
និងសូមស្វាគមន៍លោក Do Viet Hong
Please welcome Mr. Do Viet Hong, the Vice Chairman of Esports Organizing Committee and General Secretary of Vietnam Esports Federation.
និងសូមស្វាគមន៍លោក Jeff Lam
Please welcome Mr. Jeff Lam, Technical Delegate from the Asian Electric Sports Federation.
បន្ទាប់មកសូមស្វាគមន៍ដល់ក្រុមម្ចាស់ផ្ទះប្រទេសកម្ពុជា
Please welcome the Cambodia team.
ដែលមាន MC ជា Baron Laner, Jim ជា Jungler, Ken ជា AD, Ken ជា Mid Laner, Fake AD ជា Dragon Laner, Green ជា Supporter.
With M-Sing as Baron Laner, Fake AD as Jungler, Jim as Mid Laner, Ken as Dragon Laner, and Rin as Supporter.
និងសូមស្វាគមន៍ក្រុមជម្រើសជាតិវៀតណាមដែលមានថាគូជា Baron Laner, E1 ជា Jungler, BMM ជា Mid Laner, Genza ជា Dragon Laner, Akino ជា Supporter.
Please welcome the Vietnam team with Taco as Baron Laner, E1 as Jungler, BMM as Mid Laner, Genza as Dragon Laner, and Akino as Supporter.
បន្ទាប់ទៀតសូមស្វាគមន៍ជម្រើសជាតិហ្វីលីពីនដែលមាន Nazaria ជា Baron Laner, An ជា Jungler, Aaron ជា Mid Laner, Ta Hao B ថ្ងៃជា Mid Laner, Ta Hao ជា Dragon Laner, Angara ជា Support.
And the Philippine teams, ladies and gentlemen, Nazaria as Baron Laner, An as Jungler, Bingay as Mid Laner, Tahao as Dragon Laner, and Angara as Supporter.
ជា ចុងក្រោយសូមស្វាគមន៍ជម្រើសជាតិសិង្ហបុរីដែលមាន JK ជា Baron Laner SSK ជា Jungler Vendetta ជា Mid Laner Raven ជា Dragon Laner WJ ជា Supporter
Last but not least, the Singapore team with JK as Baron Laner, Vendetta as Jungler, SSK as Mid Laner, Raven as Dragon Laner, and WJ as Supporter.
សូមអញ្ជើញក្រុមជម្រើសជាតិហ្វីលីពីននិងសិង្ហបុរីឡើងមកលើទីតាំងប្រកួតដើម្បីចាប់ផ្ដើមហ្គេមទី 1
We would like to welcome the Philippines and Singapore team to step on the stage for our very first match.
Khả bên đi Chương nhóm số Proco từ từ tí Tất cán Caster đó sẽ áp Nâng sẽ đó sẵn háo đó bao giờ
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to give the floor to our game casters. Thank you.
Hello and welcome everyone to the 32nd Southeast Asian Games hosted by Cambodia featuring League of Legends Wild Rift. It is another start of a historical moment for Wild Rift, for the teams, for the players, and the nations who will be participating today. I'm Infinity, and together with me is Dash. And Dash, it's day 1 of SEA Games.
Honestly, I'm really fired up with this games that we're going to be having today. Infinity, it's going to be, again, the Philippines versus Singapore in the first match. We heard it a while ago, and this is going to be the match. Might be a replay of what happened during the last time that we saw them in the CEC, and that is when I think Singapore needs to have a revenge against the Philippines. So that is what we're looking forward on this matches. Now, I'm really excited, but before that, Infinity, how are you doing? Because right now it's very, very hot here in the Philippines. I hope that everybody out there stays hydrated before we go into these games.
Yeah, for sure. It is hot in the Philippines, but it is also going to be a hot set of matches for today, Dash. There is a lot of teams. There is a lot of players right now standing on the stage. But for the very first series that we have on our hands, Dash, it is the Philippines up against Singapore. And it is going to be an exciting one.
Yeah, exciting for this games. I really hope to see a lot of differences here because we have seen them during the WRLA when it happened. During the last couple of weeks, we had a lot of games from the WRLA. I hope it is going to be different for all these SEA teams that we're going to have today. NGX, especially the Philippines, now with Shami on the loop. This is going to be a different NGX that we've seen from WRLA. So this is going to be exciting, Infinity. I would love to see Chami again on the board for the Philippines.
Yeah, for sure. I think we have discussed, yesterday night we were talking about the teams here in the SEA Games, and we talked about Chami in particular for the Philippine team, wherein it is the prodigy. In the very first year of Wild Rift, we have seen him play at the highest level, and I think at this point in time we're gonna see him play in SEA Games here today. And I'm really, really excited. But on top of that, we have Cambodia, Singapore, and Vietnam as well as the participating countries here in SEA Games 32.
Yeah, for the Philippines, Singapore, this is going to be the first match. Second match is going to be Vietnam versus Cambodia. So we can take a look at what's going to happen here in the bracket later on, because there's also a lower bracket that we need to look at after this games. We're now going to be on a best of 5. Look at this, best of 5 for every games that we have for today, and tomorrow we're going to be having a lot more in store for you. Even the finals is going to be held tomorrow. So now we're going to be looking at the upper bracket finals, and the lower bracket finals will be held tomorrow until the grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. It's best of 5 across the board, from the upper bracket to the lower bracket, and I'm excited to see who will proceed into the semi-finals in the upper bracket, because that will also be something that we can look forward to into the third series for the day.
And I think we're looking forward to the Infinity, because most of the time when it comes down to it, all of the picks that we're going to be seeing today are probably going to be the same from the last time. The last time we have a lot of Zoes, we have a lot of Camille's, Sanas that always are banned, and the Philippines really love their Jays. I really expect the same thing that's going to happen today. There's not been a lot of big changes when it comes to the items, when it comes to a lot of our patches recently. So I do expect the same things happening today.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, right now, when it comes to the meta, we have been watching WRLA simultaneously, and there are a lot of teams from there that is currently playing here today. Philippines to be exact, Vietnam as well, known as CES. So I think when it comes to the meta, as you stated, we could look at something similar here for the 30-second SEA Games.
Yeah, I really do hope. Let's see. Let's see on this game, though, on what's going to happen. Because I was really excited during the last time that I've seen Aaron was putting himself out there. On the last time that we've seen him from the CEC, I really expected Aaron to actually pop off. And that's when I saw a lot of his Yone, a lot of his Jace actually being out there. But now, a difference here. Singapore, we've seen SSK is going to be on the mid lane. Infinity, what do you think about this? Because that would be one big of a change-up for the Singapore team.
Yeah, I like how you mentioned about SSK because we have known him play from 2021 for the Alliance in the Icon series during that time, and I think SSK is one of the prominent players here in this team. So I think eyes on SSK on what he is going to do. But with the change in roles, I think that is sort of a mystery now coming into the very first series. How will SSK perform now he is on the mid lane instead of the jungle?
Yeah, that is going to be a big change here because with the amount of champions that we have in the mid lane and the jungler, there's a big difference when it comes down to it. Yes, it's really bruiser heavy on both sides, and I'm seeing a lot of the players right here in the venue. I hope that everybody's hydrated right there. We see water, we see a lot of fans on them because I do believe that until now it's really hot even out there in Cambodia.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll see because right now it is a lot of pressure on both sides, on the shoulders of Singapore and on the shoulders of the Philippines. But right now, I think it is a momentous moment, a glorious moment for the teams and for the players here today. And it's an exciting moment as well for the viewers watching at home, for the fans all over Southeast Asia.
Yeah, I'm really excited for the fans though. I do see a lot of changes when it comes to the play from the WRLA. I've seen a lot of games from NGX. We haven't seen a lot of light for the Philippines during those times, but I do hope they come swinging right back here in the SEA Games, because right now this is a time for both of our teams, especially Singapore, to have a revenge against the Philippines, because right on the last time that we've seen them in the CEC, this squad was defeated by the Philippines. So they should be able to bounce back with a lot of power now. It's been a month since that time. It's been one patch since that time. I hope that they do have a lot in store for us against the Philippines.
We will see, because right now for Team Singapore, you have JK as the Baron lane. Jungle, we have Vendetta. Mid lane for SSK. Dragon lane on the hands of Raven. And support for WJ. For the Philippines, we have Nazarea. On the top lane, we have Jungle lane for Just Chi or Tan. Mid lane for BI. Dragon lane in the hands of Dahao. And support lane, we have Angara.
Yeah, and this team is excited for everybody, and also is probably excited right now that they're all out there in Cambodia fighting each other to get the gold. So this is everything's on the line, everything, all their dreams are on here. So I hope that they perform their best during this game. So now let's go to the picks and bans, Infinity.
This is the moment that everyone is waiting for. Draft for game number 1. It's the Philippines up against Singapore, with Philippines on the blue side and Singapore on the red.
Yeah. Now with this, do expect Philippines, Jace, Shen, Asena always gonna get banned. Aatrox and Camille are always gonna get banned because they're just so strong right now in the meta, and we've seen a lot of teams prioritizing them during the WRLA. So those are probably gonna be the best bans that we're gonna be having. Or if ever they're not gonna get banned, they also have an option to just pick it up.
Yeah, especially with the Philippines on the blue side, they have the prio selection when it comes to the prio picks right now. So banning away Shen, banning away Akali, these are high prio when it comes to the second rotation up against Singapore. With Camille, Akali, Shen banned away, there is still an option for Aatrox, Senna, Gwen, as you have stated prior. Jace is also an option for the Philippines to pick up. So if ever it is not banned away, that is an expectation.
Yeah, and with the Akali getting banned, the respect that they have right here for JK and SSK with this Akali is just massive. That's why they went in for the ban there, or maybe they just don't want to deal with an Akali. We have seen a lot of Akali picks in the WRLA, and they are usually just 50-50 most of the time, but they don't want to risk it in the side of the Philippines. Now, with this, Ascena getting banned, the Jace is expected to be banned here. If not, a Gragas could be first picked here by the Philippines.
Yeah, for sure. Lee Sin going to be the respect
Ooh.
ban up against Tan.
Jace first pick.
We all know that Tan is one of the most prominent junglers, not just in the Philippines, not just in Southeast Asia, but in the world. So a huge respects onto the jungler for the Philippines. But right now, it is not going to be a Jace, but a Riven Pryo from the Philippines.
Yeah, and this is going to be different here, though, because we've seen with the bans that we have, Riven is going to be the first pick of the Philippines. Singapore has a chance to take the Jace if ever they want to, but the Renekton has been prioritized here. But when it comes to the support, Gragas would always be the priority, but some teams really still go with the Nautilus, but the Gragas is honestly the best pick right here.
Yeah, there's just a lot of engage tools built onto a Gragas, a lot of it disengage as well if it comes down to an all-in. So we'll see what Singapore would pick up, but instead going for a Fiora, right now this is just a bit of a shuffle, and I think that is the strength of the Singaporean team. We have SSK coming from jungle into the mid lane, so a lot of flexibility on their draft here for game number 1. But Philippines now going to pick up Yone for the second pick.
What I like about the Yone, though, is that inside of the Philippines, there's a lot of people who can use it. Tan and Bingai could use that in the mid lane too. So this is going to be expected from them. But because of that Jace is for sure going to go to the mid lane. And that is going to go to the Yone is going to go to Just She. So Singapore now looking towards what are they going to do here? Because they denied the Fiora from Chami in the top side. This is going to be a way different game, but it is always expected that Chami really wants his challenges on the side of the Philippines, so that's why they're okay with this.
Yeah, and right now, Singapore are going to pick up Lucian as well. Even level playing field when it comes to the early game, if it comes down into a Jace versus Lucian matchup. A lot of early game powers built into these champions. Right now, though, coming into the bans dash, we have Corki removed by Singapore, considering we still do not have an AP champion on the board.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay if it's a Corki. A Ziggs is also a possibility on both sides. Both of them really don't have a Dragon Laner just yet. So what they're going to look for is to ban all those jungles. Probably Ziggs could be banned here on the Dragon Laner side. Yep, as expected. They're going to go for the ban right there so that they don't have a lot of choices. Or they're singling them out. Just put them on the Zoe and maybe they would have problems.
That could be an option as well. Zoe is a huge power champion when it comes to the AP damage aspects. But right now, Singapore is going to pick it up for themselves. Now, Philippines is on a struggle.
Varus.
What would you pick up instead? And Varus is considerable as an option for them, with Karma being a prio for their support.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Varuses getting picked, but the Karma is also okay. Zoe's going to be winning the 1v1, but the enabling power of a Karma is going to be good here for the Philippines. But on the Singapore side, Raven, I do expect Raven to perform really well. We've seen him in the WRLA. He was really good with the Zoe, so I do hope that he would pose a threat against the Philippines here with the Zoe, because he really needs to carry. The Gragas is going to be picked. Singapore is probably going to be picking a Gragas or a Galio on their side.
We will see, because Galio is still open. And the Philippines, this is expectedly Karma going to be alone into the bottom lane with Gragas roaming around the map. We'll see how this would perform up against Singapore, with the last pick for them going to be the Nautilus.
Yeah, Nautilus gonna get picked. If they want to single out a single target with the Slippy Trouble Bubble and the Death Charge, it's gonna be good. I'm really surprised that the Philippines didn't go for the Nautilus themselves, because that could be an easy counter for the Zoe. But that's how confident the Philippines is. That's why they are okay with not picking up this Nautilus for themselves. And now with this, we're complete with the lineup. We're just gonna be waiting for them to go to the WAD Rift. And now with this picks, what do you think about this, Infinity?
Yeah, well, this is going to be bloodshed in the ref for the very first game, for the very first series here in SEA Games. You have a lot of engaged tools for the side of the Philippines. You have Yone's Fate Sealed, you have Riven with a lot of ability in the stun and knockup, and you also have Gragas and Karma. So expectedly, when it comes to an all-in, you have a lot of potential to make it work when it comes to team fighting for this very first game.
Honestly, from what I'm seeing from the side of Singapore, what they have here is a lot of single target CC that they can use to take down one target and have the advantage from there. So this is a very different playstyle from both sides. Philippines going for a lot of AoEs. A lot of their ultimates are going to be big when it comes to those late game team fights. So we're going to be expecting them to, at least SGP from their side, I do expect them to have a lot more of firepower on the first objectives, so that they would have the bigger advantage here. So they can use that to power through the early game against the Philippines.
All right, game number one. It is team fight composition up against a single targeted composition. We'll see how this would work out, but right now it is the early game. It is a little bit more of the roaming game. For the supports, we'll see as we have Angara and WJ here in the mid lane, just roaming around. But at that point, no kills will still be secured here in the early start of the matchup. But Dash, walk me through, what can we expect in the first 5 minutes of this game?
Yeah, a flash from WJ is not what I expected from the first 5 minutes of this game. And now, that is going to be a disadvantage here. Later on, we're going to be seeing Angara most likely going to flash body slam because he knows that he would be trying to get that kill. But the first 5 minutes of the game, as I said a while ago, it's going to be expected that they're going to be winning. SGP is going to be having the advantage. As long as they take over and not let the Philippines just scale up, it would be way better for them to just make use of the champions that they have, especially this mid lane battle. The Lucian versus the Jace. Usually the Lucian has the bigger advantage, but with what we're seeing from the Philippines, Tan is already going for the blue buff, and the members right there of SGP doesn't even have any idea of what's happening.
Yeah, and denying the blue buff away from Vendetta is really, really huge, coming from the Philippines as well. And that will also give Vendetta opportunity to come into this fight. Karma with a tether onto Vendetta, onto Raven, but a prolonged fight is not going to be ideal. WJ going to be the target for the Philippines. First blood secured already. The flash over the wall for being able to go back away, but WJ, Singapore in total will get back 2 kills. It's a 2-for-1.
SGP takes 2. That's going to be a big win for them. And that's what I'm saying a while ago. The only reason why WJ died there during that fight was because he didn't have any flash. He could have gotten away if he had any flashes during that fight, but it's a good thing. Look at this replay, everybody. Look at the positioning right here at the Philippines. They were really far away from each other. One was left alone in the Dragon Pit, and that's why they were scattered all around the rift. And that's why it was big enough, or it was easy enough for SGP to just go one target per one target. And as I said, they have an early game advantage. That's why they just take it.
Yeah, and on top of that, it is just a prolonged fight, as we've stated a while ago. Is not going to be ideal. We'll see though right now. It's a 3-man roam on top side. Can't sealed will not connect. You have Nazaria will be able to win /JK to secure the kill. The outplay from the top lane. The Prodigy is in play.
Yeah, Nazaria with a win slash, but now Vendetta gonna go for a fight.
The root connects onto Angara as well. In danger, followed up with a drench line. It's a kill secured by Vendetta on a trade on top lane.
SGP looking for revenge, and they're not giving any chances for the Philippines. Once they get overconfident, SGP is gonna go for the punish, and we've seen it twice already right now.
Yeah, and this is the caliber of these teams at the moment for SEA Games right now. WJ will not give any space for the Philippines, putting up the depth charge alongside with the damage output as BO5 falls.
Philippines struggling on this fight, everybody, and that is what I'm seeing right here. Looking at how it's gonna go, SGP has the advantage. Early game, 5 minutes on the clock before we head into our first objective. How are they gonna approach this? One thing that they can do, they need to wait for Tan's ultimate. The Fate Sealed is gonna be really, really needed when it comes to this fight, because so far, SGP has just been doing what they always done. They always look for one target, take that down, and that would give them the overall advantage because their DPS is gonna get cut off once one is being taken down.
Yeah, and especially right now, since Raven went into the mid lane, so there is a lot of options for them to go and CC chain the opposing team with 3-man roam from Singapore as well. Not looking that great. Dredge line though will not connect. That will disable the engage coming from SGP.
Too aggressive. From what I'm seeing right here for the Philippines, they have made some mistakes, so they need to actually cut that off before they go for any of these fights. SGP looking for a rotation top side. They haven't seen anything just yet, so what they're looking for here is just to go for the Rift Herald, and that's gonna be usually what APAC teams want. They always want to go for the Rift Herald, but Sleepy Trouble Bubble is able to hit.
Yeah, but with Angara just denying the damage coming in from Raven, Tan will be safe, have information. The Philippines are Raven and WJ is just around the corner. We'll see though right now. There's Mountain Drake being started, already half HP, no jungler available for now for SGP. Tan go for Fate Seal onto Raven, very low, and now onto the backside. You have Dingeye to the skies, but SSK is still alive. Will be able to go back, but Explosive Craft will secure the kill with a Dragon as well in favor for the Philippines.
One kill, Dragon has been taken, Rift Herald has been taken by SGP. They would want to push on the mid lane. Don't have any HP, but the Paddle Star was able to hit.
And Rift Herald being summoned into the mid lane will not still secure the Tower First Blood for SGP. And so far, you have Jamie going into the backside. Nazarea with a stun, but the trade back is there. WJ securing that kill. Vendetta is here as well. It's a 2-4-2. Well, 2 versus 2 matchup if it goes for an all-in, but opted to go back.
Good advantage for the Philippines right there. With the Rift Herald down in the mid lane, they haven't taken the space. Now with the battle a while ago, with the flash from Nazarea, that's the only reason why he was able to get it. And it's a good thing that they got a 1-for-1 there on the side of SGP. Made it easier for them to just get a trade out of nothing.
Yeah, and right now it is a little bit more of a stable start for the Philippines. Now, considering, as you've stated, should be an early advantage for SGP, but so far, even level playing field when it comes to the gold lead for both sides.
Yeah. Now the problem here is, how is the SGP going to be taking over this advantage? So far, the Philippines have been rotating pretty well. They're looking for a lot of displayings right now. And so far, nobody has taken any turrets. The only thing that is going to be good here for both sides, or at least on the side of the Philippines, that Dahao has a lot of wave play compared to Raven. That Seal top side.
3v1 forces out the Dominus already, going
flash.
under the turret. And goes back away for the Philippines. A lot of sustain coming in from JK.
2 slice and dices, and that's already good for them now. BingEye looking for the cake, wants to take the first turret, but first turret has been taken already.
So he comes into play on top side as well. It's a 4-man roll from SGP. Takes the kill onto Angara.
Killing spree on Vendetta. That's gonna be bad. SGP getting a lot of weight.
BingEye going in for 2 of the skies. Will secure the kill, but on top side, on the opposite end, it is going to be JK falling down underground right now as well. Dahao will be able to retreat. No trades for SGP.
SGP takes another L right here from the Philippines. 2 kills has been given. 2k gold lead. That's not what you want when it comes to this composition. When they have a Yone, this is going to be a bad one for them later on. Right here, we've seen 2 towers are already down for the side of the Philippines, and this is going to be good. SGP needs to find a way to take some towers themselves, because if not, the Philippines are just slowly going to take over this map.
Yeah, and you know what? SGP has taken the first Rift Herald a while ago, but they did not secure the Tower First Blood. It is the Philippines who got it, so a lot of gold injection in their favor, and so far, this is a lot of back and forth, but Philippines is on top in 8 minutes.
Yep. 8 minutes on the board. They do really want to go for the bot lane. Look at the rotation on the map. But because they got discovered by the Vision, SGP is going to back away. So far, they haven't committed to anything just yet. They haven't committed to any tower takedowns. And that's going to be bad in the long run, because 3-0 on to Chami. Nazarea has already 3-0 2 items on the board. This is going to be not good for them, but it's a good thing that Vendetta has a lot of items. But so far, with just one person having 2 items, it is going to be a long run here for SGP before they take over the Philippines.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, right now it is a difficult time already for Singapore to be able to maneuver around the map with the constant roams for Angara and BIE as well in constant support, especially with Nazaria at 3-0 already for the KDA. A lot of damage and a lot of sustain already secured. Now Rift Herald being started by the Philippines.
Yeah, Philippines starting the Rift Herald, and now with the way that they're positioning themselves, SGP just wants to take the tower in the mid lane, but Dredgeline was able to hit.
Connected onto Nazaria. But a lot of mobility as well. Going to support and zone away the enemy team. No contest from SGP.
That took too long for SGP. They haven't committed to anything. They got the tower in the mid lane, which is actually good. But because they didn't commit into any fights, SGP now on a big disarray. They have been dismantled. They don't really know what to do when it comes to this fight. But I hope that during the dragon fight, they go for a fight.
But the problem is there is a lot of ultimates coming in for the Philippines. Fate Shield is ready. Explosive Cast ready as well. Karma's ult is ready to go. So when it comes to an all-in team fight, we have stated a while ago in the draft that Philippines has the advantage. So we'll see how would Singapore be able to counter this potential from the Philippines in the dragon fight.
5 seconds on the clock. With what they've seen from SGP, great positioning. They could go for any dives if ever. They have seen Ankara already, and they can really go for a really fat dive here if ever they want to. Because what they can do here is that if ever they get the Sleepy Trouble Bubble, combo that with a depth charge, that's going to be an easy kill for them. -1 is what they want before a fight happens.
Yeah. Right now though, SGP starting the Infernal Drake. Angara has the vision.
Oh, Tan.
They melted down, but Angara is down. This is a 4v5. Exhaust onto JK, but that is just enough as Philippines has stolen the Infernal Drake.
Angara down, but it's also an objective down to the side of the Philippines. 2 Drakes already. Once they get the 3rd Drake, that is going to be a hard fight for SGP already. They need to contest on this objective. So far, they haven't committed into any objectives just yet. 2 objectives down to the Philippines, and SGP are still crumbling through the pressure. I do hope that they actually gain the confidence, just take an objective by themselves.
Yeah, with a 3-man roam from SGP in the bottom lane, that's an opening for the Philippines into the mid as well. But Tan being targeted by JK, there's so much damage, has to flash back away. But right now, Nazaria comes into play, the stun connects and Vendetta falls. It's a 4v1 and SGP can't do nothing, but right now it is the Philippines looking to get that tower into the mid lane with Fate still connecting onto one. A double kill already secured by Nazaria.
2 objectives on the board, Raven flashing out. Now what they want to do is just to run away from that loss. 3 people have been taken. What a great flash from Nazaria during that fight, and that's why they were able to get that win. And now with that just snowballed into the favor of the Philippines again. 4K gold lead.
And this is what we're talking about here in the mid-game, where everything happens in team fights. It is the Philippines who has the advantage, but looking back here, Dash, what happened?
Yeah, that knockout from Tan was expected, and the follow-up from JK really wasn't needed. Honestly, they don't have anything to do right there. They should have just given the tower because they have lost already 1 member. That just is so much damage already from Tan that they need to respect at this point in the game. I do hope that SGP finds a way to get the shutdowns from the Philippines, but so far, they haven't taken the first step, and the first step is to take 1 kill.
Yeah, we'll see, because at the moment, SGP is really having a difficult time, and as we've stated, I think the hope right now for Singapore is to depend their hands on SSK. The damage output would be quite crucial, but right now, 3-man roam for Singapore. Looking to get a kill onto BIE. That chart will get the knockup, but it's too far away, and with Angara there, they have to retreat. And right now, looking for the counter engage, but too far ahead, Singapore will opt to back away.
Oh, Angara being taken down, Infinity.
It's not over. Philippines is here to play. Slam. It is a 4-man roam. Fate sealed into the backside. Vendetta will fall down. It is now a member advantage for the Philippines. The target right now is BIE as well, with SSK getting that kill, but with the trade back with Nazaria getting the double, and Singapore will get aced by the Philippines.
That's it. As I said, the bait from Angara was the reason why they were able to win, and you don't really go for the Gragas when it comes to this fight. Honestly, when you try to go to the Gragas, don't stick close because that body slam is going to be very destructive, and we've seen it in action. SGP didn't have any way to answer back, and they were really dismantled just because of that one body slam. And that was enough for the Philippines to just take them down one by one. And that's how they got the ace.
Yeah, and it was super unfortunate for Singapore because they stayed too long on top side, and considering the fact that the Philippines has the better lead in gold in Drakes, and just the amount of that advantage from the Philippines as well has given them so much space and so much potential to get that counter engage happening. And Singapore unfortunately got aced by the Philippines. We'll see though, as right now they are going for the one-man unit here. Explosive cast disengages JK into the backside as well with her left flank. But you have Nasia in the front line. CC Haven for the Philippines. 3-man down already.
No
damage dealers left for Singapore, but no frontliners means dead from afar. And Raven with low HP. It's the Philippines who can take the inhib turret down in the mid lane.
Rather with the low HP, they can go for this Infinity.
Yeah, but a Baron buff as well. It looks like Nexus will be the eyes on the prize for the Philippines, as this is going to be the first game for the PH team.
Philippines looking happy for that game, and that was a really smooth game from them. They have lost during the early starts of our fights, but what's great about that from them is that SGP didn't really take any initiatives during that game. I did hope for them to take initiatives during those fights, but because they didn't, those objectives one by one, once a mistake happened, Philippines just took everything from the SGP. So that's what they need to work on if they want to win against the Philippines. They need to be a lot more assertive. They need to be a lot more decisive during those fights, and that's going to be what's important moving through the series.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that mistake happened in the top lane. It's not just about the ace, it's not just about getting that gold in favor for the Philippines, but the fact of the matter is that Baron was up and running right after that team fight, and that just sprung the Philippines into winning that whole game.
Yeah, and that is going to be bad here for Singapore, losing that first game. That first encounter from them was really great. They almost had a lot of control from that fight, but because they really didn't take a lot of these initiatives on the first time was the reason why they have lost. And now they need to think about and go to the drawing board. What do we need to do? We need to be a lot more decisive when it comes to our objectives, because that's going to be a problem later on for them. But the Philippines has won their first game, and that is as expected, because the last time they met, which was last month during the CAC, Philippines won clean 3-0 against them.
Yeah, and I like talking about that history, right? Because prior to the SEA Games, for those of you that are new into the stream, is that we had like a pre-SEA Games tournament, CEC, wherein Philippines more or less dominated the whole tournament, defeating as you stated, Singapore as well. So at this point, I think it is just a difficult time. But at the prowess of how Singapore performed in the early game a while ago, I think there is an option for them to capitalize on that aspect, capitalize on that power to snowball in mid-game, late game.
Yeah, the problem there is that they took a lot of fights. When you have a composition that is meant for picking up pick-offs rather, single targets, just take one, get away. That is what their composition was supposed to be. But because they took fights against a full AoE team, that's how they lost. Look at this fight that's happening here. Yes, they made some mistakes on the side of the Philippines, but looking at how the Philippines fights, they want to go for this types of fight. They want big 5v5 fights, or at least 3v3, 4v4 fights, and SGP gave them all of it. And that's not what you want when you build this type of compositions. You just want to take off one, gain the advantage, slowly just take over. And this is one of their biggest mistakes, is that they waited for Angara here. Look at that body slam, that just disassembled them.
Yeah, and on top of that, Philippines had the vision on topside river. They had their scuttler in their favor, so they know exactly where the enemy team would be, because there are 3 members from top side, 2 members roaming towards the top as well to go and support their teammates. And at that point, it was over. It was Tan who locked into the backside as well, following up the Gragas ultimate or the explosive cast to just CC chain the opposing team for the win of that team fight.
that was really great, honestly, for the Philippines. 1-0, and they are the team to beat. Remember, everybody, they are the team to beat here in this tournament. So they need to actually, or rather, other teams really need to put themselves out there. They need to put themselves up, especially SGP, if they want to win against them. It's end the second game. They need to adapt from what happened during that first game. They need to think about things. They need to be more decisive if they want to win on this best of 5. It's a best of 5. They still have a lot of chances.
Yeah, it is a race to 3 wins, so there is still a lot of space for Singapore to make it back. But aside from that, adapting or not giving the winning conditions to the opposing team, do you have anything that you would like to state about the draft here? Is there supposed to be any changes for Singapore to match up against Philippines for the second game?
Yeah, from what I've seen from their composition, the way they played, I do believe that the side of Singapore really needs to go for, if they want to go for team fights really badly, I believe they could go for the team fight composition rather than just going for the pick-off composition, because it didn't work for them, because they want to go for team fights. And that's a problem when it comes to this types of teams. If they want to go for team fights, if they're good at team fighting, give them a composition that is good for team fights. They denied the Fiora from Chami, and it didn't really work out well for them, because Chami with the Riven is also a menace to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, any champions given to the Prodigy at this point would be nothing but very, very strong top lane for the Philippines. But on that game number 1, we see that Nazaria had the most damage from the Philippine team, having 17k damage, and I think most of the kills throughout the matchup as well.
Yeah, one of the problems too here in this composition, I really do hope that they give SSK a lot more moving power rather than just giving him illusion. Maybe give him a Yone next time and ban the Yone, ban the Jace in the hands of the Philippines. This is one of their favorite, or rather 2 of their favorite champions that they want to always pick. And even the Fiora was taken. Yes, that was okay. But the other 2 that was given to them was really not that great. I mean, you don't really want to see the Lee Sin of Tan, but it's way better to just give him the Lee Sin in order for you to, if you want to go for the late game composition, give him the Lee Sin. Yes, you're going to be destroyed in the early game. At least you have a fighting power in the late game if you take the Yone yourselves. But again, that's a lot of circumstances just playing out in my mind. Infinity, I do hope to see a lot more changes from SGP. You can't really ban out a lot of people, but if you want to ban somebody, it's this guy, Nazaria, from the side of the Philippines.
Yeah, I mean, the performance that he showed us a while ago, 14 KDA, is just such a great play style. I mean, the mechanics of this player is just off the charts. We've seen the top lane consistent with those 1v1s. The outplays was consistent. So right now at this point in time, MVP, it's Nazaria.
Nazaria. Huh. This guy's just so good. This guy is the reason why people are really afraid of facing him in the top side of the map, and I do hope to see a lot more from this guy. So Nazaria, again, performing so well, MVP with 78% KP, and he was the reason why most of those fights were won, because of the broken wings and the key burst combos that he has been doing, just locking down 2 to 3 members on the side, on the other team. So now SGP, what can they do? That's going to be one of the things that they need to think about. They need to get back to the drawing board. Let's take a look at what compositions could work against them. This is just a first step for the members of SGP. They still have a lot of chances for the next game.
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of games. As we stated from the bracket a while ago, it is a consistent best of 5 Ultra at day number 1 and day number 2, even the grand finals as well. So there is a lot more room for error if that isn't happening for this tournament as well, for not just Singapore, but for the next bracket as well later on. But right now, I think the highlight from what we have talked about yesterday is just how SSK would be playing into the next couple of games, how Singapore would go for the draft. But for now, that is game number 1 of SEA Games, very first series. We will take a very, very short break, so don't go away. Welcome back, everyone, to the 30-second SEA Games for the very first series, second game of the day. It's the Philippines up against Singapore, with Philippines now on the lead.
Rocket launch in 3, 2, 1. Everybody, again,
Yeah.
it's still the best of 5 that we've seen from this game. I'm excited to see what's going to happen during the second game. A lot of adaptations. What's great about the best of 5 is that once you lose once, you can still come back from the second, third, maybe even fourth game. So there's a lot of chances here for SGP. But again, the Philippines is the team to beat. They are the team who is on the top of the top in the SEA Games. So they are the ones that they all need to take over. There's a lot of chances for all the teams here. There's a lower bracket, there's an upper bracket. So who is going to be staying at the top? That's going to be the question for our games for today. But Infinity, my question here is for you. What do you think is going to be needed here for SGP for the next game?
Yeah, I think you've mentioned it a while ago already. They play towards their winning condition because at that point, a while ago, from what we've seen in game number one, they pick up the Lucian. They picked up these champions that are really strong when it comes to ganking and picking off these certain champions, and they did that for a couple of fights and a couple of matches. However, they were so pressured by the Philippines' rotation. They got the first Rift Herald for SGP, but they weren't able to secure the Tower First Blood. And the Philippines got the Tower First Blood in their favor, so a lot of gold injection for them. And on top of that, all lanes were being pushed by the Philippines as well. So on top of that, there's pretty much just all in pressure from the Philippines at that point.
Yeah, there's this aura with the Philippines. That's the reason why everybody has problems being assertive, being a bit more dominant to the Philippines, because they won the last CEC, and that's basically the prequel to this tournament, and everybody who fought there is going to be fighting here again. And that's the reason why they're a bit afraid. They have that, maybe that PTSD from that last time that they fought against each other. They need to stray away from that. That's going to be one of the things that they need to get away from. Yes, if they lose here, they still have a chance in the lower brackets, but they should take every chance that they can in order for them to just have a lot of notes, in order, or at least a lot of recipes to find against the Philippines on the next time that they face against each other.
Yeah, and I'm really, really curious because yesterday, from looking at social media at that point, SSK was having like a friendly banter, and he stated that Singapore has something prepared up against the Philippines. And the question is, can we see it here right now for game number 2 of this matchup today? Welcome back, everyone, to the draft. Here it is, the pick and bans.
I do hope that the surprise that they have here is not SSK just going to the mid lane, right? I hope that that's not it. I hope they have something else though, because with if they're gonna be pulling out a rabbit out of a magic hat, they need to have something else. They might have some picks that we're not gonna be expecting. That's what I'm looking forward to. Banning the Fiora is something smart against the Philippines. They want to ban Nazarea, but I do believe that if they want to ban someone on the side of the Philippines, Tan would be the best target, because taking off the jungler takes off a lot of opportunities for the Philippines. Taking a lot of enableability? Is that even a word? But yeah, again, that's going to be one of the challenges here for Singapore.
Yeah, and I think it's like picking off the legs, like removing the legs of the whole draft, because at that point it is Dan who was constantly roaming around supporting the team alongside with Angara, and at that point it was just so much safety net for the top lane and for mid lane and bottom lane for the Philippines. And as you stated, they're removing Yone as a champion for Tan in this very second game. However, Lee Sin is still open for Philippines to pick up later on. Camille, Aatrox already banned away as well for PH's side.
They don't want the Shades going to the hands of Singapore, don't want the SSK to hold on that. But based from what I'm seeing from Singapore, they have a lot of options too. They could take the support for themselves at first and maybe even deny the Riven from Nazarea so he doesn't have a lot of champions, force him onto a Jax. And that's going to be a good thing here for the Philippines. But Singapore going for the Gragas, forcing the Philippines to just go for a Galio or a Nautilus.
Yeah, it was a really, really good pick, I believe, for Singapore, because now this will enable them to have that disengage. If ever Philippines go for an all-in, they have Gragas as a disengage tool later on with the explosive cast. However, Philippines would open up with a Nautilus and Ziggs to follow through with so much damage and equal engage tool with a Nautilus as the support.
They want to go for the safer route. Go for the Nautilus, go for the Ziggs. You won't ever go wrong with this composition. Yes, you give a lot of information, but at least you're already secured for your Dragon lane. And now, with this, Singapore is just going to be picking up the Renekton again. Renekton really didn't go well for their side a while ago, but with SSK holding onto this Akali, this might be a different route. This might be a different game for the side of Singapore, because this was banned a while ago. So on the side of the Philippines, what are they going to answer with? Because with those picked already, they don't even need to pick up the Jax themselves. The Philippines going for this. Oh, that's a lot of CC already for the Philippines. Nautilus and Wukong. Good overall picks already.
Yeah, this is another engaged tool for the Philippines. A while ago, we've seen Yone on the hands of Tan, and right now with Wukong being locked in, could still be flexed. But if it is going to the jungle, you have Nautilus, Wukong constantly roaming, and that is just so much punish up against SGP. However, from what we've seen, Akali being locked in, I think, is also a good thing for them to assassinate the Ziggs.
Yeah. Again, with this, the bans are going to be looking towards not letting Tan actually play with the Lee Sin. This could still go to the top lane, that's why they banned that. But on the hands of Joshi, I do believe this Wukong would be way better. Just to let Nazarea go for a lot of the carry champions onto the top side, which would be a really better route for them. They need a lot of damage. They're losing on that department on the side of the Philippines. On the other side of Singapore, they're still going for the same route here, Infinity. They go for the single target route. I hope right now they know a little bit better on what they need to do with this composition, because a while ago they didn't go for the win conditions.
Yeah, and right now with Zed and Lee Sin going to be banned away as well, could be an option for Singapore to maybe pick up the Lucian once more if they want to go for that route, but still a question mark at this point. But Philippines will lock in onto Riven once again, so expectedly this would be top with Wukong going jungle.
Wukong gonna be there. Riven still available. That's why they took it again. But here on the side of Singapore, Raven going for the Varus. They could have still went for the Zoe, but it didn't really work out for them during the first game. That's why they went for it. But the Jax here, wait, the Jax in the jungle? I haven't seen that for a long time, Infinity. And I don't really like what Singapore is going for here, because Jax, back when Nova went for the champions on the last year's icons, Jax was nerfed, and that's the reason why he's not viable in the jungle anymore.
Yeah, and during that time we also see a constant Jax and Yuumi to go constantly stick with Jax to just hyper scale this specific champion. And right now it is going to be really difficult for them because they're double downing on Jax as one of the key winning conditions for this team. But here in the early game, I don't think the Philippines will just stand still. There is a huge option for them to constantly invade, because that is what we've seen and observed from the very first matchup, with Tan just removing and denying the blue buff away from SGP.
Wait, this is way who Renekton in the jungle. This might be the surprise. I don't know why SGP is laughing right now, Infinity. Maybe that they were on for a surprise right there. It could have been good. The Kha'Zix pick for Tan could have been good if that was a Jax in the jungle. That is the usual matchup whenever it comes down to it. But really, that didn't really shake them off on the side of the Philippines here. Yes, that could be a surprise, but how well will this Renekton pick for Vendetta in the jungle would work? That is going to be the question. Are they going to be able to make it work? Because their champions really doesn't scream... It really does scream a lot of damage for me in the first objective. Again, I hope they would be able to make it work.
We'll see, because right now it's a little bit different from what we've seen in game number 1. Welcome everyone back into the Rift. But right now, looking into the bottom lane, you have Raven with the Varus and Gragas with WJ. I think this is more of a lot of CCs on their draft right now, with Varus's Chain of Corruption and WJ's Explosive Cast that they may utilize later on for team fighting.
Yeah, I haven't seen that a lot, honestly, but I do hope that during this game, they would be able to actually make that composition work. This Renekton, I haven't seen that a lot, so I do hope this is going to be a good idea for the side of SGP. They might have problems with the wave clear compared to the Jax being in the jungle, and Renekton has a lot of cooldowns too in the early game. But let's see how they can make this work. This is something really interesting for me, but SSK now low in HP already.
Yeah, so much pressure, and the level advantage as well is in favor for BI in the mid lane. So this is such a dangerous moment for SGP, forced to roam into the mid lane as well for both sides.
Yeah, already here, which is why it's really surprising for me now. With WJ flashing in Vendetta!
Vendetta CC!
Oh,
and the Honey Fruit will
that's
not
a
be
surprise.
taken in. The first blood secured by SGP.
Slice and dice through the flash. Ruthless Predator got them the first kill. But at least on the side of the Philippines, they were able to trade down in the Dragon Lane.
Yeah, and definitely such a huge deal for SGP at that point. But remember, Dahao got the solo kill in the bottom lane. So overall, in theory, it was a 1-for-1.
Now let's see, with that 1-for-1, how is this going to be affecting both sides? I mean, it's not really going to affect them that much. With the replay right there, look at how the fight happened in the bot lane though. Because this is what I'm curious about. I want to know how they got the win there. Oh, Raven got too aggressive. That's why Dahao just got the easy kill. But top side,
on top side, Nazarea being so low, but Vendetta has to opt to back away. This is a 3v2 with WJ already down. Philippines has gotten the better edge from that fight.
Now,
BI!
oh, BI!
Going for the right flank, getting the hit onto
Ignited,
Vendetta,
though.
forced
Oh,
to
he's
back away, but Ignite taking him down secures the kill.
Yeah, 3 kills on the board already from the side of the Philippines. Everything that could have went wrong for them went wrong. And now this is going to be bad for the side of SGP. Philippines now has the advantage now. Cyclone.
Here in mid lane once again, WJ and SSK wanting to get those kills, wanting to get those ganks, but is that enough though? Because both of the members of SGP in the mid lane is already very low. Grand Line connects onto WJ. Bing looking to dash in, securing that kill. SSK though might be able to get that return back, but will not be enough. But the shuriken flip will connect, and Bing will be the target.
Oh, Angara is still alive. Tan is here.
Into fray. Tan coming to support his
No
teammates
way.
into the fight, and Vendetta
No
is
way.
punished by the Philippines.
Killing spree by Aaron in the mid lane, surviving like a madman in the middle. He was able to survive for 2 fights long, and that's why they were able to get 5 kills on the board already, 2.6k gold lead, and this is SGP struggling against the Philippines, and this is what I said a while ago with this Renekton pick in the jungle. This is not going to be favorable onto the side of SGP.
Yeah, and I think the perspective that SGP wants to do with Vendetta is to constantly roam, have Renekton roam into the middle lane as we've seen constantly, and have the slice and dice single target CC immediately into the early game, which Neta did him a kill a while ago, but is not enough because Tan is constantly there as well, shadowing the mid lane, and you have Angara to just disengage the opposing team with Drench Line, with Druid, and with Depth Charge as well.
Yeah. Now with that, what are they gonna do with what's happening right now in the game, with the advantages and also a really fed Wukong? I mean, a really fed Wukong is not as scary as a fed Kha'Zix, a fed Yone, but it's still gonna be a threat when it comes to this big team fights. We already have 6 kills on the board with just 4 minutes in. We're still not even on our objectives, and this is gonna be a problem later on for SGP.
We'll see as Vendetta roams to go top lane. Depth Charge connects onto Vendetta, forces out the flash to go back away, but the root connects. The CC chain is flawless from the Philippines, as that will net them 2 more kills. But they're diving under the turret with Dahao coming into fray as well, supporting his teammates. JK forcing out the ultimate as well to sustain a bit longer,
Raven, no.
but that is not enough. And with Raven coming through, they will give a kill to SGP, but in trade overall, 2 deaths from the Singaporean team here in this game too.
Gonna be a good kill already, Philippines with the big advantage. 4k gold lead would just take the Rift Herald for free, and now SGP at a struggle. That last fight was really chaotic, and they only got 1 kill from their BI. 1 HP. Got killed.
I mean, the flash already burned, the ignite is gone already, no ultimates to deny. The engage coming from SSK will give them their 3rd kill of this matchup.
Now that disadvantage from what we've seen. 9 kills, man. 9 kills on the side of the Philippines, and they still have to take this Infernal Drake with a very fed tag.
Yeah, and both teams have vision onto the Infernal Drake, with SGP starting it off, but the target is onto Raven. Using up the ultimate right now, it's a bit of a shuffle. Philippines is on the backside with Bingay on the front end. Looking to go back, but Vendetta is already down. No junglers for Singapore. They have to retreat.
Bouncing bomb.
WJ is so low. Terrell already spawned there. This could be an easy tower first blood for Team Philippines.
They still can't take it though. 1 more plate and that could be it. But SSK did really good. Now low.
Sure can flip. BI is low as well. They cannot go for this fight with a lot of damage coming from SSK. But with Angara there, this could be a turnaround for them if they go for an all-in. But Omps to back away into that fight in the mid lane.
Yep. Now with this Infinity, 6k gold on the board, 6 minutes in the game, and that is enough to say that this would be a hard game for SGP. They don't really have a really big late game composition with what they have. What they have is a very early composition with an insurance of a Jax, but so far, based on statistics too on WRLA, Jax hasn't been performing really well. Even in the late game, Jax hasn't been a big threat to most of the teams. And now with that, how are they gonna drive through here? Because with this, look at top side though, Nazarea.
Oh, so much
Easy
damage from Nazarea. And I want to point out as well, like, even if they have that late game insurance onto JK with the Jax, the problem is that Jax doesn't have any room for growth or for that power spike to even happen. The gold lead of Nazarea at this point is what? 2k gold lead? And it's just so much more difficult for them. Depth charge connects onto WJ, knocks up with along with the root as well. The WJ. This is a 2v3 though. Mega Inferno Bomb produces that damage, zones away the enemy team. The fight's over, no kills for both sides.
It's been a long game, but we still had no towers. BI.
BI!
Oh!
Outplay with a clone, hits onto SSK to secure it.
Yeah, that staff really hurts hard. SGP now, what are they gonna do here on the next part of the game? 8k gold lead on the board. Philippines really looking to take over their towers. We haven't seen it. The only thing that they can do, maybe get some shutdown goals, but really far flung too. This is gonna be a hard game for them for sure. But that replay, don't even need to say anything. That was just one hit on the head. Enough to get Vendetta.
Going for the Drench line onto Vendetta. Followed up by Tan's damage, but you have the 3-man roam coming from SGP. They have to retreat a bit. Angara is very low, forcing out the stasis. Buys a little bit more time. Depth charge, or well, Drench line onto SSK as well. Good thing for the Philippines as a shuriken flip will not connect. It is already good
Rotation.
to go as they got the turret already. But Nazarea comes into
Here
fray.
comes
The
in.
stuns connect. The knockup is there. Vendetta is forced to go back. BI over the wall. But the clone secures the kill. Now SGP has nowhere to go but hide.
Oh!
But Philippines is there to seek as they got the kill for one more. SSK will get melted and the Philippines will secure 4 kills from the bottom lane.
10k gold, 9 minutes. This is a go next angle for the side of SGP. That was such a hard fight to decipher, but let's take a look at what happened in the mid lane a while ago. Great flash again by Nazarea. He always is good at this start of the fight, but with here on the side of the Philippines, Zaha was able to get a great Mega Inferno Bomb. But while that's happening, everybody, there's a fight happened already before the Dragon came up. But again, the Philippines just won that overall. They got away with it just because they got this gold advantage.
Yeah, and it's just, this is what we kept on talking about just a while back. The constant rotations from the support, the jungle, is just such a key factor into getting those plays happening. Right now though, SGP starting the Rift Herald already. Nazarea has that vision, looking for that space opportunity, but the flash coming from Vendetta stuns in. Stasis buys a little bit more time as Nazarea gets melted. With the CC coming in from SGP, explosive cast is there as well. But the 1-for-1, Vendetta falls as well for the side of Singapore. And now JK gets a stun in on the around, but jungler down for the Philippines. They have the retreat already. Angara forcing out the flash to go back away. And that is it as SGP has got an opportunity to turn things around and get 4 kills.
Golden Fusion, that's gonna be it. And now Angara is gonna be next. He might pull down here too with low HP, but again, SGP got the better end of the stick during that fight, and that's what they needed. Shutdown goes all over the board whenever the Philippines goes over aggressive, and now they lessen the gap to a 6k gold lead, and that's the first step on what you need to do. Just take them off one by one, but Nazarea is already here.
Nazarea is here, knocks up on to JK, and he's gone with CCs, and now Vendetta is followed up. That's a 2 kills from the Philippines, with Angara and Nazarea just fighting it through and through.
8k gold lead, and now they still got it in the end. They have the repelled, but again, it's back to 8k just because of that 2 kills coming in from the side of the Philippines. Again, Nazarea, whenever he's on the map, they need to be careful in the plays that he has to make. 0-7 from what I've seen. Vendetta now really great friends with Owen, because he has Owen 7 on the board. Now with the Philippines, right here, SGP, Raven's gonna be the target.
From BI, but that's just so much CCs coming from SGP as BI will fall down in trade for the Ocean Drake.
Now he's not friends with Owen. That's great. Vendetta got his first kill. And now SGP with AK. Gold gap. Now they're going to go for Death Charge.
Death Charge onto Vendetta as well. Followed up in Nazaria. This is the jump coming in from Tab. But so much damage along with Dahao. And that will eviscerate Vendetta and WJ from that fight.
Yeah, now with the Philippines gaining advantage, shooting through slowly because of their mistake a while ago. They got their copies up. They're now active. Their energies are already here because they lost a bit of their 10k gold lead, and they're gonna be back just dominating the map overall. Now they're just taking even the jungle. No resources are being given here to SGP.
Yeah, with no junglers available for SGP during that moment of time, it's Philippines just free roaming onto the enemy jungle, denying these farms. However, here in the bottom lane, we have SSK just waiting around the corner. Is this going to be an engage though? You have the level advantage for SSK. So at that point, that is a lead for them, but will not go for an all-in. However, Vendetta starting off this fight with Adamas as well into the left flank. You have Tando with so much damage going over the wall. That hit secures the kill, but SSK in the back end as well gets the kill onto Bingai, and SSK gets home with a kill. 2-for-1 trade though. JK with a counter strike stunts onto Tan, forcing out to retreat a bit. But you have Nazarea with a clean up into the back end, gets one, but JK has nowhere to run as well. Another 4 kills for the Philippines.
Yeah, and the Philippines just moves forward with this advantage, and now with the 11k gold lead, this is going to be way different from that last game. Now this is a dominating performance from the Philippines. They got their group just out of 1 game. I thought the adaptation is going to come from SGP, but it's way different. Vendetta too aggressive right here, but because Tan is already there, he just needs to secure the kills. And with that, I thought they had a chance here when SSK got the kill there, but because they don't have enough damage in the Philippines, it's just way too ahead. Philippines just rolled them over.
Yeah, and at that point, Philippines was just buying time as well for Nazaria to come in. And when Nazaria came in, it was just over for the rest of the crew. Right now, though, on top side, we have Philippines now starting another fight. JK, though, with a stun, the counter strike, forcing out a stasis and Chan coming from Angara. And that will buy time for the Philippines to come in. And once again, Nazaria is coming through with huge damage for the team.
Great kills from the side of the Philippines, and this again, I mean, at this point, Infinity, there's no way that they can lose here on the side of the Philippines. SGP with the 13k gold lead, where their composition, they won't be able to come back on this unless miraculously SSK gets a 4 kill on this next fight. They're taking the Baron for free, but they can still take this.
SSK jumping with the shuriken flip along with the Angara try to get information, and now Angara forces out the stasis engine to buy a bit more time. Hit that wall with a counter engage coming from the Philippines as Vendetta will follow. Junglers left for SGP. Raven will be the only one left standing, and that is a free Baron for the Philippines.
Philippines has taken it, and now this Baron's gonna be for free. 13k gold and nothing else on the board, with no items and just a Raven on their side. This bird is gonna fall.
Raven, Chain of Corruption, not going to be enough. This huge damage coming from the Philippines. And now into the right flank, coming from JK. But can you find up against 4 members from PH? And that is an ace.
14k and nothing else. The Baron, not even with them. They can go for the push if ever they want to. Playing the dancing game during that last Baron fight. They didn't even give a chance for SGP to even just take it. Once they get close, they're gonna stop taking the Baron.
Yeah, and this is what we have mentioned a while ago. The prowess of Philippines is all about that pressure providing onto SGP, forcing them to do something wherein PH has the advantage.
Once they make a mistake, every time, the Philippines always puts their best foot forward to not give them any of these objectives. They have taken some objectives, yes, a while ago. but the goal gap is slowly ballooning, and SSK might die here.
Dangerous spot for SSK. You have Tan going into fray as well. The smite is
Oh
there.
no.
And that will be the finishing blow from Tan up against SSK here in the mid lane
Might
as
be
well.
last
Though.
fight.
You have JK with a counter strike. Sounds on Nazaria, but not enough as Ziggs. And Daha will finish him down. WJ forcing the body to go back away. A turret secured by PH as well. And they are
push.
not over. They're pushing into the mid lane as well. Securing the
Oh, the
inhib.
flash.
Drench line with a flash. Gets the hook onto WJ. But too tanky for them to go for an all-in.
They're still gonna play it safe, just make sure that they don't make any mistakes and maybe just lose with a 20k gold lead. So now with this, the Philippines is just looking for any opportunities that they can get, any resources that they can get before they finish the game. They still have the Mountain Drake, they still have the Baron on their assignment list, and you still need to check that on the checklist before they go for the end.
Yeah, Baron Nashor starting by the Philippines. No information for
No
SGP.
concession.
And at that point, it's a free Baron Nashor for the Philippines, with Mountain Drake being started by SGP at the hopes of getting that objective, but Angara is here to buy a little bit more time for the Philippines.
Yeah, it's gonna be easy for them to take, and now they stopped even the Mountain Drake being taken. And with the mid lane pushing, with the inhibitor on their side, it's gonna be an easy push. Without JK in this fight, how are they gonna pose a threat against the Philippines?
And look at Nazaria. The power of the zoning capabilities of a Riven is just too much. And now the damage onto WJ that will finish him down. SSK is gone as well. Now it is the Philippines who have taken everything away from Singapore. And Vendetta is the only one left standing with Bingay on the front end, looking to get that pressure in. Inhib turret will be the eyes on the prize for the Philippines, with Nexus open for them to take. And Vendetta has nowhere to go, no more defense, and Philippines will secure the second game of the series.
This is just brutal. This game, 20k plus gold lead from the Philippines, and SGP wasn't able to fight back. And as I said, that Renekton pick was one of the problems right there, and because they doubled down on it, they had really nothing to work with. Yes, they had damage in the early game with the Ruthless Predator, easy lockdown from the team there. But look at how happy the Philippines is just because of that win, because they were able to just go ham, just go out of their hearts during this game. And now with this next game, how is SGP gonna come back? 2-0. This is when everything goes hard. When it comes to a best of 5, once it becomes a 2-0, it's gonna become harder and harder for them to just come back, because the momentum has already swung towards the Philippines, and giving them 2 wins is just gonna be really bad for them, or even their chances on this tournament.
Yeah, and it's going to be really difficult, to be honest. And they tried a different composition this time around for the second game, wherein they picked up the Gragas, they picked up the Varus as well for a lot of engage tools. They had the late game investment for JK onto Jax, but it was Team Philippines who was able to have that condition set, and you know what, let's punish JK so that they don't have that late game investments. When it comes to team fight, let's just put them out with this huge amount of pressure, as well with Nazaria having that potential into getting those cleanups done as quickly as possible. And at this point, Dash, it is really going to be a hard time for them to make it back for game 3.
Yeah, honestly, I do believe that during that game, they did the same composition on the side of SGP. It's basically the same with just different rotations of champions. The Gragas is the only thing different there, but with what they had, they also had the pick-off composition, and they didn't really double down on what they want to do with that pick-off composition. Yes, they got some kills here and there, but once they give the advantage over to the Philippines, that's just it. The Philippines is just going to run them over again. That Riven pick is a headache in the side of the Philippines, and I can say that it could be again the MVP of this game from Nazaria on the top side, and that is going to be an overarching thing here on this game, the Philippines versus SGP. They always need to think about how they're going to be answering the Chami problem. So far they haven't answered it. They tried to answer it with the pick-off composition, but it didn't work. They need to make things different, overall different on this next game.
Yeah, and I think with what you're like perspective as well with the Renekton into the jungle. I think they were hoping for that potential to get those pickoffs happening, but it did not give them any favor. Yes, they got that first kill in the early game, but that at that
Yeah.
point, it was so much more difficult for them to be able to maneuver around the map. It was just so difficult for them.
Yeah, honestly, all I can say is that they didn't have any chances there. Because even with Vendetta taking some kills left and right, it's still not enough. This is one of the problems here. Look at this. He wasn't even able to chase Angara. And that is the problem with the Renekton. Once you lose one cooldown, it's going to be a long time compared to the other champions that we have here on the board. That's why we don't put him in the jungle. Because he has a lot of cooldown timings. And that's going to be a problem heading on to the next stages of the game. And that's one of the problems here. The Tan just rolled over that Renekton.
Yeah, and I think at this point as well, from what we have seen from how the mid game or early game to mid game were happening for Team SGP is that Jax was getting ganked pretty much all the time, and that just has given Philippines so much potential for Nazarea, not just Nazarea to grow, but also to disable the potential for Singapore to do anything in the game.
Yeah. JK was a bit of a threat there. During some points in the game, he was almost able to get them a win, and where the SGP got the gold gap to 6k. That was almost a play there, but because he was too aggressive heading forward into this game, like what happened here, he tried to go to the back line. He's not going to be able to do anything much there. Yes, it's done. The time that Jax was the late game super carry is done already. Yes, he might be able to get some 1 or 2 kills when it comes to a 3v1 fight, but that's all there is to it for a Jax, and that's why even in WRLA, even if it's a priority, yes, he could go for that Hall Breaker build and try to go for the side lanes, but here in this game, the Philippines is just looking for kills, and 35 kills is enough to say that it didn't work. It worked really badly there.
Yeah, so maybe at this point in time, it is just a full change in draft how SGP would play this out, but it is going to be a really hard thing to think about, because at that point you had the plan already set out. We could play off pickoffs up against Team Philippines, but it doesn't work. So what can we do next? I think that will be really important at that point. But SSK was performing quite well from that game number 2 though, producing a lot of damage, 28,000.
Yeah. Honestly, I believe that. Yeah. SSK performed really well during that game. I thought he might have a chance to get some carries. I think he's the only one who has a positive KDA here on the side of SGP. But it's still not enough. Honestly, an Akali can't really carry you to the next game, maybe, to the victory, maybe. But maybe a different champion could do that. Even in the hands of SSK, it's not going to be enough for this Akali to carry them through. Maybe even just picking up a Corki would be way better here for SSK, because the Akali is not going to be it against the Philippines when all of them are going to be performing really well. So that's one of the problems again. SGP, Philippines again, with Nazarea taking off with another MVP. It's still, man, this Riven 2 times in a row getting MVP is just so much.
Yeah, what if banning Riven away? What will be the next champion for Nazarea to pick up?
Fiora.
So
It's the Fiora. They don't want the Fiora.
But it's also being banned though by the Philippines. So now the question is like how would Team Singapore play the draft? I think that will be quite significant coming into game 3.
Yeah, they're a lot more afraid by that Fiora instead of that Riven. But me too, I don't want to see that Fiora on the hands of Chami, because that is going to be very disruptive compared to what we've seen here. That's just a trailer. If you see Chami on the Fiora, that's a movie in itself, and that's a 9 or maybe a 10 out of 10 movie right there, which is why they don't want to see that Fiora. Banning the Riven, banning a Fiora, that's a lot of space. You might even be able to take a Camille and Aatrox if those champions gets banned by SGP.
Yeah, and I think that's the really big problem coming into the draft, right? If you target ban a specific player, you're giving a lot of space for the rest of the crew to pick up. But nevertheless, it is up to Team Singapore. What they have to do in game number 3 is up in question at the moment. But that's it for game number 2 of this series of Team Philippines and Team Singapore. We're gonna take a short break, so don't go away. Welcome back, everyone, to the 30-second SEA Games featuring League of Legends Wild Rift. We're now at the third game of the series, with Team Philippines taking 2 games already in a best of 5.
Yeah, Philippines having the advantage with a 2-0, and that's going to be SGP looking for a chance to fight back. They had some surprises. We've seen them banters from the videos that we've seen from the Wild Rift page. I do believe that they still have a chance here for SGP. But again, the Philippines is just too strong of a team. And SGP, I don't know how they would be able to come back from here, but there's still a lot of chances. If they do different with their composition, that could be something that they can use against the Philippines. Maybe catch them with a surprise. Maybe a surprise Lilia pick would also be good for Vendetta, because they had a surprise right there, which is the Renekton in the jungle, but it didn't really work quite well.
And yeah, I think mixing things up right now would be an interesting take. Would surprise the Team Philippines onto the draft. I think that happened with Team Philippines as well, doing before in WRLA, wherein they brought in such an interesting pick, wherein they picked up Kaisa and Lulu. And I think at that point, bringing something like a surprising factor from Team SGP would be a crucial thing for them when it comes to the draft as well.
Yeah, get something surprising, get something different, or maybe even just be more assertive. As I said, during the first game, they need to be a bit more decisive with how they decide onto these objectives, especially during the second objectives. You see the cracks in their armor when it comes to the second objectives, because most of the time, they don't even contest those objectives. They try to get some kills, but they make a mistake of just giving the objective to the Philippines. But until here, they need to survive the early game first. First objective, they have went well against the Philippines, but the second objective thereafter, that is where the problem lies, and that is, I think, the roadmap that they need to solve here for the side of SGP if they want to still get into this competition. Yes, we have a lower bracket, but they need to start mapping out what they need to do against the Philippines starting here.
Yeah, and I'm really curious as well, like, what will be the side selection for this third game? Will Team SGP pick out the red side for this? Because that will change how the draft will be made coming into the third game. The bans will change, the picks will change, because right now, this is it with SGP going into the red side.
Yeah, that's one of the problems here. But again, this is something that we always need to think about when it comes down to it. Infinity, the draft. Here's where we are, back to the drawing board for both of our teams. And Draw, look at him, man. This guy's just so happy whenever the camera just points at him.
Yeah, and right now, Team Philippines banning away Renekton. And I think that will really force Team Singapore to choose something else.
Now with this, Renekton been banned. Singapore has picked this for 2 games all over. So with the Philippines, what can they do here? Just ban it, just so they can pick something else. It's like them saving the members right here of Singapore. They're just saving them themselves. Yeah, let's ban the Renekton so you can pick something else.
And with Team Philippines actually being on the blue side selection, I think that gives them a lot more space into the bans, so they could get a prio later on. It could be Aatrox, could be Jace, if it is left open, those are the types of champions that we could look out for. Even Riven for Nazarea. But right now, for the second ban, removing Fiora from the draft.
Yeah. Now with that here, Fiora is going to be banned again. I hope they ban something else here for the side of Singapore. Are they going to ban the Riven? I don't think so, if ever, because a lot of things are going to be open. Senna. PH really loves their Senna. If ever that's open, that could be taken easily by Dahao here in the side of Philippines.
Yeah, and I think Senna, if it's left open, even in WRLA, has seen a very exceptional pick rate. So we'll see if that will be the perspective that Philippines wants to do. Right now, the third ban will be on Shen for Team PH.
Yeah. Shen is going to be banned. Shen was open during the last game. I'm surprised that they banned it right now. Don't want Singapore to go for the safer route with Vendetta just easily just taking that. So this is a good start for them. A very different one from the Philippines. But now with Jace banned, there's Senna open. I hope the Philippines takes it.
That is going to differ when it comes to their prior two games, but that will be an exceptional pickup from Team Philippines, because if it's left open, Team SGP could lock it for themselves. But surprisingly enough, it is going to be a Garen first pick by Team Philippines.
Ooh, I mean, the Garen, I remember Autolus doesn't really like the Garen. Seeing the Garen so far, because Garen has been meta for the WRLA and it's always been picked, prioritized by a lot of teams. But first picking it, Philippines is just flexing right now.
And with Jax following up by Team SGP, this is not a champion that has seen a really good growth in Game 2. But for now, for Game 3, things might be different, with Zed being locked in as well in the same draft.
Yeah, Zed to the Jax. And this is way different from the last two games that we've seen from Singapore, being a bit too aggressive here and try to put everything that they have on the table with the Zed being picked in the second rotation. Usually we see the Zed picked last, but here on the side of Singapore, they prioritize it. And now, on the other side, Philippines picks up the Akali themselves.
Yeah, Yone, Akali, a lot of assassination potential for Team Philippines this time around, with Akali potentially being on the hands of BI in this game. But right now the question is, how would Singapore want for their third pick to happen? Is this going to be something else but a Lucian to be picked up for them?
Lucian in the lane, maybe against a Garen, would be way better compared to a Garen against a Jax on the top side of the map. So this is still a really good pick. I think this is gonna go to Vendetta, the Zed. So again, another interesting pick for Vendetta here on their side, and this has not panned well before for them. But the Zed is way better compared to a Renekton.
Yeah, and it's a lot more mobility in the jungle if ever they want to put this specific champion in that role, and a lot more potential to make ganks happen, especially at level 5. We'll see if that will occur for Team SGP, because right now when it comes to the bans, Wukong and Riven removed from the champion pool.
Yeah, so there's not a lot of champions that they can pick up. Again, it's a good thing that for the side of Singapore, they still don't want that angle on where the Philippines are going to be taking that Riven. But I'm not sure why they banned it at this point, because there's a lot of champions that they could have picked up on the side of Philippines, because these three are already going to the mid, the jungle, and the top lane already. So I'm surprised that they banned that. They could have banned something else, maybe a Zoe, maybe a Varus. That could have been way better bans against the Philippines.
Yeah, and even then, this is quite a squishy composition by Team SGP, and with Team PH having the Senna open, they're going to lock it in.
There's the Kragas too, so this is really hard for side of Singapore now with the Senna too on this type of composition and where they want to go for long dragged on team fights. It's gonna be really hard, and also their composition doesn't really have a lot of front line in order to help out. Maybe JK would go to the front line to just go for that front to back, but I hope it's gonna work out for the side of SGP, because this is their last chance unless they want to go to the lower brackets.
Yeah, and it's going to be really difficult. This is what we've stated just a while back. Team Singapore has a really squishy draft. You have Ziggs, you have Lucian, and on top of that, you also have the Zed. which is going to be a really difficult time for them to sustain on longer fights. Where in Team Philippines, you have Akali for assassination, eyes on Ziggs, and eyes on Lucian. You also have Garen on the front lines, Gragas on the front lines, and Senna for extra sustain. So it's just going to be a really difficult time if it comes down into a specific team fight.
And now with also, this is something surprising for me. I really do love to see a different light onto Chami with the Garen. I have seen it a lot for the side of the Philippines, but now he's not on that flashy carry role compared to the past games. He's going to be giving way for that MVP title for everybody else here in this team. So that's why he picked up the Garen. He's giving them chances. I hope they get it though. So yeah, I'm excited for this game.
Yeah, but right now we talked about how Philippines would perform on this one with a lot of front lines and a lot of strengths when it comes to prolonged fight. What is the winning condition here, Dash, for Team SGP?
Yeah, for the side of SGP, they have a lot of things going on with their composition. Yes, they have some AoEs, they have some skirmishes on their side, which is why I'm really surprised with this composition. Going for the Z composition without a lot of a single target damage is gonna be really bad for them. As long as they get the early game again, that could be good. But at least now, even with the Zed and the Nautilus in the early game, they have some late game insurances, which is the Jax, even the Lucian in the mid game to early game is gonna be good, and even Raven. So they have a lot of things going for them, but this composition is not easy to work with.
Yeah, and the early game is sort of a prowess for Team Singapore, especially with their performance in game number 1. If they can execute the same thing, that could happen and meet your expectations here, Dash, for their winning conditions. But right now, though, with the expectations being set, it is all up to Singapore to execute this specific condition. However, for Team Philippines, Garen being picked up. Anything that you can look into here, Dash, as the condition for Team Philippines, aside from team fighting?
Yeah, honestly, they have a lot of single target though, so that could be good. That's a reason why they pick up the Garen. So they have some DPS from Daho and Tan, and that just gonna execute whoever is gonna be low in HP. And again, as I said, there's a lot of squishy targets right here for the Philippines to just catch, so that could be something that they can look forward to.
All right, we will see, because right now we have the supports now roaming into the mid lane. And being pressured to go for an engage as expected, not going for an all-in, waiting for level 5. And I think that would be sort of an expectations later on. But huge pressure coming in from JK, putting Nazaria's HP a bit low.
Ooh, that's a great dodge from Bing. I thought he might have been dead there. Barrier anymore, which is why it was carry. But again, the top side of the map is going to be pressured here by Daho, and that's the Senna power right there. When you have a Jax and you have a Senna on the other side, it's not going to be a great day for you.
Yeah, and WJ also going for the mirror rotation, going into top side as well to support JK in a 2v2 with Daho already there as well. Because right now JK going for the jump onto Nazaria. Daho there
Tan
as
is
well
here,
to
though.
support, but Tan is here, knocks up onto the backside.
JK.
You have an all-in. The
first
blood secured by Team Singapore onto WJ, but the trade back is there as well as JK will fall.
Yeah, 1-for-1 both sides. That's going to be good start for SGP. It's just unfortunate that it didn't went to JK and it went to the side of WJ. But again, a kill is a kill for them. Now, Hole's coming in.
Root comes through. You have Tan as well, but under the turret, no minions for them to go for the tower dive. Opts to back away, which is, I think, much more clever than going for an all-in.
Yeah. And still, again, for SGP, a kill is a kill. Getting the early game is going to be important for them so that the late game is as easy as it can get. And also, as long as the Garen doesn't have the Black Cleaver, it's going to be an easy advantage for JK here in this lane. That's why he's level 5. And also because Daho was here for so long that he just absorbed a lot of XP. That could be a problem later on for this Nazarea, but now BI, that charge.
Being the target, the depth charge along with SSK being there, not enough, because BI with a shuriken flip will be able to go back away with the blast cone. However, Vendetta comes through. The root is there as well. Disables the engage from SGP.
Yeah, that's gonna be big. With that, just Town looking for a kill, but at this point, they don't really need to go for anything. Because remember, with Tan just getting to the late game is going to be good for the Philippines. Yes, that's their insurance that they're looking for. There's a lot more for SGP for the late game, but at least they have Tan here, and the big ultimate is going to be what they need for the Philippines to win. But let's take a look at the SGP, because they're the ones who need to go from a 2-0 to maybe a 2-2 if even against the Philippines. So their challenge is how are they going to reach the late game without a lot of casualties that they could give to the Philippines.
Yeah, I think it's really going to be difficult, right? Because even if you have that composition to have this damage, you're not going to have enough defensive capability with BI there as an assassin. You have Tan as well to have an easy access into the back line. So when it comes to that safety net, I don't think that will be the perspective for SGP. So it's not the most optimal situation right now, but here this pressure coming from Team Singapore as well that they're providing into the mid lane, I think would be quite crucial for them to be able to receive that prio later.
Yeah, and again, without any kills, it's a very different game right now, Infinity. Oh, Fate Sealed!
Fate Sealed! JK walking back, but you have Angara with a flash body, Sam securing the kill.
This is what they can get away with, right? With the Garen on their side. That's why he was afraid. JK was forced to flash because he knew one Demotion Justice is going to be the death of him. And now with that, objectives coming out, Rip Pearl is going to be prioritized by Tan. And on the other side, we're seeing SGP taking the Infernal Shake.
You have Dahao now with the information, but with Tan taking the Rift Herald, no contest onto the Infernal Break for Team SGP.
Yeah, taking a long time. Being is still alive though.
Shuriken Flip connects onto SSK. Will not go for it. Raven comes through as well.
SSK has
with
flash,
the bombs. And Dahao just hugging the turret. While Being into the back end gets the kill. And that will be Team SGP. Losing one more member. With Vendetta coming into the back as well. But Nazarea is here to play. It is a 3-4-2 trade.
And now they
ignite
through. No way. That's a lot of kills on the Philippines. But it's still a 1.5k gold lead, and JK is going to take a tower top side. But that's the big fade overall for SGP. At least they didn't lose as much.
Yeah, and even with the 3-kill lead coming from Team Philippines, at the very least, it is only a little bit more gold advantage from Team PH, with the turret being taken down by Team SGP, with a huge gold injection for the whole team.
Yeah, big wins for the side right there of the SGP, even without the tower, or rather not a lot of kills as the Philippines. They still got a tower top side, giving them more priority later on. WJ running away.
Tan routes onto WJ, followed up with a Fate Sealed, nowhere to run with a Perma CC by Team Philippines, getting the kill onto WJ.
Yeah, and that's gonna be important later on though, because this kills one by one given to Tan is gonna be big as long as he gets, or at least accelerates his power spikes. And that's going to be a big win for the Philippines, because he's just going to go away with a lot. No, Solari Charge Blade is there later, and that's going to be an easy take for them. We haven't seen much plays from Vendetta, rather than the one that we've seen in the bot lane of the map, but it's still going to be good. As long as they survive this, don't take a lot of the fights from the Philippines head on, SGP still has a bit of a chance here.
Yeah, it's not over until it's over. That is literally what we have right now on the board. The SGP can still turn things around, especially with JK having that late game potential, late game advantage. And we'll see how this would be a performing factor for Team SGP as they are looking to get that kill on Nazarea. Death Charge knocks up along with the death mark from Vendetta, but the 3-man root coming in from Senna is huge. Explosive cast as well, pushes back Vendetta and JK, with WJ nowhere to run from the stasis enchant. That is enough to save his teammates' life, but not his own.
And this is what I'm saying though. The second objective they're on, that is a problem that they need to answer here inside of SGP, because most of the time they don't really know the rotations that they can go for after that, and they're just letting the Philippines take some objectives themselves. And if this tower in the mid lane falls, that's going to be a big loss for them.
Yeah, and right now, how Raven is performing, clearing the way with a Mega Inferno Bomb, Satchel Charge, I think that's really important because, as you stated, the first turret in the mid lane holds so much power when it comes to map control and objective prio, so not giving it away is a good sign for Team SGP at that point. 3k gold lead though for Team Philippines in 8 minutes.
This is what I'm saying though. They're just letting the Philippines just roll over them with the objectives on their hands. And now top side, SSK.
SSK.
Oh,
and now
the
it is
turnaround.
Vendetta though, getting that trade back. And
That
right
might
now
be
the
it.
roots from WJ.
Wait,
and the
double down.
CCs, that will be enough. However, Santa's ultimate will gain a little bit more sustainability for BI to
BI.
get that kill onto Vendetta.
Chicken
The
flip,
roots
though.
onto WJ, but a shuriken connecting. That is a jump through for BI, securing the double kill.
I thought that could have been a kill for Vin because he wasn't able to Living Shadow out of the way. All the damage from the 5-point strike, that was enough for them to take the kill. And SGP, now again, back to the struggle. Yes, they got some kills, but now on the board, 3.5k goldie. Not as big as game 2, but they're surviving a bit here against the Philippines. But again, 14 is still big, and now that Apparel is going to be here.
Really massive lead there by Team Philippines in 9 minutes. With a Rift Herald, if they secure it once again, this is an opening for them, but Nazarea gets the silence through Raven along with the Demotion Justice to secure the kill. However, right now, Vendetta going to jump in onto the Rift Herald's pit with the death mark, but Tan still securing the Rift Herald overall. BI on the top end of that fight with SSK forcing to go back to retreat. Vendetta though, with the Shadow, will be able to go back. But Team Philippines got the better end of that trade.
Yeah, again, they got the win there on the fight. They're just getting away with a lot of things here. The Philippines now taking over the mid lane. And that mission failed for that 6 in the mid lane too. He wasn't able to defend it and for long just because the Philippines are just taking every get. Yes, it's not that big of a gold lead, but now even with this, the tower is going to be falling down the mid lane. That's a big open up jungle for this side. And also, Drake is available. Now let's take a look at this replay. Vendetta tried his best to get some, was able to play, but wasn't able to get the rip hill, which is really unfortunate for the team.
Yeah, and just look how Team Philippines is playing from the initial start of that fight. They went in for the miss, and they're doing it once again. Tan knocks up onto WJ. Stasis Enchant, not enough, but a little bit more time. But JK would be the next target. The flash is there, and BI will secure it. Now, Team SGP has lost 2 of their members, but the trade is Team Philippines has lost their jungler. So if ever they start the Drake, it is an opening for Team SGP.
No, it's not possible for them to take because that is really low in HP. Living Shadow is at the ready. I think he's gonna die here. Oh no.
Too much damage, and Vendetta will
Easy.
fall.
Ravens that
You
do.
have
No
the
way.
solo kill from Dahao, and that will just eliminate 4 of the members of Team SGP.
How is this okay? They're just losing everyone from the side of SGP. 6k gold lead now for the Philippines. That just says a lot. 11 minutes in. That's a big win for them. And we're seeing the power spikes right here. 3 items already on the top. And that's a bad sign when you're SGP, because when you have a very fed Yone, that's basically it there. JK trying his best.
1v1, but BI will be able to retreat. However, looking at the flank, you have Team Philippines looking for that
JK.
fight. However, it is JK who's able to jump onto BI and get that kill for the trade. WJ still alive with 1 HP, and SSK coming through with a culling secures the double kill. And on the flank, you have Vendetta with getting 1 more. It is 4 kills from Team Singapore.
Big shot on goals for the Philippines. They didn't have the ultimate from Nazarea during that fight. That's why they weren't able to execute JK as fast as they. And that just snowballed in SGP. Now with the Philippines losing a bit of their advantage, but we still have Tan available here in this fight. They're still going to be trying to take some objectives down, some towers on their side, and that's going to be big. A need for the side of SGP. Now with 2k gold lead on the board only, they lessen the gap that they were able to get on the side of the. Now, this is the start of the back.
Yeah, JK got the kill as well onto BI. You have so much potential that the SGP was able to take just from that fight, and Vendetta getting the double kill as well. So getting a lot more gold into these carries, into these champions that would be quite crucial for Team Singapore, would be important for them into winning this game. And Team Singapore so far is playing really well.
That's gonna be good though. Even with the Rift held on the bot lane, Infinity, I think JK slowly but surely with the Hull Breaker might have an easier time here. Now gonna go for the fight.
Vendetta, Shadow,
Oh!
along with that
Mark?
Mark will be able to retreat, send an ultimate as well to deny a little bit more damage coming in from Team Singapore. With SSK coming through, Philippines has to go back with an HP disadvantage. But right now, Tan into the bottom lane. You have JK with a 1v1, opts to go back and retreat.
Got away with the hair. They used the flash also from Vendetta. That could have been a kill to the side of the Philippines, even with having the perfect execution from BI. Investing it for that was really deadly. That was a bit scary for the side of the SGP. But now, look at the confidence that SGP built just from that one advantage that they got there.
Yeah, and they're putting a lot of pressure on top side as well, forcing Team Philippines to rotate and defend their turret. We'll see though if this could turn out well for Team
no.
SGP, because
JK's
right
dead.
now in the bottom lane,
Oh!
JK will be able to flash away. Will not die, but SSK a little bit just spot.
Fate
Kanto,
Seal!
Fate Seal gets a double man knockup. That's huge from Team Philippines. Mega Inferno Bomb trying to help on those damage aspect, but not enough. And Angara looking for the kill along with
flashing for the honey fruit.
gas
Oh, no!
is amazing. However, Team Angara is on a
Angara?
dangerous spot, but SSK getting that outplay secured. Now
I think he's dead.
on the right flank though, trying to reach
wait a
up.
second.
Now
Raven's
they've been
dead.
in danger
Oh,
with 6,
no.
push him back, but enough to secure it. Still 4 kills down for Team Philippines.
Good try, but the Philippines just too good at this situation, taking them out there, or rather just splitting up, disassembling the members of Vendetta in that fight. And that big fate seal of Tan was the reason why Vendetta wasn't even able to do anything on that last one. And now with that, the Baron is going to be taken, and that's going to be there.
TPs though coming in. You have Vendetta. However, you have Tan with the soul unbound, just going to retreat unscathed.
Bit too late for SGP. Aaron has been taken 15k gold on the man's 10 with this, with the bloodthirster even. That's a lot of, that's gonna be a problem to this late game for the side of SGP. They need to approach this with a bit of care, because they need to at least get some shutdowns again, because the shutdown goals have built as of the Philippines.
We'll see though. And now they're setting it up. 3-man rotations from Team Singapore will not pull through up against Garen, especially with Garen having so much sustainability. That's Dan's Black Cleaver Hullbreaker as well. Not an easy target for a gank.
Now, how are they gonna do this? For the Philippines, they can just go in, knock up with a Fate Seal
Tan?
missing.
Knocks up with a Fate Seal, as you have stated. That mark as well coming from Vendetta. However, that is not an option
JK.
for him. But JK is left
No way,
alone,
JK.
standing, looking for a kill. And that will be a turnaround for Team Philippines to take
The
him down.
overheat.
Double kill for Tan. And that will be the species left standing for Team
no.
Singapore. With Vendetta having to say goodbye. Team PH has erased the members of Team SGP as they're looking for the inhib turret. The game-ending push, game-ending fight with Baron Nashor in their favor as well. A huge wave of minions is crashing down on the Nexus. Gregas with a body stamp goes for the stasis enchant. By time for Garen to come in, and that will be how Team Philippines is playing this game 3. Very disciplined and such a dominant phase that they are showing in this series, as they have accomplished the ace and getting the Nexus for the win in the series, proceeding into the next bracket.
Goes to the upper bracket finals. The Philippines has taken the W, the win against the members of SGP, and they haven't even just stumped during this game. Game 2 was a big stump. Game 3, it was a bit overbearing for the Philippines, but still, they were able to win 3-0 on the boards, and that is an important win for the PHI. And now with the upper bracket on the board, they're going to be fighting against whoever wins next series after this. So Philippines performed so well in that game.
Yeah, and I mean, just the way to play, Tan was getting all the kills, was getting all the advantage, but still a professional, well, still a good play rather for Team Singapore in this series. And I'm really, really excited how this will turn out for today, because you still have 2 more series to go right after this.
The sportsmanship from these players, and now right there we're going to be seeing a big bout from the Philippines after this game. It was a game that they already had to win. And Singapore tried their best with different strategies, different junglers, even with the Zed in the jungler on their side. They even went to non-conventional junglers from the meta of the competitive scene here, but it still wasn't enough for them to take the win. That just says a lot about NGX as a whole, the Philippine team right here. They're a lot, and they know how to play against a lot of these SEA teams.
Yeah, they performed really, really well. I think their performance, the history, and
yeah, it was a really great experience for them overall, for NGX. But again, with the last CEC that we've seen, Vietnam was the one that they fought during the finals. Vietnam was the reason why it was, I mean, not even the reason why it was hard for the Philippines to win, but it's still a 3-0 against Vietnam. But Vietnam was winning team, and they're going to be fighting against the next teams that we're going to be having. The next series we're going to be having Vietnam versus Cambodia. So that's what I'm looking forward to. Who's going to be forward to the upper bracket, and who's going to be leading to with the Philippines right there onto the top. And we're going to be seeing that on our next game. I'm excited to see it though, but let's take a look at this game again, Infinity, because during that last game, Tan got away with a lot of things. He was able to get away with winning that early game.
yeah, a lot of setups being played by Tana, going into supporting the lanes as well. The plays that he has done I think, would be the push for Team Philippines' win for that game number 3. The Yoni plays was an exceptional feat for Tan in that game. And looking back from what happened in that game 3, this was the moment that Team Singapore's hope was up there. But unfortunately, like, this play with a Fate Seal from Tan just turned things around once again for Team PH.
Yeah. Team PH again, looking at the highlights right there. SSK tried this best. I think the only reason why this so long was because the SSK is they're leaning on during this whole games. And I believe that he might be able to just help out the team if ever they want to. Even in the lower brackets, they would be able to have a chance against the other teams. But again, the Philippines is able to win in a dominating fashion against this one. Will we see another dominating game? Whoever wins in the upper bracket, Philippines are ready to face them.
Yeah, for sure. So right now, Team Philippines is proceeding into the upper bracket finals, waiting for the winner of the next series to come. That is Cambodia versus Vietnam, who will be playing later on. And right now, Singapore is waiting on the lower bracket as well, which will be shown tomorrow in tomorrow's stream.
Yeah. Again, tomorrow we do have a lot of games still, 3 more best of 5s for you to look at. But again, it's still early on in our day, Infinity. We still have 2 more best of 5s that we're going to look forward to. But here, look at the stats. Tan really did so much damage during that game. Not even a lot of people from the Philippines was able to perform a lot when it comes to the damage, because Tan is just hogging the spotlight for himself here during this game. But SGP, even with Raven dealing a lot of it, wasn't enough to do much against them. I think it's expected to have so much damage on a lot of the games because of the Inferno Bomb. But here it wasn't enough. Even JK really wasn't able to smush. Game 2, Game 3 was able to act. But I really do believe that Jax hasn't had a lot of great days during the past couple of games that we had. Jax, even in WRLA, hasn't performed as much with only, I think, 30% win rate. Again, Tan taking the MVP after that.
Yeah, with those amazing plays, with those amazing setups, deserved MVP have Tan being or playing Yone. I mean, 48% kill participation with so much damage for the team. Just an amazing player overall, and amazing plays that he has shown for Game 3.
Yeah, I really love the he has shown during this game, even with the confidence. Even with not hitting the Fate Seal, it's still okay. He still would be able to take down the kill whenever he needs to. And right now, with that, I think still the question remains, the Philippines is still the team to beat. Who is going to be able to pose a threat against them in this whole tournament? Because the last time they won cleanly on the CEC, which is a tournament a month before this. So that's why right now, how are the other teams going to be outperforming the Philippines? Because so far, or wasn't able to beat their demons.
Yeah, and
យុទ្ធ
Team
អរគ្នាមុន
Team
នឹងចាប់ផ្
Philippines
ដើមការប្រកួត
having an
បន្ទាប់
interview.
យើងសូម interview ទៅខាងក្រុមហ្វីលីពីនមួយសិនមុនដំបូងយើងចូលរួមអបអរគាត់ដែលបានជ័យជំនះទៅលើខាងក្រុមសិង្ហបុរីខ្ញុំមានសំណួរចង់សួរថាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនដែរបន្ទាប់ពីការប្រកួតរបស់យើង
First of all, congratulations on your victory. How are you feeling?
Of course, we're really happy that we won our first match.
គឺគាត់ថាគាត់មានអារម្មណ៍សប្បាយរីករាយមែនតើដែលគាត់បានឈ្នះ game ទី1របស់គាត់អញ្ចឹងសំណួរទី2ខ្ញុំចង់សួរថានិយាយទៅខ្ញុំមើល game ដែរចង់សួរគាត់ថាតាំងពី game ទី1មកឃើញពួកគាត់ lead រហូតហ្មងចង់និយាយថាគាត់ឈ្នះឡើង 3-0 ចង់សួរថាគាត់រៀបចំខ្លួនប៉ុណ្ណាមុនមកប្រកួតហ្នឹង
So he said that you were leading the entire game. It was an incredible performance. So how well do you think you prepared?
I think the good thing about my team is like we have been preparing for this tournament ever since. So you know we've prepared for a lot of time already. So yeah.
បាទគាត់ថាតាំងពីគាត់ prepare គាត់រៀបចំខ្លួនតាំងពីដំបូងមកតាំងពីថ្ងៃទី1មក okay we want you to watch the highlight video
We would like to invite you to watch the highlights.
Have to face here. Okay.
You hypnotize me. You hypnotize me. You hypnotize me.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the 32nd Southeast Asian Games featuring League of Legends Wild Rift. And right now, it is series number 2. I'm Infinity, and beside me is Osiris. We are your casters for this series with Cambodia up against Vietnam.
Yes, as we are trying to heat things up, we saw a convincing 3-0 with Philippines, and I believe that you captured that Infinity. It was indeed somehow one-sided for the reason that it got a 3-0, but inside the game, there's a lot of things happening. It feels like they already read it by the book, and as the history repeats itself, still no score for Singapore going up against Philippines.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really difficult time for them. It was just a dominant plays coming from NGX. There's so much discipline, and their methodical plays just dominated that series 3-0 overall. However, Singapore still has that opportunity later or tomorrow in the lower bracket. However, right now, talking about Cambodia and Vietnam, do you have any history here, Osiris, that we can talk about for both these teams?
Vietnam, of course, they are the one who snagged the gold last year. And of course, we all know how good this team is under the name of Cerberus, and with all of their performances, even way back at Summer Super Cup at the Wild Rift event, they really dominated. Although they fell short with EVOS winning it all, but this time with last year's performance, it is something that we should look forward to, because this is the team to beat. This is the one who's protecting their throne. And are they going for the back-to-back? Or is it going to be Cambodia, who's on to the other side, has yet to prove themselves even further? Of course, we are on to the home court advantage. But what's interesting about your Infinity is we are seeing a Filipino coach that's Ferzerk, being the let's say one of the pillars to push Cambodia even further at Wild Rift.
Absolutely. I think having that knowledge as well from the teams of here in the Philippines and how the meta works when it comes to the draft, when it comes to picks and bans, would be quite crucial coming here right now in this series up against Vietnam. And as for the players of this team, it is pretty much the whole draft of Team Max. You have Emma Singh, Fake AD, Jim, Ken, and Rin coming to today's matches. And you know what, Osiris? This is going to be another series to watch out for. One of the strongholds of League of Legends Wild Rift up against Cambodia this time around. We have Emma Singh, Fake AD, Jim, Ken, and Ryan, as we have stated just a while ago.
Yes, as I'm seeing this right, because when we are studying these teams, especially Cambodia, Fake AD is one of the player highlights. And they also mentioned, Otlus, one of the WRL caster, that when Fake AD is playing on an AD carry, he is popping off. But you know, the meta right now is swinging onto the AP bot laners, and we are seeing him onto the jungle. So I think we can utilize his skills even further onto the rotations. But onto the other side of the spectrum, Infinity, we have Vietnam.
Yeah, you have Taco, Y1, BMM, Genza, and Akino. And this team is pretty much the draft of CES that is currently participating as well in WRLA. Quite a stronghold, quite a dominant team as well in the tournament. And as you have stated prior, they have dominated in the first, second year of League of Legends Wild Rift. And I think that is an expectation to set for the viewers watching at home.
Yes, exactly. As we might see their performance somehow being stagnant or somehow less aggressive than the usual, it feels like they are still out there. They are still one of the best teams to consider. And with their previous matches that being won, you know that you can't count out Vietnam, especially that we are not seeing the household name of the jungler, Meliodas. Correct me if I'm wrong. And I believe that Y1 can still deliver, especially that Vietnam might be, let's say, the dominating team here. And then Cambodia will be the incoming underdogs, or might be the dark horse of of this SEA Games. And I believe Cambodia, I'm excited to them. I've already saw what Vietnam is capable of in terms of dismantling teams. But this time, Cambodia offer us something. Show us the love from the home court and make sure to snag even a few victories closing into Vietnam, as we know that Vietnam might be the fan favorite. Cambodia is still there.
Absolutely. I mean, you have the supporters right now for Team Max or Team Cambodia that is currently up ahead or up against Team Vietnam. And talking about more about the history here, prior to the SEA Games, we had SEA Esports Championship wherein the country or the nation representatives have played with Philippines, Cambodia, Vietnam, and Singapore participating in the playoffs. However, Philippines dominated that tournament up against Vietnam, and Vietnam dominated up against Singapore in a 3-0 series. And I think at this point, I think it would be quite a heavy battle, to say the least here, Cyrus.
Yes, indeed, and you can see how they're supporting Team Cambodia, and with all of the watch party coming happening across every region, I believe that we all have our own supporters, but this time Vietnam and Cambodia still trying to fix some of their tech issues here. But I'm more excited onto the drafting because Infinity, ever since, I mean, I've been watching WRL. I believe you watch also. You're doing co-streams, and we saw CEC. We're still not as diverse in terms of champion picks, and having Ferzerk onto the board, I want him to make even more spicy. How the lineup, how's the drafting of Cambodia? Are we going to see a different side of them? An exploration, as we are sitting onto the upper bracket for now, so they have all the options to play into different or mix and match as per se. And if they were able to make it work, they can come in and swing in hard, surprising the opposing side.
Yeah, and I like how you mentioned about the draft, right? Because the draft, I think, would be quite crucial coming into this series as well. What will be the picks? What will be the bans? As we've seen from the prior series, from Team Philippines up against Team Singapore, I think it will heavily rely on what the coaches would go after. Is this a team fight composition? Is it a pickoff composition? There is a lot of variety overall when it comes to these setups for the teams to execute.
Yeah, I want to see them play on to their strengths. It's always has been this aggressive Vietnam and Philippines that we already know. We also saw a glimmer of hope on how Singapore played a while ago. So Cambodia, it feels like they are not on the radar of these big teams. So that's a blessing for them, because they can surprise anyone at any moment, and this is the perfect time for them to run onto the upper bracket and face out Philippines if ever that they push down Vietnam onto the lower bracket. And each region giving or showing their strengths, and Cambodia is yet to show, and at what cost, we might say, because we are really let's say into the dark of how well Cambodia is going to perform this time around.
Yeah, it's more of a mystery, right? And I think that will be a double-edged sword as well. I think the mystery coming into the games, into the team as well, would put quite a surprise of a show here today in SEA Games. And if they can defeat Vietnam, I think that will be putting out a statement here in SEA Games that they can perform at the highest level. This time around, though, any expectations, Cyrus, when it comes to the picks and bans? Maybe a champion that you favor coming through for this specific series?
Well, I think as we know, Keno as one of the players, or as the team utilizes a Thresh. So I believe that we might see a downtime onto the Nautilus, and you might want to be more favorable onto that Thresh. But you gotta respect Not Guy, because you know that Zoe has always been right there. You're always being picked mid lane or bot lane, and the portal, you can be easily caught off with a good depth charge, as well as the Kazakhs. We saw those plays from Tan onto the previous match, that it is fully utilized as an assassin, and depth charge is there. but I want to shake things up. I want to go for a bit of a, let's say, a throwback with a possible Rakan Saya combo. Are we going to see a surprise marksman domination on a Kaisa, or we're still going to stick with the pressing arrows or the bombs from the Zigs? So as how I echo the audience or the other viewers that we do really miss the marksman era.
We will see, because right now this is the draft for series number 2, game number 1, Vietnam up against Cambodia, with Senna being the prio ban for the side of VN.
And as we're going to see here, Infinity, indeed, it will going to be Akeno, no Duck B for now, and he is one of the playmakers in Vietnam that I've seen countless times make shaking things off. And with the BMM as one of the consistent mid laners in the region, this will be a tall task for Cambodia to try and nullify the gameplay, or let's say the playmaking skills of these two members.
Yeah, and at the moment, we have a bit of a standard dance coming through, Cyrus. We have Senna, Wukong removed from the table, Camille, potentially Aatrox, something similar. You have Jace as well, still open for any of these two teams to ban away or pick up. That could be options for both the sides, with Aatrox now being removed.
And interestingly, we're not going to see Sen as well. No Camille, no Aatrox. Much understandable. You have the flex, you have the jungle domination, and paired it up with a really good sustain support. Definitely Aatrox is a raid boss. So right now, removing another assassin onto the hands of Cambodia. No Akali, but we might see Zed.
That could be an option as well. I think Akali being banned away by VN is a really, really strong ban here, considering its potential to play and get those kills in the back lines, which is really, really important. So removing these champions means that, yeah, Vietnam having that potential, maybe pick up the Zigs, maybe pick up something really, really strong when it comes to the damage output with the lack of defensive capacity. But we'll see though.
Zoe is out of the board, so less of those artillery paddle star, and of course coming in with the summoner spells pickup that boosted all this playmaking and skills of spamming skills for a Zoe first pick. We have this inside joke, of course, Infinity, the into the skies.
Oh yeah.
Into the underground, because there are some moments that a Jace player, when he's going ham onto or going into the skies, that's already a hard commitment, an over commitment sometimes per se, that kind of cause much of those team fights. So Vietnam, they are a disciplined team. They are going to take advantage of those shock blasts. But shocking indeed, as Cambodia will have their own nukes with the Inner Flame mantra. And of course, not gonna be removed and not gonna be picked from Akeno. We have Nautilus.
Yeah, Karma Nautilus right out of the gate for Cambodia. And this is something of an interesting pick here in this early type of setup. I think at this point, you have huge utility for Team Cambodia at this point. And now Team Vietnam is now on the struggle. What can we pick up? And Yone is a really strong pick for them that can set up plays and can dominate the games.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that Cambodia didn't really go for the Yone first pick, as Karma might can be actually come in onto the much latter part of the picks. But you know, they highly prioritize this, and the power spike with a single item, it speaks volume on how well Cambodia can utilize this, especially onto the team fight, especially with a mantra inspired to entirely shut down any incoming damage onto the shock blast. But you have the Gragas onto the opposing side, and this will be a big of an issue, because as Karma, you want to move as a unit, you want to rotate, you want to go for those plays, but an explosive cask, it might be a re-engage or disengage factor that they need to consider.
Yeah, and the thing is, considering the first three picks of Cambodia, Gragas is a really strong pick here, or a really strong support coming for VN. You have Karma, you have Nautilus, you have Fiora. These are champions that want to go in and you want to go on to fight. And having that disengage tool means that Cambodia's team fighting will get scattered around, and that will give them so much advantage later on. We'll see though, because the draft is not over. Ziggs removed
Yeah.
from the champion pool.
But how do you read this, Infinity? Because Gragas is being played onto the Baron lane, or do you want to put him onto the support just to nullify the Nautilus or something?
It really depends at that point, right? Like,
Yeah,
what
I mean,
could-
yeah, I do get you. I wanted to play it onto the support, but I'm much worried if they're going to play this onto the Baron lane for the reason that you have Fiora and definitely consume those fats, can go for the weak points, and that would be a big problem to them.
For sure.
Can be reposed with the body slam or to the explosive cask. So I believe you really want Akeno as one of the playmakers. Can be played. Gragas, but we saw Cambodia removing two of this, let's say, the ones who's letting damage fly all around. The bombs and the arrows will be removed as the last two bans. As for Vietnam, they removed the Kazakhs.
Yeah, I think that's good coming from Cambodia, removing the Varus and the Ziggs, considering we're still missing the huge damage dealer in the bottom lane. So it is a punish that Cambodia wants up against Gen.
And so no Shren. You don't want those cross plays. You don't want those map-to-map movements, and one of the teams that's really can use that or can surprise that once you funnel all of the damage from a Fiora or a split push Fiora with a Shen that might win those, let's say, 1v1s. But having the Renekton onto their side, this will be a big of a question because there's two options for the jungle. You can go for a Fiora or the Renekton, or you can go onto the Baron. You can definitely play it onto the mid lane. There's so many options for now to Cambodia to shake things up if ever that Vietnam finalizes their team comp.
And right now, they could also go for the Corki, but instead picks up the Garen. And this makes it so much more interesting to look out for who will go into the bottom lane and who will go into the mid lane. For Cambodia, they picked up Diana, which is a very untraditional pick.
Okay, so we are asking a while ago what is the curveball coming in from Cambodia to change or to surprise Vietnam. And with all of those mentioned champions, as all of those champions that has been picked, mostly every time, every game, we're going to see a Diana. And at this point, there's no turning back. Once you commit onto the team fight, it's all of them making sure to layer those CCs, find the targets. They don't have huge of an ult. They are mostly relying onto the 1v1s or the burst coming in from Renekton or the Karma. So that's what I'm scared of. What's the follow-up after the ult of Diana? And I think that will be a problem, especially that you have a Garen onto the side of Vietnam.
Yeah, I think it will also be like an old fest coming overall, because right now, if you're looking at the overall face value of the draft, is that they don't have any ADCs, they don't have any particular champions that could deal burst amount of damage, no mage champions coming in to their draft as well. It's all about going for the all-in, going for the engage, more towards team fighting. Now the question is, can they execute with a Gragas in mind for the draft of VN?
Yeah, and going back to your point, Gragas onto VN, it means that whenever you wanted to execute as a Moonfall coming in from fake AD, they can just easily disengage with the explosive cask and go for a reset of the fight. So I'm much worried that Cambodia, for the last pick, they kept this Diana at the last pick. I'm not sure if it will be worth it. I was hoping that it will be, but looking all of those champions Infinity, who do you think is going to snag game 1?
It is going to be a hard time for Cambodia. So I'm looking at Vietnam, who will be able, or who I think will be able to take it down for game number 1. However, it's still on the air here because right now it is still a possible scenario for Cambodia to have that team fight potential that they could win.
And I want to believe Cambodia can get through Vietnam. We love every underdog stories, and this is the time for really Cambodia to prove themselves at this point. And let's see if how well Y1 with his Yone being played, is he going to deliver? As we kind of miss Meliodas here, but you know. It happens. We need to shift some subs and get those experiences. And I believe that Vietnam is really capable on turning things around. And with their draft, they somehow looking good compared to Cambodia, as there are so many layerings that you need to consider to Cambodia, while VN is pretty straightforward. You have a Gary, you have a Yone and Riven. It's just a one-way trip to hell.
Oh, well, at that point, it kind of does do that, but we'll see, because right now we have a 3-man roam coming in from Vietnam, looking to get that kill onto Rim, but the tower hug with so much sustainability as well is not an easy target to pull off. And I think at this point, with so much shields potential coming in from Cambodia with Karma and Nautilus, I think it is also an expectation for Vietnam to at least buy a Serpent's Fang.
Yes, and that damage against shields, as we're going to see a lot of those on to Nautilus and the Karma. You have also the Pale Cascade. So indeed, a good point wherein you need to consider a Serpent's Fang. Overall, we're trying to settle down for now as a 2-minute mark. They tried going into Rin, but you gotta respect how tanky the Baron lane currently is on for both teams.
Yeah, and right now we have Akino body slam onto Miseng. Not go through for an all-in engage with Nautilus just around the corner. Look at fake AD as well. You have the flash, you have the ulti ready as well. Depth charge is in. Bench line to connect. Akino is the target. And you have Jim going into the back. Seed from Taku will secure the first blood.
That's not what you want as Cambodia. You saw fake AD already turned his back. He still popped off his dominance. Jim went in too hard for a tower dive. That's initially a bit of a late. There was an off timing. Already throw the dredge line, the depth charge, but on the bottom, he can survive.
We'll be able to retreat. Yeah.
So pretty sure as he was able to save himself, but going back on to the previous one, as it's an interesting execution, as Rin already heard every ability that he got. He already dropped the dredge line, depth charge, even dropping the anchor. But it feels like fake AD at the moment that let's say the opponent ran away, there's no point. And on the mid lane,
there's a 3-man gang coming from Vietnam, and it's just over with an explosive cast. For the CCs coming from Y1, you also have Jace coming right through. No escape for Ken.
and that's the difference, Infinity, as why we are respecting Cerberus, the snappy decision making. You saw no hesitation in that one, and even Taku.
Oh, wow! You can't dive in too deep. It is Taku who has the range, who has the CCs that can go and take the kill, which he did right now.
BMM?
Yeah, AD roaming around, targeting onto BMM, but that's a Garen.
Whenever I wanted to explain something, Vietnam is going in for the play. So we are missing a lot of those actions of me explaining of those. But yeah, it's really getting intense for the side of Vietnam as they are calling the shots. Dragon Fight Infinity.
Yeah, Ren going in for the drench line, connects onto Jace. It is the stun, it is the exhaust, and that will be the perspective for CAM to take a kill. But that is not enough. As you have Vietnam taking the Rift Herald in their favor, and that bought time for Y1 to be able to go and respond into this Drake. But you have the 3-man body slam coming in. And this is the CC that Vietnam wants with a Fate Shield as well. It is over for each and every single member for Cambodia. Jim, the only one left standing, hovering on top of the hill, on top of the Infernal Drake. With the Rift Herald pushing in mid lane though, this is huge gold value for Vietnam.
He has a back-to-back and he is not going to stop. Genza found Jim lurking onto the brushes. You have the shock blast. Last one.
Go for the chase, gets one hit, and that will be the kill for Genza.
I was expecting for him to finish it quickly, but a really good side step coming in from Jim. And as what you mentioned, a huge win from Vietnam as we saw the Rift Herald mowing down the mid lane, even reaching the second tier tower. It already started on a 4 versus 5, but that Garen, oh my, BMM was able to target lock onto missing, and even the Dimash Injustice went over the wall because he can't really escape the swords of the big sword of Garen. So I think it's overall a really good movement coming in from Vietnam. Good decision making. Cambodia, they need to stop the bleeding as they are losing a lot of the fights. They're losing a lot of skirmishes, and even the objective are slipping into their hands.
BMM is the target. There are 3 people looking to kill him. Let's see if they can execute.
I'm not sure if this is a good though.
We'll see. Jim has the ultimate, you have the dominance, you have the CCs, but you have the Fate Shield into the backside. Y1 will be able to set up the play. The counter engage is happening. No opportunity for Cambodia to even set up their play.
Why someone would really go for a Garen? Yes, it will be a 3 versus 1, but you gotta respect the guy. And another one?
Explosive cap, body stamp, isolates Rin, and that will be over with the Dimash Injustice getting the finishing blow. Y1 though, it's not over. It is knocked off onto Ken, and that is just so much damage from Yoni.
Oh my goodness. They are delivering blows after blows, left hook and right hook. And everyone is being pinched down onto the side of Cambodia. They are losing themselves along the process, as we already saw from miles away. Vietnam wants to go for that huge play, and they didn't escape. At that point, they didn't respect.
Another isolation. Akino and Genza's power just exceeded expectation. This is the kill for them. However,
whoa!
AD to go back and retreat. That will in turn be a 1-for-1 overall.
I mean, going back on to the previous clash, apart from a really good isolation from both sides, the top tower or the Baron Lane tower, they supposedly surrendered at that part, already went away, already bailed themselves out, and then just proceed on defending the second tower, because there's no way that they can defend themselves with 4 members already getting those much needed items, already got the damage, and with explosive cast again and again, as how Akeno is isolating every target. Cambodia needs to be wary of their positioning, as there's so many angles that Vietnam is moving right now, and they are moving it again.
Explosive gas, a very good setup coming in from Vietnam, and that is a double kill for Y1 with a finishing blow from BMM onto the 3rd kill, and that is the power of Vietnam. High time, wait for the response, take those kills.
Oh, cool.
Rampage.
Not gonna stop anytime, Infinity. After every fight, they are going to fight any 1v1s at this point. As yummy as a takoyaki, was able to deliver Ken outside again of this game, and you can see the Rift Herald headbutting, of course, the mid lane even further, reaching the 3rd tower, and there's no way Cambodia can bounce back onto this.
Most value that you can get from Rift Herald, 2 turrets down, already scared from Vietnam. A lot of prio into the mid lane.
Oh.
And now though, Cambodia looking for that engage. Grand line onto BMM. A good body block for Cambodia to disable their engage. And now the Fate Shield goes for the double man knockup. dominates the rift.
Dominate indeed. And fights after fight, we thought that they're going to bail out after the mid lane take. No, they're going to set up death brushes, and they are delivering once again more advantage into their own. And this snowball might be leading on a death ball as we are sitting on a 17-2 for coming 11 minutes. And we also have the Drake, and we are losing a lot of objective. And Cambodia, they need to reset. They need to answer the wake-up call, because at this point, it's not looking good. It's not looking that they can just bounce back. As much as I want to see it at an angle that they have their own win condition, a 7-2 is really far off at this point. They need to win how many clashes? Infinity 2-3 just to make sure to bounce back. And here comes another one.
Unbound with a Fate Shield onto Rin, Drench line onto a wall. Will not be enough to take that kill though, but you have that Shock Blast from Jay. Genza taking that kill. The power of Vietnam being shown here. C game.
Hello?
Time for one more kill. The knockup is there. So long down the two net. CC coming in from Y1, securing down Ken. And now their perspective is to lock in onto the inhibitor in the bottom lane. Will change target, turnaround
Laser
for Garen.
sword.
BMM attempting that kill. You have Taku into the backside as well. Looking
That's
to get
cleanup.
everything that he can. The trade is there, but that is enough for making it here into the very first game. Fate still knocks up on the last member for Cambodia. The ace is secured. The Nexus will fall, and Vietnam strikes first. See games here in the very first series.
Somehow, let's say a landslide onto onto the mid game to late game, but it's just Vietnam who's playing into their strengths. They somehow tried to be more aggressive onto the early game, but when they saw the possibilities of the lineup of Cambodia, they tried to run it slower. But at this point, we already saw the Garen, and how many melees that you got onto the Cambodia that can be faced off with the Garen onto the Hull Breaker. Even though this game might reach miles, a Hull Breaker, Garen will cause havoc, and BMM will just make sure to steal every towers, every gold at this point. There's so many attention onto that Garen, which is last pick, comparing onto the Diana, that not even a single moonfall that kind of changed the tides of the game. So I'm not really sure if this is the good call for Cambodia, and the draft is not really, let's say, convincing to play up against on par with the aggression delivered by Vietnam.
Yeah, and it was a bit interesting because on top of the draft being an all melee type of setup with a Gragas already in play for the side of Vietnam, it was a Diana that is full AP. Luden's Echo, the Rabadon's Zcap. The expectations was that you have the Rod of Ages going into maybe the Lich Bane as well to produce a lot of damage and a bit more sustainability to come into fights. But I think the perspective there is to have that huge burst of damage with the follow-ups coming for the rest of the team, which I think is a really hard thing to do, especially if you have a Gragas in the opposing side.
Yeah, and that's why there's big question mark onto the last pick, Diana, because the third pick already, you have a Gragas, and a single moonfall isn't gonna be the only factor that can change the whole game, the whole lineup. As once you miss a single moonfall, everyone is a single target. A Fiora, definitely yes, you have a grand challenge, but how quickly you can pop off on a single target with a Garen onto the front. You have also the Renekton, which is also somehow a single target, not unless you want to use the call the Miko with Dominus. That will be a really good punch into the face. But considering that you have this single skill that can just destroy all of your game plan, Explosive Cask, definitely you know that there's something wrong already onto the lineup. And yeah, we already gave a benefit of the doubt that this lineup might work, but we can already see the first few seconds onto the early game why you gotta respect this Gragas pick.
Yeah, it was really amazing from Akino, consistently playing around the map, playing around the team, and consistently giving those opportunities to take those kills for Vietnam. And even then, I have to tip my hats on onto Y1. Those executes, those fate sealed like display, it was phenomenal from Vietnam. It was crazy to think about. And I think at that point, you really have to think about what do we need to ban. I think Yone is one that is up there because at this point you don't want to give that opportunity for Y1 to pick up. And I think change in draft would be that perspective for Cambodia here for the second game.
Yeah, definitely. I'm really expecting a good, let's say, going back onto their comfort pick just to know, to give back that morale that loses on to game one. And as what you've said, Yone has been one of the biggest factor even in from WRL, even on those major leagues that we are seeing, and especially onto Y1 as a spell as Yone also. This is his comfort champion. So you need to play on par, a comfort to comfort play, and then from there on you just have to tread lightly because Vietnam, they really did a good job onto their drafting that isn't complex. It's just a one-way trip. As I mentioned a while ago, they can just play onto the setups. They can play onto those isolations, onto those kidnaps, and they can play onto the duels. Two champions can play on a split push with Taku and BMM. So there's really more flavor onto the side of Vietnam. As Cambodia wants to be spicy with a Diana pick, there's no huge angle for an opening that they can go for a huge 5v5 because most of the Vietnam champions can play onto those side lane pushes, especially a Jace.
Yeah, nevertheless though, it is a breath of fresh air on the draft for Cambodia, and I think they really did a good attempt into this game number one. At the end of the day, it is still a best of 5 series, so a lot more ways to go to secure that series win. So a lot more opportunities for Cambodia to make it back. And of course, the MVP, as we keep on talking about, the plays, the magnificent setups, is Y1 with Ione.
Oh, 61% kill participation, and what a juicy damage per minute. He keeps on landing those fate sealed again and again, and that's not just for a single person. That's for 2 to 3 person at every team fight, at every clash, at every skirmish, and it costs a lot of those damages from Team Cambodia. So they kind of need to be, let's say, to ban this champion, or if they want to keep it open, they need to be wary. They need to look for the right champion to entirely counter the aggression from that Yone.
Yeah, so we'll see if the draft will change. Is there something that would be different coming into the second game of this series? Will Cambodia be able to snatch away a game and make it an even level playing field when it comes to the series standings? And so far, Osiris, I'm really, really excited. But for now, we're going to take a short break. That is game number 1 of the second series with Cambodia up against Vietnam. Don't go away. Welcome back, everyone, to the 30-second SEA Games featuring League of Legends Wild Drift. Game number 2 of the second series with Cambodia up against Vietnam, and Vietnam taking a first game already. Osiris, we're back.
Yes, more Wild Rift action as we are seeing up until this point as coming in hard on to second series that convincing games all across the board, and
Yeah.
there's a big reason why. We already discussed the history of each teams from series 1 up to series 2, and Cambodia has yet to prove the home court advantage is there, and we are still waiting for that effect, for that X factor to surprise us. And of course, Vietnam isn't going to let that happen easily. You know that Cambodia is being challenged. My heart would still be voting to Cambodia. I want them to put up a really good fight.
We'll see, because right now it's game number 2, and I definitely would think that there would be some changes when it comes to the draft or even the execution this time around for game 2. So maybe Cambodia could take a win up against Vietnam and equalize the series so far. But right now, what can we expect here, Osiris, when it comes to maybe the champions that could be picked up instead here for game 2?
Well, yeah, as we discussed a while ago, that let's be honest, that Diana pick is really in question for the reason that it was a 5th pick, and that last slot for the pick is always important. Always has been the one who's going to change the game, because you already got all the complete lineup wherein you can just adjust anything, and a Diana onto that setup isn't really looking good as there are less of a wombo combos that you can layer or pair it up with. So I'm not sure what's the missing piece on that, and if you really wanted to play onto the high octane on layering it with the Karma AP or movement speed, you could have gone with an easy setup champion. You can definitely go for an Oriana accompanied by a Moonfall or a Karma with a different mid laner that's still, we can say, or a different jungler that would still bring a really good utility, just to make sure that you can just mix and match on those every team fight. And Vietnam in a good read. You already got 3 champions that can go for a split push: a Jace, a Fiora, and I believe what was the last one? Yone. So there's so many pressure onto the side lanes, and Cambodia can really do so much because the draft is mostly leaning towards team fight prowess. Yes, you have a Renekton and a Fiora that can answer those, but not convincing early game. You're already losing 2 champions onto that team fight.
All right, we'll see if that will change here today. Cambodia versus Vietnam. Game number 2 when it comes to the picks and bans. You have the Prio already locked in. Zoe removed. Gragas and Camille removed as well from the champion pool.
And this is something that we discussed also, that the Gragas will be the X factor, as it opens a lot of opportunities on how the movements of Vietnam on looking for those easy targets, easy team fights, and the snowball. We are still waiting for the Yone band, to be honest, or is it going to be Cambodia going for that first pick? Because the first pick, Jace, is being removed by them as they have different plans using onto their first pick. And Vietnam, what would be the last ban? And they're still going in for that Senna.
Yeah, I think this is a really good option for them. Removing this Senna will force Cambodia to pick something else. However, there is still a lot of options. They could go for Fiora if they want to have that prio into the top lane. They could also pick something else up. It really depends on what they're going for. And Yone, I believe, would be a significant pick here for Cambodia.
Yes, exactly. So we are going to see, instead of them banning it, they're the ones who's going to use it. We might see it on Jim or Fake AD, and I believe this will be coming in from Fake AD, as it might be looking fake, but he might be the one who's even more utilized on using this, as we saw Jungle Yone dominating. And we are seeing a lot of trades here in Infinity. The Nautilus will be coming into Akeno this time, and the Fiora as well.
And this is what we're talking about a while ago. Fiora can be locked in the first rotations because it gives you a little bit more power in the top lane up against the opposing champions, and it also gives you a lot more flexibility towards the next couple of pickups. Right now, though, Cambodia is going to lock in onto a Galio for that easy setup later on.
Yes, and this is really one of those good pickups, as this can be a really good, let's say, layering or another combo that we might see once they use the Fate Sealed Galio with the protection. And they already saw the possibilities of Team Vietnam onto those early dives, early plays, and a response from El Galio will help a lot. They would still keep the croc into their hands. Cambodia will be still going ham onto that Renekton. As for Vietnam, what would be the next pick, as they can easily go for their jungler, which is Lee Sin. So we are showing the sleeves onto their hands on both junglers, Ione and Lee Sin.
Yeah, and Lee Sin being locked in by Vietnam, I think, is also a signal what Vietnam really wants to do here for this
Yeah.
draft. Have that early game advantage, have that early game power to snowball all throughout the game. And I think that would be something that the viewers can expect later on. However, right now, when it comes to the bans, Varus has been removed.
Yes, exactly. And there might be a Ziggs onto the first, onto the next bands. But as what you've mentioned a while ago, Infinity, seeing the blind man Lee Sin going into this draft, they want a high tempo early game. They want those dives even more efficient. Remember, this is a Nautilus, and you have a Fiora that you want to go on a snowball. And we saw 2 minutes on the previous match. They are banking on to a 3-man dive. So it means that they are even more equipped with the damage and with the mobility that they got, that they can easily get away with it. And I'm expecting that they want to even break the bones of Renekton to avoid it onto the scaling part. So this will be a Fiora Renekton might be centric type of gank, as we saw already that BMM and Genza can really hold their lane with no problem.
Yeah, could definitely be. And right now, with Yumi being removed, it is quite an interesting ban here coming from VM. But I think that option would be to remove the potential for that funnel or for the hyper carry for Cambodia to be present here
Shen is
in this
open.
game. Too, Shen, as you've said, it is open, but I think that would be much more preferable for Cambodia to lock it in. We'll see though, as Corki will be the pick for Vietnam to be their damage dealer.
Yes, and Shen might be. I said it's open and a possibility for Cambodia, but in which lane? Because already we saw the Baron lane onto the Renekton, and not unless you wanted to play it onto the mid lane, which is not the best idea, as we have yet to see what BMM is going to pick. And as what we are seeing onto the trades, they are the one who's going to use the Karma. And damage dealer wise, we are going to see the missiles of Corki on a good distance. This
wow.
time, a Garen.
This time around, they're going for, on what I can say, a similar type of draft.
Oh no.
Wait, Yumi was open. It was VIE who got banned. This makes it so much more interesting. I love it.
They are highly mobile, and definitely they can escape the lineup of sending those finger hearts right there. And yeah, going back onto the my point, they can just kite around with the Garen, but you have the movement speed, you have the slice and dice, you have the Justice Punch, highly mobile, I must say, for Cambodia still. But Vietnam with the Valkyrie and those slides coming in from Fiora. I mean, I'd rather, this is a really good draft from Cambodia compared to game one. I'd be honest about it, but Vietnam, it feels like they're going in again for a high tempo play.
Well, it definitely is much better, right? Because you're now removing like the Gragas potential to just cancel the engage, and now pretty much the only thing that could stop you is how would Y1 play this out, how how Genza would play this out as well with the Nautilus with a depth charge. Those utilizations of ultimates from these champions would be quite crucial into denying how Cambodia wants to play this game too.
Yeah, and with the setup that we are seeing at Cambodia, we are seeing a good ray of hope, a good light, and at this point,
Mhm.
I am really going on to pick Cambodia to win this game too.
Well, we'll see, because right now it is the start of game number 2. Welcome everybody into the Rift. But right now, right out of the gate, Osiris, I want to put up a quick question. Nautilus
What is
with
that?
Ayumi. What are your thoughts on these duo?
We already saw the possibilities of a Nautilus, and this is going back to League of Legends PC in the hands of FPX Doinb, and we are going to see it at Wild Rift at Genza and Vietnam. And as much as we are saying to spice things up with the Diana pick this time, a Nautilus onto the bottom lane. I'm not sure what to feel about this, but I think that they are aware of their choices right now. I'm
Yeah,
excited.
and,
I'm excited to see it pop off.
I'm excited as well. It is a bit different from what we have seen so far here in SEA Games, but from my expectations, that will be a potential AP Yuumi that would deal so much damage later on, but it numb to have the Yuumi in their slot. Maybe that's the perspective that Y1 is there, so that maybe it could balance things out, because Yuumi, for those of you who doesn't know, is not really the greatest champion when it comes to the first 5 minutes, first 8 minutes into the game.
Yeah, I was expecting that they're going in for a damage of Nautilus, but seeing the aftershock and of course Yumi onto the board, it means that they're kind of shifting the damage dealer onto the Yumi as per se. But overall, I think this is a really good start for Cambodia, but changed my mind.
Genza tanking the damage from the turret, gets the root in, but the CCs. And you have Lee Sin following up with those damage outputs. That will be the first blood for the side of Team Vietnam.
Yeah, and as what you mentioned a while ago, they just want the shock absorber, and it feels like this is the idea of the Nautilus for the reason that they're going up against a Karma and a Galio. It means that one Justice Punch, one good taunt can definitely change the tides of the game, and you need a tanky champion to definitely sustain the lane. They can just be passive about it and go for their each other's farm by capitalizing on how slow the bottom lane is. You are building a really good mid shield. Yes, there is no Yumi onto the bot lane as it is accompanied by Taco, but this is the goal of the Fiora, starting things off again in teams.
Wow, and that is a 2v2 with Akano here, riding on Taku. And I think Taku's mechanical prowess has been showing time and time again on top lane from the engages from Rin being cancelled by the repose, and that just opens up a huge bag of opportunity for Vietnam to be able to punish the duo top lane from Cambodia.
Yes, and the punish has been being delivered as they need to go back and go for a regen, but Rin, that's definitely a dangerous face check. Although missing is close, you still want not to go for a trade or easy kill for that Fiora. We're still seeing Genza just sustaining the lane. As mentioned, there's no problem on this guy, on this big fella. He can just play onto the wave clear and just go back, go for the reset, play it really well onto the wave management, and he will be definitely safe. We already discussed into the draft that it's the focus will be shifting onto the Baron lane.
Yeah, quite
And look at-
definitely.
We have a replay. Ooh,
Oh, silence onto a minion. That was
a
unfortunate.
missed opportunity.
Yeah, right now though, you have the Yumi going for the ultimate as well, rooting, slowing down the enemy team, but you have Taku, so much mobility built into himself, and that will secure fake AD, and now Lee Sin follows through with the kick, with the Sonic Wave. That's a double for Vietnam.
Oh, tower dive, Infinity. This is a bad news for missing.
Dab charge, Sonic Wave follows through, that's another kill for the team.
Officially missing you as he went down again and again, and we are they are proving our point. We're in the Taku is most likely the champion or the player that needs to snowball with the huge attention given onto the Baron lane. Despite of having the dragon, they are not backing down. They just want to secure might be a really good Rift Herald play, as once again, they are good at their macros.
Big AD is the target, Soul Unbound. If he comes down, that is the target for Vietnam. And now the jungler is gone, followed up by missing Imran as well. They removed Ken, and that is just Vietnam erasing the members of Team Cambodia from that fight.
As quick as a snap, we already saw 4 members going down, losing again a Rift Herald, and they are opening the mid lane, and this will open up the whole map. And no response coming in from Cambodia. They are starting to bleed once again, and they are looking for those openings that they can capitalize on to bounce themselves back. But as much as we gave a lot of commendations onto the draft that they made, it feels like it's not working because of the tempo that Y1 is completely dominating or making his presence felt. And another fight.
Yeah, is there
Package.
three people looking to kill him, but fake AD goes for the fatal with BMM with a fast movement. Will be able to dodge that ultimate from Yoni.
EMM, he is really slippery. This guy knows how to escape from all of those crimes that he's doing, putting a lot of damage, trying to go for a split push. And what's the ending? He's going to escape. He's going to bait out that easily.
Once again, this
At
is
this
a
time?
3v2 to
Oh,
make
wow.
it. As you have Cambodia's 3 members looking to get that kill onto BMM. However, it's just too tanky with the Triforce.
They missed the embrace. And with this snare from the Yumi's final chapter. Oh, this might be different, Infinity. A change
on the Taku.
story.
But right now, we're looking here in the bottom lane as well. That is a double kill for Y1.
No, they're crumbling.
Too much damage, Osiris. Too much damage. Too much gold.
I mean,
And-
as how damaging it is, we are being caught off guard, even the observers of what to see, because Vietnam, they are on high octane play right now. You can see plays east coast to west coast.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's fight happening in the bottom lane. There's fight happening on top lane. This is the power of Vietnam, and I think the reason why they can do that is because of the advantage that they have. Right? They have what 13k gold lead in 8 minutes into the matchup, which is really big.
Yeah, with that single, let's say that the momentum starters from Vietnam is when they jumped at the Baron lane, making sure to clear it at that point. It was already a huge advantage to them, and you can see Y1, he is sitting on to 7-0. This Lee Sin is putting in his pedal to the metal. He's looking for those key targets, and right now, a different target. This might be the first kill.
Goes for the ton. Taku launch over the wall. This
way.
can't be happening. Y1,
Can
Sonic
he
Wave though.
escape?
He is exhausted, but still jumps in. It denies from fake AD with a knockoff, but you have Yumi still putting on a lot of sustain. Now Taku into the right flank though, will be able to secure it. Legendary
my
already for Y1.
goodness.
And that is the power of Vietnam, turning things around from a deficit into an advantage from that team fight.
Oh my goodness, Taco lived with 3 members already. That's the 3 big guys of Cambodia. Even investing Heroes entrance from Rin. And they are not getting any good cost out of it. And you can see even Genza right now, tanky as fake AD. He got the Yone, but it is not the same as the threatening one, as the one who's delivering those damage. This is a really big slump for Cambodia as of this point, and they kind of need to look for a single win, or let's say a huge team fight to strike fear into the hearts of Vietnam and take it slow, but they are
Oh.
invading all over Infinity.
Rocket Barrage coming from BMM has produced so much damage. Now Yumi comes into Y1, produces a lot of damage. Will be able to get an execute into one. That's just too much power. Removing the jungler at this stage of the game is so important, as a Rift Herald will be taken by Vietnam uncontested.
Yes, Shelly wants to go back to his place before entirely being executed by Vietnam. But going back onto that point, you can see this guy being slippery. Dragon's Rage into the face, that execution, and just runs away. I mean, we're seeing a lot of escapes from Vietnam. It feels like we are watching Money Heist right now. This is a broad daylight. They're stealing kills after kills and getting away with it.
Yeah, and it's really difficult right now for Cambodia to be able to make it back into this game number 2, despite having a Yone in their draft, which is a bit of a late game investment, because it's not all about the gold lead that Vietnam has at 17k gold lead, but rather you also have another extra layer of level advantage.
Yeah, and this is not just all about the money, the levels, or the game per se. It is already a statement at this point, reaching to game 2 with a 0-15. Cambodia needs to reset once again. They need to get back onto their old selves.
Oh, it is Y1's damage is too much.
Poppin'.
Sonic Wave, Dragon's Kick, everything's being ported out, and now it's fake AD wanting to go for a temporary kill, but Fate Seal will not contest this. Will be casted by Y1, and that is an in-hit turret being targeted by Vietnam down to the ground.
Not of a problem, as they are still going inside the Heaven's Door. They are eyeing onto the 3rd-tier tower, but right now this is looking grim for Cambodia, and I'm not seeing any angles right now. As much as I love them, this is a tough space to be in. They need to win how many clashes up to this point to entirely just bounce back. You have the level gaps, you have the map being dark. They are having a hard time shooting into the dark or looking for those plays, and you can see how confident Y1 is, even dropping the Rift Herald before fulfilling the kick from the Sonic Wave. And you can see here a good outplay already coming in from fake AD, but 2 steps ahead turns golden to protect himself.
Could definitely be. I mean, the power of Vietnam is being shown here for game number 2. Y1 in the forefront of this matchup, gets a Dragon's Rage, 2-man knock, 2-man CC. Genza being following up, fake AD, fate sealed, but there is just no damage from Cambodia, and Vietnam will dominate and erase each and every single members of this team. 1 down, 1 more to go, as Ken will be the last man standing, but not for long. Vietnam will get the ace, the Nexus is open, and this is a game-ending push. They're breaking it down one by one as they will take the 2nd game of the series.
Well played for both of the teams. It's just that still Vietnam asserting their dominance with a really good statement game, with 1 kill being given up onto Cambodia. Oh my, this will be a huge task for them. This will be a big role to fill in if they really wanted to bounce back and get those momentum back onto their hands, shifting the tides of the game. As Vietnam, at this point, Infinity, it feels like no one's stopping them.
I mean, momentum, their power, their rotations, I think all around Their playstyle is so magnificent, playing and being showcased here on Sea Games at the moment. And Osiris, is there any perspective that we could change coming into game number 3 that would have that hope and would have that opportunity for Cambodia to take a win up against VN?
Early game, Infinity, that's the way, and that's the only way, because once they survive the early game, they can definitely go up with those dragon plays, with the objective. It feels like up onto the laning phase already when Vietnam started things off or started playing their game. Cambodia is losing their grip, and they are losing the momentum. Their composure is crumbling down up to the point that they're having a hard time executing what they want. They should be changing already their mindset up to this point, because they already drafted really good. It's just that they're missing the mark on how to survive on each lane, because all of those lanes coming in from Vietnam, they are winning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the draft overall quite unique actually for Vietnam to pick up the Yumi, Nautilus, but at the end of the day, I think their perspective is let's go funnel by one, and here in the early game they snowballed it really really well, and it's just that point we're in. There's no coming back.
Indeed, and at this up to this point, there's so many questions lingering about around Cambodia as the home court. Right now, we're not seeing the performance that we are expecting. To be honest, I mean, as much as we are saying that they are the underdogs for now, they should be putting in doubling exactly the effort that they're giving out right now, because this is something that you need to work on along the way. You need to adapt. You need to shift gears, because Vietnam, it feels like they're not going easy on this. They're not committing those mistakes that can be punishable easily. And when they go ham onto their mid game to late game, it's already the end to do something about it. So early game is only the window for Cambodia to do something about it, and having a high tempo Lee Sin jungler, it's just a matter of time for them to finish their job.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think the perspective when it comes to the draft as well is to maybe give away onto Karma, pick up something like Gragas for yourselves to deny those potential
Yeah, exactly.
engages coming from Y1, and to pick up the damage dealer. Because consistently, time and time again, from game 1 and game 2, from what we have seen, is that they're constantly going for the Karma Nautilus, the Karma, and then you have another Bruiser as one of the champions that we could expect, but it's not being that most optimal situation for them because they're lacking damage consistent.
As how scary as it is, you only have fake AD who's reaching the almost 8k threshold of damage, and you can see Genza. He is way above that Ione, and they already know what Ione is capable of. One good thing that they can change this is they need to always make sure, or do they need to be one step further on taking the Rift Herald, because one good thing about Vietnam is they are utilizing the Rift Herald pretty well. They are dropping it again and again onto the mid lane as they want more freedom. They want to rotate around the map. They want those dread brushes. They want to make plays, denying all of the resources. So definitely you choose. You want to protect your mid lane, as what we're seeing from the higher leagues, that they are giving a huge emphasis on protecting it, or you can play onto the Rift Herald just to make sure that the macro rotations can be effective onto your side. But MVP, still, you got Y1 onto that Lee Sin, this time pushing it even further, 76% kill participation.
Yeah, I mean, he is the forefront for the consistent team fights that Vietnam was participating on. And I think he really deserves the MVP this time around for game number 2. But I'm really excited. Game 3, would it change the tides of the series? Would it be the time for Cambodia to make it back? That is the question right now. But I think game 1 and game 2, Vietnam, the dominance being shown here in the Rift is something that we can expect once again later on.
Yeah, and this momentum that they're going to bring, if ever that they're going to pass Cambodia up to this point, they are going to face the Philippines. But Cambodia, there is still hope. There is still opening for this last game, a possible last game as match point. But we're going in for a short break. We're stay right there, and we're witness more Wild Rift action.
Welcome back, everyone, to the third game of Cambodia versus Vietnam in the 32nd Southeast Asian Games featuring League of Legends Wild Rift. Once again, I'm Infinity. Beside me is Osiris, and we're back. We're back, Osai.
Yeah, and we're back. And I was hoping. I'm still hoping if Cambodia will be coming in with a comeback
see.
already at this point, because at this point, we kind of need some support or some love from the home court, as this is the match point going up against Vietnam, with Vietnam still delivering, asserting their dominance, delivering a statement that they are one of the teams to beat, or let's say they are the gold medalist from last year.
It's just a huge powerhouse of a team, right? You have CES, huge, long history from the Wild Rift professional scene, having so much experience and having so much knowledge as well when it comes to the game. So I think that application here today is going to benefit them quite crucially in this series. And so far, it has given them a lot of benefits, a lot of wins, 2-0 so far in a best-of-5 series. One game away for taking away the series overall. But Osiris, right now, we talked a little bit about some adjustments that Cambodia can do coming into the third game. Is there anything else that you want to talk about as we are moments away from the draft?
I mean, they just have to draft straight away that's comfortable to them, or let's say not so complicated or complex lineups, as we're having a hard time on layering those CCs that they provide. They have their miscoms on game one, they have their hesitations. So I think at this point that they kind of need to just play the game, just enjoy it, because this might be the last moment, and you just want to make sure that you enjoy this moment, being at the 32nd SEA Games, and at the same time going up against a really good team.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll see. Because I'm really, really, really excited. Is this going to a game 4, game 5? Is this going to be a Cambodia reverse sweep? I'm really excited because right now we have a switch in players. Right, definitely. Cambodia is switching out Rin for RX Nick.
RX Nick, so it means that Rin might be sitting for now. This will be a really good timing for them, as RX Nick might bring a different environment, a good mental reset within the team, and he has been sitting out for 2 consecutive games already, so he might be getting a bird's eye vision or perspective to entirely change this game, and he might be the X factor that we're looking for to take down Vietnam. As we are starting onto the draft, Infinity, we might be seeing an opener ban onto that Jace or a Gragas.
There's a lot of options here right now, right? You have the Yone, you have the
Yone,
Lee Sin, you
yes,
have the
yes.
Gragas that they have banned just a while ago. You have the Zoe as well that they have banned. So there's a lot of options right now for Cambodia to be banning away. The question is, what will the priority be? Because there's just so much limited amount of bans that you can do and punish a specific player this time around. And I think it's all hands on deck here for Cambodia to be able to take a win. Vietnam, though, right now, it's their opportunity to ban away specific champions that they're really having a hard time up against.
Yeah, and at this point, we're not seeing any Zoe, unlike the previous series. We saw it was left out open, but we're able to deal with it with a really good depth charge. So up to this point, no Zoe for this series. Might be no Varus or Ziggs, as we are seeing a different picks onto the AP, or that might be another factor, Infinity. Instead of them picking those usual early champions, they might bank on to early damage dealers, such as first picking Ziggs or second, third picks Ziggs or Varus, just to make sure that it escapes the second banning phase.
Yeah, we'll see. Because right now, as expected and as predicted, Osiris, we're seeing a Gragas ban from the side of Cambodia. And Vietnam, I think at this point, would just ban away Camille, ban away Senna, not giving it away for Cambodia. And Cambodia could just remove Gwen, Lee Sin, Yone is also an option if they really want to punish Y1 at this point. But It is really difficult because I believe Y1, if ever it comes down, has a huge champion pool.
Yeah, and they are really taking their time onto the banning phase, as they don't really want to give any easy openings for Vietnam to control the early game. But still, Jace is there. This might be their really good first pick, or they can stick onto the Yone, as Fake AD really did a good job on putting a lot of those damage. It's just that their catch potential or their setups on making sure for it to snowball isn't enough. And that's so much understandable, because Vietnam did draft a really high tempo type of let's say drafting, wherein that in before Cambodia reaches the proper timing, it's already Vietnam who's already dominating the map. So there's no way for them to catch up onto the solid plays of Vietnam.
Oh,
And
wow.
this is different. First pick Galio.
Yeah, it's really different, right? Because traditionally we could see like a Fiora being locked in. Even a Yone could be an option for them to be
Exactly.
picking up.
Even the
Right?
Zigs. I
And,
straight up disagree on this one. I'm really
but-
sorry.
Nevertheless, it is a good option for them to have that AoE CCs for team fight. So right now though, Vietnam with Fiora open, they're gonna lock it in. You have Yone as well if they want to.
I mean, Galio isn't being played by Vietnam. They didn't bat an eye. Like, not even the slightest, as Akeno can play multiple champions. And even if a really good day, he can just go for his trash. So I'm not really sure. Why would you go for a first pick Galio?
Actually, I think I have the perspective of Cambodia, right? Because
Okay,
looking
can
at
you help me understand at this point? Because I'm really confused. But a really good thing is they were able to take away that Yone.
yeah, because looking at the draft, they banned away Nautilus, they banned away Gragas. So maybe what they're hoping for is pick up the Galio and maybe Karma once again, because we've seen Ken pick this champion up 2 times in a row for the prior games, right? So maybe the thing is they want to remove all the support champions available for Vietnam. But then, being Senna as a lock-in for Cambodia, maybe the reason why did they pick up Galio as well as a good utility champion?
Exactly my point. What if Vietnam goes for the early Senna or early Yone? I mean, that's really, let's say, a bold pick to do it as a first
Right.
pick Galio and leaving things open. Akali for BMM.
That's not bad. Because they picked up a Kali to execute and assassinate Senna as a champion, right? If you gain an access onto the Senna, execute her very easily, I think that will remove like a huge chunk of damage and sustainability for Cambodia.
As much as I want to strongly agree on your point, wherein that they want to shut down Akeno's champion pool, it feels like there's still more. There's a lot of capable
Yeah.
champions that can be a pseudo support, such as Set. There is, as mentioned multiple times, a trash. And with
Rakan as
the
well.
utilities, well, we might not see Akeno. He can
Uh-huh.
definitely go for a conservative champion, and CCs will be coming in from that Wukong. So there's so
Yeah.
many options for now, and let's go with this. I'll go with the. You already picked the Senna. Why not pick the Ziggs? You already got the 2 of the Venn diagrams as the hero's entrance. You can just straight
Ooh.
up go with a VIE. With
You
the
know what?
VIE into the Ziggs, into the Galio. That's how as easy as an execution to take down Vietnam and look for those targets and definitely shut down this Fiora. So I'm really in
Oh.
question for now, but I would trust them on this pick, as we are seeing Vietnam shutting down Baron Lane again and again, and we saw the attention that they're giving to Taku to just snowball.
Actually, I was about to say, right? Because you have the Shen available, and I think that is a perspective that Cambodia could pick up, right? They could just funnel in. It is Shen, Galio, Senna, and these 3 champions are really, really scary if they're grouped up together. And I was about to say as well that Riven is also an option for them to pick up if they lock in onto a Shen. However, it is banned away by Vietnam. Could still be an option for Cambodia though at this point in time if they want to put down fake AD into the mid lane, or well, Yone rather, into the mid lane or top lane. Although I don't know if they're going to lock in onto Shen because they're lacking onto the damage. They're lacking onto that potential to have it.
Infi, as mentioned, the only window that they can win against Vietnam is the early game, and as mentioned, Shen will
Right.
take a lot of time. I mean, Senna definitely will need a lot of time because he needs to gather more souls. And yeah, as I'm about to mention, the early game, they're going to go for the high tempo jungler, which is a Lee Sin, but a conservative support onto the Vietnam, and this will be an easy wild growth to any of these three first picks that can easily penetrate the back line.
So it is Dax top. Then you have Lee Sin as a jungler. You have Senna.
I think this
going
is
for
better.
Roam. Yeah, it is definitely better from what we've seen so far. But Vietnam going to pick up Lulu and then Kaisa. They're picking a strategy, a
marksman.
weapon that they fight against here today from WRLA into C Games. And I think it is a very, very strong cheese type of strategy, a cheese type of pick, wherein you have a huge potential for Kaisa to just go overpowered throughout the matchup.
Yeah, I mean, understanding the draft right now that Senna will be, of course, the damage dealer. Less of a worry onto the AP department means it's going full. We're going full armor. AP going up against Cambodia, and with the marksman coming back into the play. I'd go for the this Lulu pick is really good with the wild growth, with how many champions that might dive, and even the killer instinct also protect the queen of the late game. So if Cambodia wants to play this onto a scaling type of game with the Jax, definitely Kaisa is out there to be the shredder. But if they really wanted to switch things up, shift gears on, even make it even more faster, they can utilize the Lee Sin plus the Yone.
We'll see if that can be executed by the side of Cambodia at this point versus Vietnam. It is game 3 wherein Vietnam has already taken 2 games out of this series with 1 game away to finish it all off.
And this time, is it gonna be time for Cambodia for a comeback, or is it gonna be Vietnam who's going to proceed further onto this bracket? Remember, we still have the lower part of the bracket, but you wanted to stay alive, to keep the dream alive up until to the very last moment. And we're just settling down, not any cheese, it's some kind of sort that they're going to pull off.
Yeah, and right now, from this stage on forward, I think it is really important for Cambodia to have that punish early on. And when it comes to the dual lanes as well for Vietnam, Akina will just stick with Genza all throughout, have that safety net up until the occasion rain. It could be fun, level 5 for that
Is
extra
this really a good
sustainability.
decision?
Right now, though, a 2v2 has occurred. The root, though, will be
Ooh.
sufficient enough for his teammate to stay alive, but the cost of flash and barrier is gone.
That was a close call. If the Void Seeker hit, there's a possibility that they Genza can just flash over the wall and just drop more damage. But a really good flash from Rexnick. And a bit of an off call as he already that Ken is not in a good position when he supported mid lane. It was Akeno who's ready to be aggressive and burning flashes on the top infinity.
Oh, wow. Taku, once again, showing his dominance, getting that solo kill on top lane.
That and another one. Well, I'm lost in Infinity. I mean, we are talking about the early game. They need to take it slow. They need to make sure that they can survive onto this. And with just 2 minutes, we are losing members at Team Cambodia.
Right. BF Sword already secured by Genza. So that is a huge damage potential. And from the bottom lane, we just saw how Y1 just jumped over the wall, got the secured kill. And I think overall, right now at this state of the game, there's just so much advantage for Vietnam. 1k goal lead in 2 minutes and 30 seconds is not something that you can belittle.
Yeah, and at this point of the game, oh, even burning a flag with a single get loss. That's how threatening Vietnam right now, and even the Sakali. Fake AD trying to sit against Taku, might be going for a 3-man gank.
Wow.
But you can see onto the opposing side, they got the information. It means it's go time to take down Taku, but how well they're going to execute this, because this might cost them a lot if they fail.
And the thing is, I think that's really good information that they're giving for Taku, because Taku knows that you have 3 members on top side, which means that the bottom lane is a free lane. And the thing about to consider is that bottom lane is much more easier to destroy than on top lane or in mid lane. So that's an easy turn for Vietnam. Getting the tower for his blood means that gold injection is up there.
Yeah, and most definitely that you already got the information, and this is the gap, let's say, or the understanding difference that they don't want to lose tower. Jim, is he going at it?
No.
Okay.
Should not.
Just wanted to poke a bit of a fun onto Jim. But yeah, going back onto the point that we saw BMM even rotating to respond and help Taku. Compared to how Cambodia is really having a hard time on protecting their towers, we are seeing a really good early game once again from Vietnam, and this might be a really good translation of their carries onto the mid game, wreaking havoc already in before the late game, and they can just close it at that point. We are seeing a lot of turret platings being maximized. I'm not sure if that's really a good communication or good call, but in a fight in V.
Haunt onto Akano, not enough though. You have Y1, the ultimate is ready. If ever an all-in engage happens, you have the Cyclone, but right now BMM on the right flank will put down Jim's HP onto half percentage remaining. And now BMM will go for the execute to the backside. And now Soul Unbound, when you come back, it's dead. It's over. And gave an opportunity for Vietnam of a lifetime. Now Genza comes through with a killer instinct to secure the ace for Vietnam.
The disciplined play coming in from Genza. Pops the Void Seeker, was able to tap fake AD, but waits with Flash before going in for the killer instinct. And this, a lot of questions coming in as why they definitely not giving up that Baron Tower. I mean, I understand the point that they want to protect it, but this is really not the good time. They already burned the hero's entrance from a Resnick, and I'm not sure what we're missing here, Infinity, because there's no reason for them to use it, but here comes the tag.
It's a good kill coming from fake AD, but the trade is secured by Taku as well. And now though, with the Rift Earl being spawned in the mid lane, that is huge gold to the side for Vietnam, giving gold plates onto BMM. Right now though, Taku in the top lane rather, putting a lot of pressure onto Jim.
And most definitely a really bad situation from Cambodia to fight it all up. And at this point, they need those easy kills. We saw the shining moments from fake AD wherein they snag 1 kill. Jim has yet to secure even more items, so we are threatening Yone. If they entirely stop the bleeding again, going up against Vietnam, and they can just wait for their power spike or their scaling, they can definitely outduel Vietnam.
We'll see if that can occur. Right now, it's a lot of pressure being poured down by Vietnam, not just in the mid lane wherein the majority of the members of Vietnam is present, but also on top side wherein Taco, you have a huge wave pouring in, you have the tower plates being poured out, and It's just the dominance of Vietnam at the moment, having a 5k gold lead. Now Y1 goes for the engage, Cyclone goes for the knockup as well. Arsenic has to retreat, but the Pixie will deny it, and they will secure another.
And at this point, we're seeing answers. We're seeing the much needed plays again. Infinity.
Dragon's Rage, not enough. Wild Growth is there. Extra sustain for Y1. And that will be the flash over the wall to gain a little bit more sustainability or to go back and retreat from the turret. And Vietnam will once again get the punish onto Cambodia, securing 3 kills away from that fight.
And at this point, we are not being answered by Cambodia as they are still trying to pull some strings off, but it's not really the best solution. They're going in.
Taku versus fake AD.
No mana,
Arsenic
Taku.
as well to go into fray and respond. Fake AD with a sonic wave,
Slowly
gets
but
that connection
surely.
in onto Taku. Repose.
Oh!
Will buy a little bit more time, but Akano is not fast enough. Gain a little bit more extra sustainability, and that is a kill secured by Cambodia.
A really good kill secured, but it's funny how Akeno is striking fear into the hearts of Cambodia. They're having a hard time as they don't have any vision. So they are still respecting the possibilities, and right now BMM might be the next target.
Balgrot is there though for sustainability onto BMM. The flash is there to try and close down space, but will not be enough. Missing though with a counter strike. Stuns onto BMM, and Missing will secure him. That will be the 3rd kill of this game. For Vienna.
Yes, and you can clearly see the gap or the difference of the execution as Vietnam is being snappy. Cambodia with the calls once again from the hero's entrance. They're not getting a good conversion out of it. No results yet. That can definitely change the tides of the game. They can just walk inside the park and take away what they wanted.
And Arsenic is really low. The damage of Vietnam from far away. They're diving in with Y1 on the forefront, but on to disengage. Just get the turret. That's huge value already.
Again, value after value, we're getting those objectives, but a really good answer from the Ione from Jim, as this might push even further the gold difference. Checking the brush.
Will not push through. Asaku will just walk away.
Rift Herald again, and with all of the objectives, no Dragon, no Rift Herald from game 1 to game 2, we're still not
Genza!
seeing any changes. And yes, Genza is there, more coming in for you.
Just look at the damage of Genza. Cajun Rain single-handedly
Oh my
puts down
goodness,
Mrs.
Taku.
HP down to 1/3 of an HP left. The fight time gets sustainability, denied the damage coming in, and that will be the 4 kills secured by Vietnam in the bottom
10
lane.
minutes, they're going to end this.
Face seal, double man knockup, but that is not going to be enough. The Rift Herald will push down in, but
Oh,
BMM will just take in the damage from the turret, which is super massive during that kill. Right now with pressure from Vietnam, still it's not over. They're
More
looking
coming
down
in.
onto Ken. Again, just securing kill by kill by kill. And now the strike on the fear of the players. But Vietnam is pushing
they're
back.
going down.
4 members
This
down,
is bad.
missing the only one left. The counter strike
Grand
with a
challenge.
flash, attempting to get that stun
This
in.
is it.
But it's not enough for the punish. And Vietnam has the wave, has the Nexus open, and this is over with Vietnam taking the series away.
Quite unfortunate for our home court, our beloved home court, as they failed hard on the Vietnam. And it's fairly understandable as they already know how to play aggressive, and they didn't really let Cambodia breathe up until to the very last moment. They ended the game pretty early. Doesn't really want to go for the scaling factor with just haymakers after haymakers. They're landing blows from different lanes, and at this point, it's pretty hard to bounce back from to Cambodia. But Dream is still alive. They're running onto the lower bracket, going up against Singapore. That's for tomorrow. But we're going to see a back-to-back match from Vietnam as they're going to face Philippines.
Yeah, and that will happen pretty shortly as well. So really, really exciting moment. But right now for game number 3, what occurred here, Osiris, with the dominance of Vietnam once again being showcased?
Yeah, I mean, with BMM onto that assassin champion, and we are still seeing. I thought it was just game one jitters. We're in that we saw miscommunications from Cambodia with the usage of heroes entrance, with how well they wanted to commit onto those dives. It feels like they're still missing some synergy, and that's pretty understandable, especially that the new coach coming in from Berserk, they have really more work to do, but they still got the chance. It's just that for now, we saw how well-oiled machine Vietnam has been going in, and they are one of the active teams that really participating on different tournaments. So it's pretty understandable why they dominated, and they are the fan favorites for now.
Yeah, definitely showcase their power, their dominance, and even their confidence as well. I mean, the play style for Y1 more specifically, I think, has been really, really amazing and exhilarating. That is pushing the team significantly well to get those wins. I mean, even just watching this very, very first clip, how Y1 just jumped under the turret, not even blinking an eye. We take those, right? We need to take those kills, and that amount of confidence playing here in SEA Games is a characteristics of a dominating team, is a characteristic of a winning team.
Yeah, and the performance of Cambodia at Game 3 is pretty good compared to the first and second, as they were able to get those skills, they were able to rotate, they were able to put a good amount of setups that can change the few decision making, that part of the factor why Vietnam won. Exactly at that point, there's so many vision play that they can take advantage of, tower dives that they need to respect, and at this point, it's just Vietnam proving that they're
Yeah.
the gold medalists from the previous SEA Games. So much respect onto that team. But of course, still, we love Cambodia on how well they tried to fight these waves. And it's a big one as how well everyone executed at Vietnam team.
Yeah, and I believe it's not only about Y1 as well, because we talked about how
Yeah.
great Y1 is. I think it's all about every single player for Vietnam as well. We saw how
Mhm.
Taco has been playing on top lane, just denying the fact that we're in. You want Cambodia to take those kills and make gangs happen on top side, but Taku's mechanical skill with her post, with the
Mhm.
ability to go and retreat, the patience is there, is present, along with the rest of the teammates, and it's really, really amazing. But still tipping my hats off to
Yeah,
Cambodia, playing
of
significantly
course.
well and trying to take those wins in the series, throughout the series.
Yeah, and with how well everyone played it, it's just that Vietnam right now is 2 steps ahead at Cambodia. Cambodia has a lot of room to improve, and definitely I'm still looking forward to them performing. I would still watch them for tomorrow's match, and rooting for them. Is just that they need to go back onto the drawing board. They kind of need to discuss some of those key points that kind of,
Hmm.
let's say, controllable mistakes can be changed, can be let's say, can be improved moving forward, and hoping that we can see some changes tomorrow going up against Singapore.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we still do have the lower bracket, so it's not over for all of these teams. We have upper bracket as well for Vietnam and the Philippines, which we will be watching later on. But for game number 3, here is the statistics shown on your screen. And look at the damage of Genza, 23,000.
Genza being Genza, and you can see that Cambodia, they are sitting up pretty close to each other. It feels like they really did function. Everyone did function. It's just that there are some decision making, or there are some fight that they don't need to take, and definitely they can take advantage of their team comp. But apart from Genza, We are sitting also closely as how Taku and Y1 really played well onto those on Y1, so 1v1s. There's so many openings that he's getting. There's so many isolations, and then the let's say the dives that he's providing. But the MVP for now is Genza with a 77% kill participation, and of course the damage is looking good.
Yeah, and I agree with that. It's just a lot of opening that Genza was just able to take, getting those opportunities to slay the enemy team, because at that point, he is the one and only that could deal the most amount of
Yep.
damage from the draft that Vietnam has been showing from game number 3 with the Fiora, with the Wukong, you have the Lulu,
Mhm.
and at that point, it
Mhm.
was really just a huge dependency that Genza has to perform, which he showed significantly well in that very third game. And I mean, I'm really, really excited. This is
Mhm.
a fascinating time to be a League of Legends Squadra fan. That just concludes the series, Osiris.
Yeah, and let's hear it from the interview as we're going to witness the victorious team with some of
First of all,
questions that they need to pass
congratulations on
on.
your victory.
Lời đầu tiên thì xin chúc mừng đội tuyển quốc gia Việt Nam với chiến thắng của mình.
So សំណួរទី1ខ្ញុំចង់សួរថាមានអារម្មណ៍ម៉េចដែរបន្ទាប់ពីការប្រកួតរបស់យើង
How are you feeling?
Bạn có thể chia sẻ một chút về cảm xúc của bạn tại thời điểm hiện tại được không?
Cảm xúc của mình thì cũng vui nhưng mà kiểu nó cũng chưa có đạt đỉnh điểm.
I'm feeling great right now, but this is not entirely expectation and satisfaction.
គាត់ថាគាត់សប្បាយចិត្តប៉ុន្តែគាត់អត់ទាន់គាត់អត់ទាន់ជួប
Bạn chỉ ca rầm băng tục bỏគាត់
ចឹងសំណួរទី2ខ្ញុំចង់សួរថាដោយសារតែខ្ញុំឃើញគាត់ឈ្នះតតែ3 game ឈ្នះដាច់តែម្ដងចង់សួរថាគាត់រៀបចំមុននឹងមកការប្រកួតហ្នឹងរយៈពេលយូរប៉ុណ្ណាដែរ
So you won all 3 matches. Maybe ask how long you spent preparing for this amazing performance.
Có thể thấy là đội tuyển quốc gia Việt Nam đã thắng áp đảo với 3-0 thì không biết là đội tuyển đã dành bao nhiêu thời gian để có thể chuẩn bị được cho chiến thắng lần này.
Nghĩ là đội tuyển Việt Nam tụi mình thì đã chuẩn bị từ trước khi đã tham gia SEA Games rất là lâu rồi nên là chiến thắng cũng không bất ngờ lắm.
We have made thorough preparation prior to this tournament for so long that this victory is probably not much of a surprise for us.
គាត់និយាយថាគាត់បានរៀបចំខ្លាំងមែនទែនគាត់ចំណាយពេលច្រើនទៅលើការរៀបចំដើម្បីហ្គេមហ្នឹងអញ្ចឹងទឹកចិត្តរបស់គាត់ like កម្លាំងរបស់គាត់វាអត់ស្មើនឹងអាច win មួយហ្នឹងឯងព្រោះអីគាត់ចំណាយពេលវេលាច្រើនទៅលើការរៀបចំហ្នឹង
បាទអញ្ចឹងសំណួរចុងក្រោយពី1ដល់10តើគិតថាក្រុមខ្លួនឯងធ្វើបានល្អប៉ុណ្ណា
On a scale of 1 to 10 how satisfied are you with your performance
Trên thang điểm 10 thì bạn đánh giá là mình đang cảm thấy mãn nguyện được bao nhiêu điểm?
Nhưng mà trên thang điểm thì mình cảm thấy là 6 điểm.
I will grade it 6 only on the scale of 10 satisfaction.
គាត់ rate ធម្មតាទី6ឯងព្រោះអីគាត់នៅរំពឹងច្រើនជាងហ្នឹងទៀត
បាទភ្ញៀវកិត្តិយសជាទីមេត្រីឥឡូវនេះពួកយើងសូមសម្រាប់បន្តិចការប្រកួតបន្តនឹងចាប់ផ្ដើមនៅបន្តិចទៀតនេះ
Thank you for your attention and our competition will resume shortly.
hypnotize me. You hypnotize me. You hypnotize me. You hypnotize
Back out fresh on the scene. 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 Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Welcome back to SEA Games, everybody. We're going to be your shoutcasters for today's matches. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Osiris, and this is going to be the upper bracket match that we're going to be having for today. It's going to be the Philippines versus Vietnam. It's a deja vu from the last CEC, so this is an interesting matchup, a revenge match for Vietnam.
I mean, we can definitely say that this is our featured match for the reason that these two teams already saw each other. We already know, or we are aware of their caliber, and they're going up against head-to-head. It's a bit early that they met, but definitely it will happen sooner or later. And
for sure,
both of them got convincing games, like 3-0 series, and is this gonna be the first full 5 games that we're going to witness here at 32nd SEA Games?
Yeah, and also something for everybody, a brief history from the last CEC, the last time that they met. It was a 3-0. It was a clean 3-0 even in the grand final. So Vietnam has a lot to prove during this time. The only problem here is Vietnam doesn't have their superstar, which was Meliodas during the time. Is that holding them back, or is one actually going to be able to just put himself forward and just be the next superstar of this team for Vietnam?
Supposedly, this will be the time of his life to play entirely as an X factor, or as someone that they need to consider, because we saw that he's really good on the Ione. That kind of mirrors how Tan played really well on the Ione as well. So it's just a matter of who's going to draft it first. We also saw the Lee Sin from the previous game, and we also saw Tan's Lee Sin, and definitely not just on the tournament here. We saw him ever since when he's playing with Next Play, that he's been a Lee Sin user, and every jungler should be a Lee Sin user.
Yeah, that's true.
That's the rule.
Every jungler who plays, or rather, everyone who plays jungle should know how to play the Lee Sin. Basically, if you play the Lee Sin, you know how to play everybody in the roster that we have in the jungle right now for Wild Rift. Now, how are they going to do this? Are they going to be banning the Lee Sin on both sides? Because Y1 really has great performance with his champion a while ago. So that is something that we can look forward to later on. Are they going to be going for that for the last picks? But here, it's also going to be the battle of both our Dragon Laners. Dragon Laners on both sides, Genza, and also on the other side, Demon Kite is also really strong on the Dragon Lane. Are they going to be fighting on that Zoe pick that they always wanted? That's what I want to see too. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, I'm expecting the Zoe will be banned right away, or if ever that they're going to leave it open. Definitely, we're going to see a Nautilus, one of the best catch for a Zoe. And I think both of them really thrive in using Ziggs. And so many players from teams kind of mirrors the same champions as Vietnam. I think the one difference that we're going to see is the mid lane, because BMM knows how to play onto those Garen, Renekton mid lane, but BI is sticking to his guns as the assassins, the one who's mostly playing onto that, let's say, those control mages. I believe that I have seen him mostly on that, and BMM mostly playing on those bruisers.
Yeah, what I like about Big Eye on the mid lane is that he really loves using his Yones, his Jaces, and he always performs pretty well with those types of champions. And whenever it comes down to it, he's always the X factor of the team here. Because before, most of the people that are fans of NGX hasn't expected a lot from Aaron, from BI in the mid lane. But after this CEC, after when he went to WRLA, this man has able to rise to the superstar caliber of everyone from this team. So that's why I believe that he can also play the Garen, he can also play the Singe even. He always puts out that Singe.
Yeah.
So that's why in this game, with the bans, it's the classic bans that we're going to be seeing here, Osai.
Yeah, and they're just not making it complicated. They both of them just wanted to stick with how comfortable they are onto those picks. Nothing of let's say interesting ban away or takeaways, and they are respecting this Shen, has been one of the let's say that there are a few teams who's utilizing this Shen pick, and Vietnam is one of them. Cerberus, they got this identity wherein it's either a Thresh or a Shen that kind of controls the early game. So I think
Yep.
they are aware of that. So this time, first picks will be coming in. Is this an easy Jace?
Ooh, so yeah, for sure. That's gonna be an easy chase for the Philippines.
Why
just
not,
because
right?
that's a possible pick for the side of the Philippines. And now on the other side, they do have a chance for a Fiora. They also have a chance for a Renekton on their side if they want to shut this chase down as fast as they can. But they also have a possibility of picking up the supports. The Gragas and the Nautilus are also available. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, and okay, so well, a good prioritization pick on this, and you can see B just chilling. And we're still waiting for the second one, but much understandable that you want to secure that Nautilus, as we are seeing a lot of those slippery champions, and the Zoe is, or let's say that Nautilus has been a counter pick for that Zoe, and definitely took it right away.
Great picks overall. Great picks on the side of the Vietnam. But here, if you want to counter the Zoe, most of the time they go with the Bears. But once you know the Zoe is available anyway, it's okay to just let them think about what you're going to pick. Just pick it last for the side of the Philippines. So here, I believe they could prioritize a lot of other things. If Fiora is available, and that could be a good pick here on the top side. Or, yeah, they could also go for the 6 to for it to not get banned later on.
Yeah, mostly we are seeing the second phase Ziggs being banned, although I don't see any possible catch from this Zoe as how depth charge works. Yes, you have the body slam, or you can just wait patiently onto the portal before dropping in the explosive cask, but still the paddle star will be coming in. There's so many summoner spells that Zoe can pick up and use it at her advantage. So Zoe will always be a problem onto the dragon lane, but consistent damage once you dodge those battle star. Definitely this bouncing bombs and the Mega Inferno Bomb will be more efficient on those team fights.
Yeah, I really like this pick though, Osiris, because from what we're seeing, the Yone and the Lee Sin gonna get banned, though I don't want that to go to the jungle. So they don't really have a lot of choices anymore. Yes, they have a Gwen to actually use, and the Fiora respect right there. That's a good touch for the side. So now here, what are they gonna choose? They're gonna be having also available, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Right?
So they can pick that up later on for Vietnam.
Yeah, if you wanted to take down this Zoe, you want the snappy champion, you already have a front to back with the shock blast withering the front lines. It's just that when the portal will come in with the paddle star, you want someone who can jump, where Zoe definitely return, and playing with the camera, and what you discussed, dash. Oh,
The Singe
we
also.
have the Singe. Yeah.
Nice. Okay, with this, we can definitely say that they're gonna go for the jungle for that chase. Gonna have a lot more wavelet compared to the Cossacks. What the last pick could be here for the side of Vietnam, they do have a Garen pick that is available. Yeah, there you go. That's gonna be an easy pick for them. So this is gonna be an easy one. Gonna get Taku, his a toy right here with the ribbon against the Jax, which is also a good pick against the Jax. We haven't seen a lot of Jaxes performing really well, so that's why I think this could be a chance for Taco to put themselves against Tanzania.
Yeah, and considering that you have Nazarea on that Jax, it means that their scaling will be definitely out there. Kha'Zix might be a possibility of a fall off onto the late game. Might be easily be popped off, and once a really good sticky goo onto that Singe, definitely will halt those jumps, those plays that they can do. And you can just eventually peel for the team as a Singe. And this time around, a Garen versus a Singe.
Yeah, Garen Singe, you don't really expect something to happen in the mid lane, right? What I like about this matchup, though, is that they're just going to be farming in the mid lane for sure, and they're just going to be the utility people of the team. So That's what I'm expecting from this one. What I like about the Singe pick isn't really that good most of the time unless you have a Ribbon on the other team. They have a Kha'Zix on the other side, which is why it could be good. Once they are grounded, that is the time that they're just going to be fighting. Now, we've seen a bit of a pause there, but here now, the Philippines versus Vietnam, the upper bracket finals that we're going to be having today. Here is the battle against the Philippines versus Vietnam, a deja vu of what happened during the last CEC.
And might be a foreshadow of our finals for the reason that both of the teams, by paper, by stats, they are the ones who's leading the pack respectively. These regions are proving that they are a force to reckon with, and you can see starting things off as BI and BMM hitting it off.
Yeah. We're starting really strong in the early game. Both of these players, I think they would really not, you would really not expect them to really deal a lot of damage in the early game. But now with the rotations, what I like about Wild Rift right now is that both supports on both sides usually just rotate, and they are the ones who actually dictate the early phase of the game, not even a jungler. The better support is going to be winning this game for the early game. As long as they get a first kill for one lane, that's basically a done lane already.
Yes, exactly. So there's so many openings right now that can definitely shut down each lane. And with the supports roaming, we are feeling the presence of Akeno and Angara, who's roaming around the map, making sure that they're shutting down any possible openings of Vietnam that can be taken advantage of to have that early momentum. We saw from the previous series how proactive is Vietnam on taking those early wins, and I think the Philippines is the one who can play on par with that, and they are playing it on the same level as mirroring the movements of each other.
Yeah, they can really go about that though. For this side, for the Philippines, what I like about the Nautilus versus Gragas matchup is that they play different styles. One really wants to take a really good kill already in the first parts of the game, but the other one really has great kill potential, which is why I do believe the Gragas is way better support compared to the Nautilus, because Gragas has a lot more versatility compared to the Nautilus.
Yeah, and Gragas with the disengage with the explosive cask, you can do some isolations. Yes, you can use the depth charge into the dredge line to entirely shut down, but here comes the shutdown onto the top lane.
Yeah, top lane gonna go in. They have it already with the dredge line. Akana's gonna fall first blood to the side of the Philippines.
Shaking things off as you want to play it at the same pace, playing at the same support. Oh, okay.
He bursts onto Taki though. The damage from the shock blast is enough to actually push them away. They were able to get one plate, which is exactly what they wanted. But Vietnam still not giving up. With Taku, might be able to catch someone with the broken wings. Angara is here with the body slam to just stop him from getting the push topside.
Yes, you have the delays onto Angara's recall, but definitely he got the barrel just to make sure that he can clear waves and just look for the portal. As both of the teams are trying to pull the trigger, going in for the first blood, but must commend that they were able to take down Akeno, and at this point, they are confident on Nazare's Jax for the reason that the farm will be early on.
Oh, explosive castle already. Angara was able to get one big play again, and Akeno falls for the second time.
You gotta respect the playmaking of Angara, and definitely with that 2 consecutive kills, Akeno is being shut down. Everyone is already expecting the support rotations, but with the gameplay potential or the playmaking potential of an explosive cast, it is being utilized at every cooldown as of now.
Explosive cast, that's what's great about it. The way that you get disassembled or dismantled whenever it comes down to it. That's what I like about the Gragas. Compared to the dredge line, which is way more easy to land with the dredge line, this is a way different playstyle right here. And on the hands of Angara, it's gonna be way more destructive on the side of the Philippines.
Yeah, we saw his Galio, his playmaking skills, so this is definitely out there. Nazarea, they are in a pinch.
No counter-strike. Angara now load that charge with no counter-strike. That's going to be an easy kill to the top side. Y1 was able to get in here to get the assist. Nope, he wasn't able to, but again, another kill to the side of Vietnam.
so close to taste their fear onto the mid-air, but was able to finish it off. A good rotation. You want to shut down Nazarea's Jax, as you know, the late game. They have already a good start, and he is way ahead in terms of, let's say, the momentum that they are building. But in terms of gold and items, definitely Taco is out there to equalize it.
Yep, 4K gold onto Taku, that's gonna be big, and this is not the usual, you know. When you have Nazarea on the top side, you always expect him to have the advantage, but because he's on a Jax, that is gonna be different now. With the dredge line on a Keno, was able to hit with another Sleepy Trouble Bubble, not enough damage, doesn't have the zoom in for Genza. That's why they weren't able to take it. Now, they're trying to take this really fast. Y1 going to the back line, was able to get one kill already. Tan was able to flash away, and they are still surviving, but one is gonna pull down right here. That's again gonna be Nazarea.
Oh, close.
Dahao trying to go for something. Bouncing bomb was able to get one, and Taco is gonna flash in body slam to stop him from getting any more. And Vietnam is gonna take the win right here because that Rip Pearl is gonna go to their side.
One step ahead. They were able to surround the Rift Herald with few members and a pretty bad positioning for Tan to entirely start that fight, while other members are near onto the banana brush onto the mid lane. So they need to once again check those positioning before going in, as it feels like they're having a hard time contesting those objectives. And Dragon right now.
Yeah, as we were saying, Tan, with that even, they need to respect Tan when it comes down to it, because he's just going to be taking those fights even against Kha'Zix. And this is going to be the objective fight that we're going to be having.
No problem with how well they were able to catch his jungler. No smite. This will be an easy Dragon to post it.
Tan gonna be the target though. He might fall down with the demolishing justice. That's gonna be it. And now with one, Stage is gonna buy some time, and they're gonna be chasing down the members. Genza was able to back away. No more smite for the side of the Philippines. This is gonna be bad because Y1 is already here. They can take this ring.
That's one thing that you need to consider, that a full execution from Vietnam will be one of their strong factors, and with that delay, with the execution that they did to remove Tan completely, this will be the second objective onto their hands.
Two objectives to the side of Vietnam, not a good sign for the Philippines. They're really running it back, and Philippines are slacking a bit, and they aren't able to race on together with Vietnam. Even with this gold lead, that's two objectives to the side of Vietnam, so this is really not a good sign. But I do hope to see the Philippines bounce back from this, because right now, Vietnam is dictating the face of the game.
Yeah, and it's very unlikely that we are seeing Philippines playing onto the back foot, especially as what you mentioned, the Baron lane. As Nazarea has always been creating a lot of pressure. It feels like this Riven pick is working wonders right now. They are trying to go in for a play, but Angara just creating some space. Waiting for Tan to cross the brush, but he was seen by Taku.
Yeah. Now with that, the start of this for Vietnam is really good, and this is what I'm scared of whenever Genza picks up the Zoe, is that he's really good at making space, especially with Sleepy Trouble Bubbles, and he always hits those battle stars. But now right now, they're gonna go into the mid lane. Dahao has been taken off, and the Demolishing Justice is taken down. And more of the members of Vietnam right here. Tan is left alone, and he's gonna fall down together with the turret. That's gonna be it. One has been killed for the side of Vietnam. They have the explosive cast from Angara. They aren't able to do anything much except to just bask in the glory of taking 2 kills.
2 for 1 trade, and this is looking bad for Philippines, as Vietnam is way ahead on how they call the shots. And with that, Nautilus pick has been catching us with those depth charge and even the dredge line. This will be a hard time for Dahao to just make sure that he can easily free cast those bombs. Yet it needs time to scale, but definitely we need the consistent damage. That's why it was a good identification of Vietnam to acknowledge his presence and go for the mid lane push.
Here's the thing here, though. For Vietnam, what they can do is just to be a lot more aggressive, because remember, they have the Kha'Zix with Y1, and this is a good sign, though. Even without Meliodas, Vietnam is still performing really well against the Philippines, and this is really good for them, because if they are able to just shut down these members, right now, Nazarea too aggressive, even with the Jax. But look at them, they don't really want to fight this because they have vision in the mid lane. They were able to see most of the members of Philippines, that's why they backed away.
Yes, so they really have a good start on
Oh,
this
man. Looking for the bomb.
one.
Genza might fall, and that's another kill for them. And now Vietnam, this is going to be chasing them down. That charge of Donald's array, he has been taken with the dredge line, not able to hit explosive gas. That's going to be enough damage to get the kill on the Keno. Stasis, I think that's not going to help you out. Repel is here. This is going to be taken by the Philippines.
Perfect timing. They executed the mid lane kill with the Zoe and then follow it up with the Baron laner kill. But right now, Taku.
Yeah, broken wings and damage from the shock blast into the skies or to the ground. And that's where Taku lies.
That's gonna be it as they are starting to rise from the ashes. They have surrendered some of the objectives onto the early game, the first two objectives, but they are back and they were even able to take some of those skills, although BMM was just making sure that he's stealing those towers. And with that hull breaker, he's creating a lot of pressure. And this is the Cerberus that we know. They are creating pressure. They are playing onto those Garen strengths. And this time around, it's up for the Philippines to completely go for those heavy engages. Take advantage of those 4 versus 5.
From what we've seen right there from the Philippines, I really like that they really know how to play around mistakes from the side of Vietnam, and whenever they see the opportunity, they're gonna pounce on it. But with here on Vietnam, what they can do here is that even if they got some losses there, look at the advantage of BMM and Y1. They have a lot of gold onto them. Sako gonna be chased down by BI, but they're not gonna be able to get a fling out of that.
Yeah, this is a really good start for being already at Dead Man's Play. But
that charge already. Time has been taken. Now they have the stasis. Sleepy Trouble Bubble is not going to hit. Ankara is already here to help out. He has the explosive cast. If ever they want to engage, they can still do that. Mid lane is going to be taken down for sure.
Nice,
because this red barrel is going to be taken. Look at that. The members right here are already jumping on the Keno. They have the Demotion Justice backline. Tan was able to survive even when his head is not taking. He's going to fall down. BMM has not been able to chase. Explosive cast right there at the backline. Genza has been dismantled, disassembled in the team of Vietnam. And Philippines are just going to run away with their sliver of health.
They can definitely go for a quicker reset, but how much time can Angara buy on this? Dahao is also there, but you can see BI onto the side, being snagged by a battle star. Here comes a fight, another one.
Yeah, able to take it again, and now they're gonna go in. They have the stasis, they have the timing just right. Y1 is not gonna be able to take it. Stolen by Nazarea, and that's gonna be going to the side of the Philippines. Vietnam is gonna be giving one more to the nation. Philippines with another kill to the side.
And they are looking for Y1. Is he being captured here? It feels like Dahao would be the one who's being caught off guard with the 2 versus 1 onto the mid lane. They are running low.
1 HP. Yeah, it's very low. Gonna be chased down by Angara with no HP, or rather no mana. They're not gonna chase anymore.
Looking scary. Even dropping the Mega Inferno Bomb just to blindly shoot into the dark might be a double kill. But a good positioning once again from Vietnam to think of the possibility that might be a flying bombs all across the board. Really good job for Dao staying alive onto that whole team fight as he is being scanned around by a Y1.
What we're seeing though, Cyrus, so one of the problems here right now for the side of Vietnam is that they aren't able to translate any of the kills that they want to go for, and that's going to be something, a challenge that they need to go. So now, what would Vietnam do? What can they do at this point? It's going to be a big challenge for them on this next fight, because the next objectives are going to be coming.
Okay, really good explosive cask, just trying to isolate this Zoe Genza, but he got the ghost ready, so still a possibility that he is ready to just escape or bail himself out. But the fine line of what they're doing right now, they are blocking, they are zoning as how Taku's trying to go for the split push. Everyone is manning up, surrounding the dragon, but you gotta consider the waves that are being controlled right now. They are onto the advantage of Vietnam, while
top side
onto
though,
the dragon lane.
Yeah, they have it. BMM gonna be chasing them downtown. Hut's been slowed down. Dredgeline isn't gonna be able to hit. Stasis, buy some time in order for the team to go here, but the back line, Genza has to breach it, and Dahao is gonna be here. Body slam was able to get them, and now onto the back line. BI is trying to get something out of it. Not enough damage for the side of the Philippines, but they were able to get the triple kill from Y1. Now with that, the broken wings, members of the Philippines are falling down 1v1 in Vietnam has able to take an ace quadra kill onto Y1, and the towers have been answered, and Y1 was able to get it on this game.
They are eyeing onto the mid lane. They want to punch a hole into it and punch the ticket to even further the pressure. Might be on a Baron as they are starting to go in and started things off. This will be a Tan's resurrection, but is he going to be on time as the damage are going in and going hard? This is a really good DPS, especially with the isolation coming in from the Kha'Zix. So Y1, an easy Baron for Vietnam. And unfortunately, with that team fight, as much as they want to create pressure onto the side lanes, they were able to punish the Nazarea and Tan's decision making, and they weren't really able to execute anyone with the whole duration of the team fight.
Yeah. Now they're showing why they are the defending champions of the last SEA Games. Vietnam still are very strong and not giving up, even in the last time that they've seen each other. Right here, Vietnam is proving to the Philippines why they are a strong region. And now, how are they going to be coming back from this? A Baron has been taken. They don't have a lot of things going for them. Even with Nazarea, with the Hullbreaker, he needs to help out because this Baron buff is not going to be making itself easy. Y1 now half an HP. Going to be chasing them down. They might be able to take this pretty easily. And now, even with the threat of Genza onto the side lanes, it's going to be hard for them to even try to go for the push.
Oh, slowly but surely, this is gonna be it as Vietnam is furthering the pressure. They are playing on two separate lanes.
Oh, they have it already. That charge gets the kill on VIE. And now with that 4v5, not gonna be good for the Philippines. Vietnam is slowly throwing for the pressure. If the Philippines doesn't go for this, Tan has been taken with the dredge line. He has to face this, he has to dive into the body slam. It might be able to take more. Right now, low HP onto the back line. Nazarea is gonna be falling down. That's gonna be bad for the Philippines. They have a lot of timings here. Vietnam is gonna be taking this. A lot of them are low HP, but they can take this if ever they want to. A lot of their minions are still alive. Vietnam are gonna be taking first game against the Philippines.
What a good start from Vietnam with just one swing onto the Dragon lane push. Philippines had a hard time bouncing back with the snappy decision making on taking down two of the split pushers and making sure that they're getting the Baron. Vietnam has been rewarded with the first match win.
That was such a great performance for Vietnam. I didn't really expect that to happen. With the Philippines having a great rapport already, and the last time that they met, it's still they were able to get the win there. With Vietnam, what I like about what they've done there is that they were able to win that last fight, and because of that, they were able to get the Baron, snowball that into their favor, just held on to it. And that's exactly what a lot of the teams here, or rather, the other two teams here that we have in the SEA Games need to think about. How they decide and be assertive with their decisions, that can win you games. And that won Vietnam their game right here.
Yeah, exactly. They just the early game has been moving into the side of Team Philippines, especially with the pressure that they're creating against Taku. It's just that Nazarea's Jax didn't really scale up to the expected moment. It was let's say Vietnam really controlled the mid game to late game, wherein they didn't leave any openings, and the overcommitments or the over push that they did really punched them. With that single ace that happened without executing anyone, it was really an indeed opening for them to take the Baron and go for the Baron power play.
Yeah, that was a great power play right there. Baron, whenever it comes down to it, whenever you have it, it's going to be easy for you to take all the objectives, or rather, even the push. A while ago, they weren't able to do anything on the side of the Philippines. And based on the replays right there, the Philippines was able to take over the early game, and that was a good sign from them. But after this stolen ocean break for the side of the Philippines, that is when they lost a bit, because once they lost this placement onto the bot side, they were too late. Look at this. Look at the map on the bot side. They were too late, and they still doubled down on it.
Yeah, and you can completely see that Taku has been creating a lot of pressure onto the Baron lane, and it was a good zoning for the four members to entirely just create a pressure onto the mid lane. And then they overcommitted. onto the Dragon lane that kind of suffers a lot as they are not in a good position to entirely just take the game. And with the Baron being used and creating a lot of pressure, we only have around the 2 wave clears with the. I mean, you have the Ziggs, definitely you can just drop the bombs, but with the Baron empowered minions, that's a problem. You only have a shock blast, you have only the Gragas.
They don't even have a DPS.
Yeah, you don't even have those ADCs that can shut down anyone, and you need to dodge those battle stars as well. There is so much to think at this point and at that state of the game that kind of held down Philippines. And unfortunately, we lost the first game, but Vietnam really did a great job on making sure to secure this first one.
Honestly, that was a great game for Vietnam, and because they were able to snowball, and I really do believe, even with that Cinch pick, I think Aaron is a really good player on the side of the Philippines, but whenever he plays the Cinch, I think it hinders a lot of his potential as a mid laner. Honestly,
exactly.
I do believe that he can really put himself out there a lot more when he gets a assassin pick or even just a bruiser pick in the mid lane, which would be way better for him. But because of those adjustments that they did right there, they've lost a lot of damage, and that's why they weren't able to translate a lot of the supposed kills, because they're really lacking on the damage department during the later stages of the game.
Yeah, and the early Hullbreaker pick from BMM definitely were able to just create a pressure onto the different side of the map. Supposedly, it was a Jack's job to tear down this Garen, but Taku really did a great job on being, on securing or staying, passive onto the lane, just a shock absorber. And up to the point wherein that they can just go for a macro play, macro decision making, and Philippines suffered a lot at this point. I think I strongly agree with you on that part that BingEye should be let loose. You should be the loose cannon onto this team.
Yeah, and also even Cham in the top lane, they also need to release the beast on the side of the Philippines, because most of the time, whenever someone picks up the Jax, that's just suffering in the top lane. Yes, it's the safest pick that you can go for. Yeah, and also one of my problems with the Jax in the top lane is that people really know, at this level, people really know how to counter the Jax, and Jax is easy to counter. You have a chance in the late game, but it takes a long time for this version of Jax in this patch to actually just pop off. 3 items is a long way to go. The game ended with Nazarea only having 2 items.
Yeah, and I think they're just lacking onto that momentum builder wherein they can just snowball. And I'm not sure if this will be a hot take, but most of the champions that we saw from the supposedly trifecta threatening lineup of Philippines, it feels like they are being held down.
Yeah.
Jace on Just Chi, this guy is playing on a high tempo. This guy can play on a really fast pace. Yeah. And he is being left out on a Jace that is supposedly for Aaron that can bully someone onto the mid lane. So I'm not really sure what's happening onto the draft, but we have those disagreements wherein it doesn't fit those players because we already knew their capabilities. But Y1 will be the star of the game, 67%. Yes, indeed, with that Kha'Zix pick. Yeah. He's just making sure that he's pestering around every people.
Yeah, he's such a great player here. Y1, there's a lot of doubts really going around with Y1 just because he was the one playing for Cerberus Esports in the WRLA. Yes, he has been underperforming because he doesn't really go for the jungle that much. But here in the SEA Games, look at him. He is the star of the show. He was the MVP during that last time. And again, right there, he answered the doubters, and Y1 was able to perform during that last game. And now the Philippines needs to bounce back. Osiris, what do you think they need to do here?
I mean, just let the cannons loose. I mean, far away, indeed, because as what we've seen, it feels like they are being held down. And I can't really see the angle wherein he can just punch through those shock blasts onto that Garen, but he's being left out on a cinch. So yeah.
Yeah, I do hope to see that, honestly, in the next game. But before we head into our next game, everybody, we're just going to be taking a short break. Again, we're having your shoutcasters. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Osiris. See you guys in just a bit. Season 2 when we're back, and again, it's the Philippines versus Vietnam here in the upper bracket finals. We've seen a great win from Vietnam, getting 1 against the Philippines. It's still a best of 5. They still have a chance to come back from this whole series. And again, we're going to be shoutcasters for today. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Osiris.
Yeah, and as what mentioned a while ago, this might be the first full 5 games that we're going to witness for the reason that by stats, by papers, these 2 teams has already been there. It's just that they don't, Cerberus or the Vietnam team was able to snag some few games, but in general with the whole series, they are still completely 0 towards facing Team Philippines. So this might be it as really good fire starter for them to keep that spark going and make sure to burn their way with might be a 3-0 or might be a 3-1.
Yeah, and from what we've seen there, the performance of Y1 very exceptional, even in the jungle. So we really didn't expect for him to actually just perform that well in the jungle side. Now, here, the side of Vietnam, what they can do is just to ride this momentum if they want to get the 3-0 and put the Philippines in the lower bracket finals, or rather the lower brackets against Cambodia and Singapore. And now with this, are they going to be able to actually come back from this game, and will be waiting for that upper brackets or the grand finals? So whoever wins here, everybody are going to be waiting on the grand finals, and the lower bracket finals are going to be waiting for them to actually win. And now the notebooks are up, and this is NGX. Are they going to be able to come back from this game?
The notebooks always has been there. Started way back with elimination.
Oh, yes.
NALCS.
Back in the day.
LOL
C9.
TC back in the day. The first one to utilize the notebook in North America LCS.
Yeah. He was
And
the
then-
reason why people were afraid of C9.
Yeah.
It's because of his brain and also the notebook, the magical notebook that he had.
And the notebooks turned into coaches.
Hey, that's
And,
true.
the first one to have those coaches. And right now you see Vansu as one of the, let's say, head coach. And you also have the one who's helping around as well, TG. So kindly answer the wake-up call why we are drafting those kinds of champions.
Yeah.
Because going back onto the point or mentioned on the previous games, there's so many openings. You have the Lucian. You can definitely leave the Ziggs and go for the Fiora. If the goal is winning onto the Baron lane and they already secured Taku's champion Riven, they can just go with a highly mobile champion or a really good dueling champion. They can destroy Taku because right now he is one of the factors that's controlling Philippines on letting loose Nazarea.
Yeah, and also one of the things here for most of the viewers out there, if ever you're thinking for the Dragon Lane, most of the champions that we have in the Dragon Lane are all AP champions. So that's something to really look forward to on this game. So we're gonna be having a Ziggs, Lux, or even a Varus in the bot lane. And Varus, you know, Varus is not played as an actual AD carry. He's played as a poke champion in the bot lane, and that's the meta right here. So one of the things that you need to take a look at is that on the last draft, we saw a Ziggs, we saw a Zoe on that game, but Philippines, with their picks already, they were expected to pick the Varus, and that's what we expected, Osiris and I, when they picked that, because that could have been a better pickup compared to the Ziggs first pick. I mean, Ziggs is not in a bad, Ziggs is not in any way a bad pick.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
there's better options right there
Yeah,
during
yeah,
that phase of the bans.
Yeah, and it's really different that regardless if they're going to remove the Varus or the Ziggs on the second phase of ban, it will definitely open a lot of possibilities for different lanes. For the reason that Dahao is one of those players that can still find himself in a really good position and can play on a Lux, can play on Angares playmaking and just layer it with another CC to completely make sure and win those small catch that they can do. And
Yeah.
this might be a mirror of what we saw from the previous draft. They might be opening as a Nautilus Zoe. It worked
Yep.
wonder onto the bottom lane, and they were really able to utilize that Nautilus by catching Nazarea off guard onto that early game.
Yeah, I agree. Nautilus and Zoe, if that worked during the last game, it's also a great pick for their side. Yes, there's a Fiora. I think the Philippines is going to be going on that angle, is that they're not going to be picking the supports or even the Dragon laners first, because there's a lot more good potential picks, especially for their top, or rather the mid to top lane. They can really pick a lot of the other champions, but the Riven was, oh, interesting. They went in for the Riven in order to fight against the impending Fiora that the Philippines would pick.
Yeah, and at this point, they're going to shake things up. They're going to let Zoe slide. And I'm not sure if this will be Dao's opening way to entirely take it. But I'll just move a pass on that. I'll just go for the much needed champions for the first 3 picks. They can just go for a Lee Sin at this point.
Yeah. If ever they want to go, give that chase to Aaron in the mid lane and even just get the Lee Sin. Maybe later on in the picks and drafts, they still went for the Ziggs on the first rotation. They really want to give the Ziggs onto the bot lane first before they prioritize every other champion.
Yeah, and Ziggs, we already spoke about this, Dash, and I'm not sure if we can agree or we are onto the same boat still as a third pick, because it seems that you're going Ziggs. I mean, Zoe has been left open, yet you went in for the Ziggs. I mean, that's much more efficient. You have the Mega Inferno Bomb, but we saw the artilleries or the capabilities of a Zoe with a Sleepy Bubble Trouble, and of course those summoner spells that she keeps on borrowing. So I'm not sure what's the play here, but it feels like we're missing the mark onto the drafting.
Honestly, they're a lot more confident with this, though. That's the only reason I see why they pick up the Ziggs and the Gragas every time, is because they don't want Genza to pick it, or they're much more confident with Dahao just on the Ziggs. So that's why, honestly, I expected the Fiora to actually get picked. But with the Jace getting first pick, yeah, it might not be the best idea for the composition all over. But I hope this last 2 picks that they have would be a lot of damage champions, because they already have the Jace, they have the Ziggs. Maybe a bit of a DPS could potentially give them an answer here.
Yeah, and at this point, I'm thinking that the jungle possibilities is still there. Philippines already removed the Garen, and up to this point, up to this patch, we are not yet still sure why a Garen on the highly competitive play it keeps on showing up. It
It's
feels
still
like
strong.
it's pretty one way, and no offense, but the
It's been
champion
years.
the champion is for beginner. Like,
Yeah, it's been-
even if you play LOL PC way back season
Yeah.
3, that's a 450 Blue Essence champion.
Yeah. It's been years also for Wild Rift.
Yeah,
so since the
so-
start of Wild Rift competitive scene, Garen has always been there. And Garen is back again. It's wreaking havoc in the Rift. And that's not a good sign here. Because honestly, that champion is just a menace to deal with, especially with the Damash Injustice, which is why it's really hard to pick other champions in the other lanes. But now with the Xin Zhao getting picked by Y1, that's a good start for this. If they're looking for a Lee Sin on the side of Philippines, it's okay. But with the Xin Zhao out, I do believe an Olaf would be a better pick here.
And with a pretty one-way execution that they are going in, Vietnam on the Xin Zhao, I think this is something good. I mean, the depth charge, and then the
That's a
Xin
better
Zhao
pick.
goes in. You can look for the targets pretty easily. You can definitely shut down anyone, and Ziggs will have a hard
Oh,
time
there you
pushing
go.
everyone out. But this time, this might be it, as we are letting loose everyone. To this point, you have the Renekton on Chami, which is a 1v1, let's say 1v1 conjure or a 1v1 duelist, can definitely take out Riven this time around. And a Corki, pretty good. We're seeing a lot of nukes, a lot of artillery is flying in to take down Philippines. So Philippines, they need to be snappy about this. They need to decide whether they want to commit, no hesitations, because the more time that they're giving space for Vietnam, definitely there's so many paddle stars and missiles that went coming in.
Yeah. And that's something to look forward to here, because with the difference right here, they just changed a bit of their draft here. The last 2 picks, and the Philippines has a way better composition compared to what they had a while ago. But also on the other side, what I like about Vietnam's picks is that they have a lot of late game power. And what I like about the Shin Zhao pick too is that this Shin Zhao is really much more effective with the Crescent Guard, because when he goes in, there's 4 melee champions. It's easy for him to just separate everybody away, and that's what they want to do. They want to counteract the power of that explosive cast with basically an explosive cast of their own with a Crescent Guard.
Yeah, and good layering, I must say, from Cambodia, but Philippines, it feels like they went back to their comfort picks. I'm much more confident onto this drafting. And with the distribution of champions, we can see a BI once again going back to this, let's say, the Jays. And at this point, Jashi Tan with his signature champion. I guess it's time.
Yeah, Lee Sin has been let loose for the side of the Philippines, and also Aaron given his chase on this composition. So this is going to be a way different game from what we've seen a while ago, and this is something to look forward to. Are they going to be able to come back? The Philippines lost 1 game a while ago. Now this is the time for Vietnam to actually just shut them down and gain the momentum, maybe get a 2-0 against the Philippines.
Yeah, and right now, there's a few pokes that we're seeing onto the mid lane. Nothing shabby, nothing of a cheese play. And here comes the supports, just playing into the mid lane playground once again.
It's a good thing that he didn't have the dredge line there. If Akeno had the dredge line during that time, they could have forced Angara's flash out at that way, and that could have been deadly for the Philippines. And now, with them starting, what I like about Akeno's pickup right here is that when it comes to the Nautilus, what I like about the Nautilus is that the Nautilus is really tanky early game. He really has a lot more tankiness because of the shield for skill 2. And that's what makes it easier to get away with kills from the first 3 levels for the side. Now, look at the Philippines and look at how they rotate. Now with Y1 being left alone, it could be a big problem, BMM. I thought he's going to go for 2 disguise. BI could have been dead there.
Yeah, and I mean, BI with his hammer, missing the shock blast, pretty slim, and exhaust being burned by BMM, running it low. And Y1, I believe if BI really did commit on that one with a flash and goes for the 3 talent strike, that might be a big problem. But the patience is there, the discipline is back, and they are starting to fight.
Yeah, stun already with first blood for the Philippines.
Same story as what we've seen from game 1, but this time, is it gonna be a successful or a much more convertible win onto the top lane, as Nazareus on that Rannicton might be the one who's be the main damage dealer onto the late game.
Yeah, difference between here and what happened a while ago is that Y1 really can't go for that aggressive dives because he doesn't really have a way to go out. That's one of the disadvantages of a Shin Zhao, but he has tons of damage, and that's what you expect from a Shin Zhao. So what they can do is that if they have a Keno in the way, they could really go for really big engages, and that's the reason why they didn't go for a re-engage topside. But now, to the skies, doing a lot of damage. Shock Blast gonna come out. BMM was forced to Valkyrie away.
And this is exactly why you want Jace on BI. As we've seen the pressure that he is creating, he is pushing away BMM, and without the Garen pick, he doesn't have any freedom to stay to the lane and create a huge push pressure. And we are seeing a bit of a rotation from BI, that he is coming into the river. They already know.
They can go for the dive though. They have the Ruthless Predator, and that damage from Aaron. That's so much, and now they can just take down 2 plates for their side. Oh no, just 1.
And at this point, reaction from Team Vietnam, BMM going in for the response, but a bit too late. It's just once again the huge emphasis dash onto this Baron lane. Always has been the Baron laner that we are seeing the control, and just leaving the Dragon lane go for the farm.
Yeah, and again, key player for the side of the Philippines, Nazarea. And this is the reason why he's just so good. Whenever he's given a champion that he can be aggressive on, he's just gonna take every opportunity. And that's why he's known as one of the best of Baron laners out there.
Yeah, and Khan, with his aggressive plays, we are seeing a glimmer of hope in terms of starting with their snowball or their setting the tempo. And this might be a good momentum shift. As Angara has always been the playmaker, but Tan's Jace a while ago really had a hard time.
Yeah. He didn't really have any opportunities to make plays, but top lane though, Ignite is sticking on his head. Flashes in for the call of the meat.
Slow down.
Nazarea just hit a dirty on the top side.
And that's where the opening coming in as Nazarea is being let out. As Taku wanted to take it slow, just wanted to stay alive and farm the same as what he did on game 1, but with a burned summoner spell. It was already Nazarea's idea to just go ham in 1v1, but Akeno establishing a death rush. We have a package, we have a dragon, objectives coming into play. This will be another factor to set up what's next for this game.
4v4, this is a fight that is going to be good. With Vietnam also having great positioning, but the Philippines already have their Rift Scuttler on this side. The Valkyrie is not at the ready because we look at the bot lane. Both of the mid laners are there and they're just waiting for each other to go for the fight, and they're not letting each other take this dragon. So this is going to be a big Rift Herald fight.
And this one might be...
Oh.
This might be a good call in terms of pushing Taku away. But with the Rift Herald being started on, they kind of need to call the shots. They kind of need to decide. But you can see Taku recalling. This might relieve a pressure onto the side of Philippines. But onto the side, you can see some Paddle Star went flying in from Genza, while Dahao is busy on making sure the waves will not be pushed by BMM, and this might be a start of a big fight.
Oh, yeah, the Dredge line wasn't able to hit. The body slam is going to be there. They have to make an Inferno Bomb. It's not going to be dealing a lot of damage. They are isolated, but the backline Crescent Guard now with a low HP on 1. That's going to be Nazarea dead, but they still got the repelled. What a great Dragon's Rage! And was able to get the 4. That's a lot of knockups in there. Going to be chasing down the backline. Look at Y1. He's going to fall. And Taku's going to be the next one on the chopping block. This is a chance for Tan to prove himself. And that's going to be 4 kills on the board with the Rift Herald on their side. And that's the big win for the Philippines.
As Tan, you're done as well with Vietnam's play, and here comes
I
down.
think Genza's dead. Oh, that's an ace for the side of the Philippines.
And there you go, serving it on a platter as how well Philippines picking themselves up. And you can see onto the fight, they started it. I mean, I can't know with the dredge line, but this is Angara. This is the tanky member. A good zoning coming in from BMM and Genza, but you can see the double damage dealer coming
Rage,
in.
Man.
Yeah, as scary as it seems, the Dragon's Rage once again setting things up. They are bound to be destroyed once he got that kick. And Bing I must commend this guy that he was able to look for the Zoe and zoned Zoe up until over the Rift Herald pit, chasing BMM as well. And at that point, there was no damage dealer at the side of Vietnam. And once again, Philippines, a good coordination, a really good, let's say, they were able to look the fight that they wanted to get with the precision that they're getting as well. And then calling the shots at the very right moment. No hesitations.
Yeah, I think we need a replay of that. I mean, from the start of the fight that we've seen a while ago. But again, Tan is just a monster whenever you give him release in. And that's the place that he makes. I thought from the start right there, I thought Vietnam already had it on the board. They already had the win there. But because of that one Dragon's Rage, that changed everything for the Philippines. And that is one of the plays that you expect from a top tier jungler like Tan.
And definitely, we are seeing a lot of plays making Philippines pushing even further with their gold. As Vietnam, it's not really as far as it seems. Yes, we might be ahead onto the kills, but their 3K gold advantage might be swinging into our side. But this is a good sign that or Philippines is picking up their momentum, and Vietnam is onto the back foot for the first time. As we saw game one, they are really convincing on how well that they bounce back on the first few kills that has been delivered to them. This time, Genza doesn't have the freedom on letting the paddle star loose. They are monitoring. They are keeping those tabs in check as to stop those missiles from BMM as well. So good
Yeah.
identification overall, and they're just waiting for the perfect timing to use the explosive casks once again.
This is why I like the playstyle right here in the Philippines. And they also have a lot of opportunities right there from them. The Crescent card that we've seen from Y1 wasn't really what I expected. I expected him to actually just shut down almost all of the members right there. Yes, they were able to get one, but it is still not enough. But based on what we're looking, yeah, after that, after you saw our faces, everybody, it's back. That's gonna be
We are back.
We're back in the game, yeah. And now with the gold lead that we've seen, Osiris now. What are they gonna do? The dragon has been taken also by the Philippines because of that one delay that they had. They got an ace. That's an easy goal for them, and now that's a big advantage. A way different game from last game.
Yeah, slowly but surely. This time they are not going to overcommit onto those skills. They're just going for those reset, enjoy those victorious battles. And in terms of itemization, we are moving into the second item power spike of some of our carries. And at this point, Philippines might be the ones who's getting ahead. While other members of Team Vietnam, they're staying close. They don't want any possibilities of this explosive cask or any of these kicks coming in from Tan that might isolate them.
Yeah. Target of interest right here of Vietnam is to go to the side lanes, maybe try to take some kills from there on. And I think the target right here is Nazare on the bot lane, but right now they don't have the equipment to actually just shut down this Renekton. Renekton is already 2 items in, and a 2-item Renekton is still something to be afraid of in this, especially in the hands of Shammy. Now they're gonna go in, they might be able to have some opportunities here. Akeno's gonna be the target, Satchel charges in, that's gonna be the Dragon's Rage, not used even, was able to flash away. Ton now low HP.
And right now, with that failed attempt on taking down Keno, that's not a big of a problem. They still got their ultimates, they still got the Dragon's Rage, and they are eyeing mostly Tataku right now. More onto that Shock Blast just to clear the waves. Doesn't really want to give up that outer tier tower. And they're just guarding the house as of now. Philippines doesn't really want to go for those overcommits, so waiting for those objectives. This is a pretty different compared to game one that they kept on overextending. It seems that they learned a valuable lesson as to what happened from game one.
Yeah, and they haven't been a lot more aggressive from this one. The only time that they became aggressive was when they went for that objective fight. And 30 seconds on the clock. Look at the lower left, everybody. 30 seconds on the clock. We'll have our Rift Herald coming out. So again, look at this fight, everybody. This is one of the best fights that we've seen right here.
And you can see that the Xin Zhao or Y1, supposedly the Crescent Guard would be used onto those carries, but it was being forced to use to Angara, and with that kick we saw it took a lot of time for Genza and DMM to deliver some of those damages, for the reason that they are also trying to zone Dahao and Bingay. So with them stalling time at each other, there's so many skills that has been burned, and entirely opened up the possibility of a really good Dragon's Rage, and a bit late for the damage dealers to just, free cast. They have their own world. It was a pretty separated team fight, and just a battle of the junglers at that point.
Yeah, and this type of composition, the way the Vietnam did their composition, you don't really want to go away from each other. You want to take down everybody as fast as you could. And because of that fact, Tan found the opportunity to go for the Dragon's Rage, and that's why they were able to disassemble the members right there. Now, with this, with what happened a while ago, it's going to be hard for Vietnam to come back from that because they're going to be afraid of the Dragon's Rage that Tan could pull off. And that's the effect of a Lee Sin in the early game. You really don't want to get a snowball by a Lee Sin because it's going to happen time and time again.
Yeah, and you can clearly see how's the tempo swinging into the side of Team Philippines as they are the ones who's confident on taking that fight. They were able to dance around the Rift Herald compared onto the game one that they're losing members in before they are starting to play around the Rift Herald and even other objectives. I must say that they are letting other members die early on at game one compared to right now that they are being safe up until an objective pops off or up
Yeah.
until Angada's explosive cask can kidnap someone.
Yeah, this is gonna be real hard though for most of the players out here. Whenever you're on these types of games and you get a really long pause, most of the time that cuts out the momentum of the team. And
Yeah, exactly.
whenever here for the Philippines, it's gonna be a big disadvantage for them if their momentum gets cut off after the fact that they were able to get a really big win during that last fight. So here, what are they gonna do for Vietnam? They can make use of this pause and just make sure that they are going to be able to just cut off a bit of the momentum of the Philippines from this.
Yeah. Vietnam, they're still out there. You see the damage that's being built up by Genza and BMM, and with the proper pokes that they can utilize, they can eventually take down other members of Team Philippines. So it will be up to Team Philippines on how well they are going to maneuver on those dances because considering Vietnam, they can just borrow time. They already have good frontliners that can just wait for any possible engage and then play on the crescent guard and give a lot of breathing space. And even a Riven from Taku with a backline access can definitely destroy Dahao. So there's so many still same as the game one, still many things to consider as what to dodge, as what to play, and as who to entirely look for.
Yeah, and we're still right there on the pause, everybody. With the from what I'm seeing here from the reason why they picked up the Ziggs during the first time a while ago is that they are confident that Dahao could win the 1v1 against the Zoe, and we saw it in action during that mid lane battle. I mean, yes, they're both low in HP, and there's always bigger chances of Dahao to win, but it's also the fact that it's a Zoe versus a Ziggs. Zoe usually wins those 1v1s, and being confident on those 1v1s is one of the things that a Ziggs could really actually go for. But now, here, for now, for everybody right here watching, we're still on a technical pause and we're still waiting for them to come back to the game.
Yes. So a really good breather for everyone, but just want to agree on you that it might break the momentum from the Philippines that they are as they are the one on the pedal to the metal. They are the ones who's setting up those skills, and they are just comfortable around the rift. They are the ones who's roaming around, playing onto the vision. Even Angara, whenever that the Vietnam team saw his shadow, they eventually back off easily. So that's the threat of the explosive cask. The same as the old saying that we know, Dash, that the unused explosive cask is the scariest explosive cask.
Yeah, and that's because you don't know when it will come out, and that's what is really scary about the explosive cast. I hope that we would be able to see how they're going to be playing it later on, because I'm excited because the next objective that is going to be coming Osiris is when the Philippines was able to win already. It's because because of the Rift Herald that they were able to get a large gold gap against Vietnam.
Yeah, and this is the same as what we saw from the previous match that Vietnam also knows how to utilize a Rift Herald pick. That's why Team Philippines, oh, I'm always stuttering around Philippines for the reason that I'm thinking NGX. I'm used to seeing them NGX, so yeah. And Philippines, again, they need to respect Vietnam's possibility on challenging this Rift Herald fights again and again, and it's just that they were really good in adjusting the proper timings on or looking for the openings with how well Dahao and Bingay accompanied each other onto the side before entirely moving in to position themselves. And what a good find! They were able to find the two main damage dealers, and at that point, it was pretty easy for them to identify whose needs to be focused on. As we saw, Being I chasing everyone at the end of the world, at the ends of the world, with even
Yeah.
flashing all around. And I think it's just that the Philippines right now, they are ready to take on those big team fights.
Yeah, and now with this, we're still waiting for everybody here. For now, we still have those technical issues. We still not see everybody looking at their phones, so they're still waiting for that. I hope that everybody out there watching are hydrated. Everybody stay hydrated. It's a really hot weather for here. Every one of us in the Southeast Asia, it's really hot. I hope that everybody
Yeah,
takes
exactly.
their water, everything that you keep yourself cool, so that we would still be able to. This match is really hot, so I would
Yeah.
really love
Intense.
to get a lot of hydration for everybody.
Yeah, and considering also that it was a really close match, I know that everyone is enjoying out there. Don't forget to make sure you're eating as well, getting your
Yeah,
meals
it's
for
dinner
the
time.
day.
Yeah.
There's still time. We don't know how long this technical pause will be going in, so go grab something to eat. Go get yourself dehydrated. And shout outs, of course, to all of those viewers out there from different region. Yes, unfortunately, we are missing out Indonesia and Malaysia, but I know how passionate those people or those Wild Rift players. So a big shout out to you guys. And of course to Cambodia for hosting and giving some love to Wild Rift.
Yeah. And to everybody who are on watch parties or in every community that is watching this right now, I hope you guys are going to be staying for this game. This is going to be the last series of the day, and we all are already on a 0-1 with Vietnam having the advantage, so it's going to be a long day or rather a long game, a long series for this
Yeah.
one, and we're going to be
Might be a
enjoying
full
it
five.
all right here. Yeah.
Yeah, and if you're not aware of the schedule, we already run through with the match 1, match 2. And this is the match 3. Eventually, this is the upper bracket. For the lower bracket, we are running it through for tomorrow. As whoever wins with these Philippines versus Vietnam will be waiting onto the grand finals that will be broadcasted tomorrow.
Yeah. I hope that everybody is at the ready here for both sides. Yep, they're saying there's been an issue right here and still not back. So we're still going to be waiting for that to happen. I hope that... Hey, I think everybody's ready already. I think that's going to be the time that we're going to be starting the game soon.
I was hoping to because if I'm looking here, they're still staring down. Feels
Okay,
like
they're not
no, not gonna happen. Not for now.
Yeah. So we're still going to be waiting. Let's talk about the next batches that's going to be coming out, Osiris. Because the
I
next
just want to
batches,
nerf
it's been...
Karen.
Yeah, I think there would be a Gary nerf on the next patches, but I think there would be a patch update for patch 4.2. I think a lot of people are looking forward to that patch because this is gonna be the patch in where the marksmen are gonna be way stronger than before. So I'm looking forward to that, and that'll change all the spectrum of things because we're gonna be having ADCs in the game after that.
Yes, and I am excited to even put a lot of champions as we keep on seeing Fiora, keep on seeing Riven,
Yeah.
Gragas, Jax. It always has been the same Baron laners, and this time we might see a Volibear and Aaron. I mean, not as quickly as possible when it gets patched, but you know, we're getting a bit of a diversity onto the Baron lane as we are not seeing Garen anymore onto the top lane or Darius. Some of them are settling onto the mid lane, even Singe. So I'm curious about this for the reason that Dash, it always has been this
Same
bruiser
picks.
yeah, same picks being bought onto the mid lane. There's no control mage. We don't have a Sarat. We don't have a Nazir. I mean, let's go for the basic champion ones that can be easily be compact and kept at Wild Rift. There's so many champions available out there to just to us going back onto the control mages era and then just put those marksmen to their own place. We already saw Zoe and Zeri, which is a pretty complex champion, but they don't want to put any like a Victor, a Serath, just a one-way
Anivia.
champions. Yeah, and Nivea, especially that one, because we already have the two, let's say, legendaries or the gods as Ornn
Yeah.
and Volibear will be present.
Yeah. I'm excited to see that also. Alessandra, if ever that's possible. I would really want a control mage meta and even the ADC meta in the bot lane, because that would change a lot of things in Wild Rift. And so far, people can even get away with a lot of bruisers on all of the lanes, even having the Jace on the bot lane, which is a way different experience from the normal League of Legends experience that you always have. Is that everybody has a lot of roles, everybody's a lot of choices, but here most of the choices are limited to certain champions that we have in the meta, and that is why here there is a big the same champions are always going to be there whenever it comes down to the competitive scene.
Yeah, and at this point, we are getting so much love for the next patch, shifting things up, hoping to go back on what we used to as with what supposedly the dragon lanes would be, as playing on to your solo queues. You are being judged when you played a mage onto the dragon lane.
Yeah, and again, we don't really have a lot of dragon, or rather mage options too, which is also the reason why people haven't been picking up a lot of mages. Yes, there's Ahri, there's Orianna, but there's not a lot, honestly. And that might be also the reason why people haven't been picking a lot of those mages in the mid lane. Mostly people have been picking assassins like the Zed, and yeah, honestly just the Zed. And that's why it's a bit of a different game right here.
Yeah, we already saw the early days wherein the mid lane is being dominated by the assassins, and the assassins now are playing onto the jungle. Like, a Zed onto the jungle is pretty different. A Yone onto the jungle as well.
Yeah.
So we are seeing a lot of different picks that we are not used to. Might be a curveball, but we want it to be more relatable on what we are playing on to the PC, and as easy to understand for the players coming in, and they can easily transition to PC if they want to. They can add more jungle AP such as Elise that has been missing the mark. Nidalee that has been missing the mark also. So please, Riot, can you add up some control mages or AP junglers?
Just put up AP champions. We don't have a lot of them, honestly. That's why. And also, honestly, in this game, what I really love about the Wild Rift is that the itemization of AP champions are way better compared to PC. That's why I am really expecting a lot of AP champions, because their itemizations are way better here, because there's a lot more dynamism with what you can build on your champion at any point in time, and at any state of the game. So that's why I am really expecting that to change. But here, we're still on the pause. We're still waiting for their ping to actually come back down, so that we're able to get on with the game.
Yes. So sit back, relax, and enjoy your meal, as we're still trying to wait also as much as we are excited to finish this game, or to know who's going to be the winner for game 2. We have to be patient, everyone. We have to take it slow. And as of now, everyone onto the side of both teams are also patient enough.
And now with that, everybody, well, Osiris and I are just gonna be going out a bit before we head into the game. We're just gonna be waiting for this to actually come out, and we're just gonna be seeing what's gonna come through on our games today. We're just gonna be taking a short break again. We'll be back if the game comes in. Here, and they're still going for it. They still haven't taken the Rift Herald Crescent guard to push him away. This is going to be the chance for Taco to take down Tan. Tan was able to get the stasis on. Look at the back line, though. They're going to be taken over, and that's going to be a flash from Taco. Not even a whiz slash, and he's going to be able to take a kill. Vietnam was able to take 2 already, and that's going to be it. They able to take 2. Rift Herald's going to be for them.
I'm not sure what's happening, but I believe that the momentum with the pause is also being shifted to the side of Vietnam, and a pretty challenging once again part as Vietnam was able to snag the Rift Herald, and they are starting things off. They are pressuring the mid lane, open it up once again. This is how Vietnam team has been performing even on the previous match.
Yeah, 2 objectives, rather 1 objective has been taken down, and that's going to be a good start for them to come back from this game. That is going to be a really good throw off from the last time that we've seen them, and now the Philippines is going to be going back to the drawing board after that 1 loss.
Yes, and this might be a different story as they are eyeing onto the dragon. Positionings are being taken in from, but the wave onto the Baron lane is pretty big. So let's see if they're going to play it aggressively. Philippines need to decide before Bubble Troubles and even those Battle Stars and even the missiles caught in the line of fire as Dahao and BI catching some of those. And we have the vision play from Vietnam and securing this dragon.
Yeah, they have a better position for this dragon, though. They're really far away now. Because this might has been used by Tan, he's not going to be able to take this. It's going to be bad for them. And now that's going to be it. Make an Inferno Bomb to try and take the steal. Now they're going to go in. They want to go for the fight. The knockouts right there. I think that's too aggressive for their side, though. The stasis is going to be there. Crescent Guard to push him back. And Tan was able to save the life of 1 person. But look at the back line, though. Look at him trying to take him down. And the Philippines was able to get 1. Nazaria is being chased by Taku. It's going to be a 2v5, or rather, a 4v1. That's going to be the sun coming out. And Taku is going to be too aggressive. That's going to be a kill to their side. Killing spree for Nazaria. And that's going to be a big advantage. But at least Vietnam was able to take 1 dragon.
1-1 onto that dragon, and we are picking up the pace as they are eyeing once again onto the 2nd tier tower. And you can clearly see how chaotic this fight. It was anyone's dragon at this point. No proper setups. I mean, no one's being, let's say, chipped away before they started the fight. But it was Genza who's overcommitting, but was able to zone 3 members. But up to this point, there's no reason to overcommit because they already had a dragon. Vietnam overstepped at this, after this dragon play.
Yeah, they already went in with a 4K gold for the side of Vietnam. This is going to be good for the Philippines. They took that advantage. They lost an objective, but they got 4 kills in the end, and that's going to be worth it for them, even if they don't take their Infernal Rig. But now, how are they going to approach this next part of the game? Because this mid lane turret is still staying strong. Now, that's going to be a Taku falling down again. And Nazaria is going on a rampage with this Renekton.
Just a few breather. Yes, they were able to get that Rift Herald, but this time they're not going to let it pass to that, as they are making sure that they are delivering the fight at the front of their doorstep. They are looking for those targets. Yes, it was Philippines who lost the tower, but definitely it was the proactiveness of them.
Already though, Tan being chased down. That's going to be 1 more dash, and that's going to be it. Taken down. Navarre is going to be the next one, the chopping block. Does have the flash. Body slam using the explosive cast to push down the Keno, but he wasn't able to. Dredge line is not going to hit. That's going to be good, but the top side though is being taken down. They already have Taco on the board in order for them to defend that, but Angara is not going to be surviving this. It's a lot of damage from Y1, and that's going to be the takedown, but they still got the inhibitor turret top side, and that is going to be focused on the goal. Philippines is taking down 1 inhibitor turret.
Eyes on the prize. They are making sure
Baron,
that the map is being pressured, but the Baron is being started once again. It's up for Dahao to be the savior, and Nazare, the one who's completely dominating.
You don't have a lot of flashes though. That's gonna be the Baron taken. You still have a lot of damage. Shoot just Predator, but he's being slowed down left and right. And Y1 is gonna be chasing down Dahao. He focused on one target, and Nazare is now being chased. The Predator has been taken, and that's double kill for Y1.
And a bit unfortunate, it was late for Tan. Again, Vietnam with the quick decision making on making sure to get those Baron power play. And right now they are pressuring the map. You have the package as well. The top lane will be easily be pushed by this Porky, while Taku right now opened up this Dragon lane.
Yeah, honestly can't see the throw off of that pause for the side of the Philippines after those momentum-based plays that they've done. Now it's all equal because they got the Baron on the other side. And this is going to be a problem later on for them. Now Y1 is just brute forcing through the tower. Now what are they going to do? Tan is already here in the back line. Going to go for the Dragon's Rage. He's not going to be able to follow up with the Sonic Wave, but Y1 is now going to be the target. He's so tanky, and not anybody can take the kill right there. They're going to be chasing down one. Genza falls. They're going to be going for Dahao. That's going to be another dash for their side. The Baron play is going to happen, and that's going to be another kill. Vietnam has already turned this around. It's going to be a 3v4. They're taking down inhibitor turns left and right. Mid lane has been taken down, and Vietnam wants to go for the bot lane.
And they are eyeing on the prize once again. This might be the same state at what we saw from game 1 with the Baron. Might be the one who's going to put the nail into the coffin of game 2. They are slowly moving in, but still you have BI to defend the top lane with the hull breaker, with the empowered minions. He is making sure that they're not getting another tower, but mid lane is open onto the side of Team Philippines. Good job for Team Vietnam on making sure, on creating every bits of pressure that they can take advantage of.
Yeah, this is going to be hard here on because they got the Baron. They got 7 towers on the board already for Vietnam. And that's going to be a problem because even with the inhibitor turret on top side, there's a lot more space for Vietnam right now. And this, how are they going to approach this? This is going to be another objective. Mounted Drake, the tankiest dragon in the game. Before they start, they want to take down one first, and that's going to be it. Explosive cast right here. They're going to be going down with the Dragon's Rage again. But Y1 is so tanky with the Gargoyle Enchant. He was able to survive like Inferno Bomb, and he still was able to get this. With the back line, though, Okeno was able to get some space. Genzo was able to take one. This is going to be taken for Taku. He's going to go to the back line, but Azarea is still in front of everybody. BI was able to survive, and now Taku is going to be the next one. A lot of damage. Azarea falls down, and Vietnam was able to take down Philippines. Triple kill for BMM, and they are going to be going for the prize, and they want to go for the Nexus. That's going to be another dash going in. Super Trouble Bubble is not going to hit, but he's just chasing them down. BI was able to push him back, but Vietnam is looking eyes on the prize, and they are going for the Nexus. And because of that one momentum shifter, Vietnam was able to take a 2-0 against the Philippines.
Good job for Vietnam on taking once again that Baron, the one objective that can definitely put a lot of pressure. And they are consistently taking advantage of those openings from Rift Herald up to the Baron. Whenever that they clear up Team Philippines, there are no hesitations, and up until to the very last fight, 3 stasis being spent. All of them took a lot of time before going down, and even BMM was able to survive launching those missiles and a well-distributed damage. Overall, there's no chance for Team Philippines to recover at that point. Their health bars are looking bad, and with the bursts coming in from the Zoe and Corky, job's done for them.
Honestly, I'll be honest with you, that pause really threw them off. Honestly, that's the reason why the Philippines lost that initiative on that Rift Herald.
But
because of that Rift Herald pause right there, Vietnam had the better positioning. But before that, when we were looking at the pause a while ago, Philippines was in position for that Rift Herald. But because of that pause, they were stopped on that momentum, and they were just able to take down that side. Now, that's going to be a problem here for the Philippines. What are they going to do? It's a 2-0 already. Vietnam riding the momentum in their favor. And every time they take the Baron, they're going to be snowballing that and out of control. And the Philippines aren't able to answer back so far.
Yeah, I mean, much respect to Vietnam. They really did a great job on taking the Rift Herald, but the pause indeed gave a lot of breather, relieves a lot of pressure onto the mental warfare, and can give you, to be honest, a lot of time to contemplate with the positioning. And we saw when we got back into the game, it feels like Philippines, they surrendered their positioning, and it was Team Vietnam who's already on to the 2 steps ahead. So I'm not sure what really happened, but it's just that Vietnam took advantage of the situation wherein they were able to land good missiles and even paddle stars. And as much as Team Philippines tried to recover from them, the team fights are well executed from Team Vietnam, and Y1 with that Xin Zhao was able to look for the right targets, was able to fend off anyone who's catching a BMM and Genza compared to the first few team fights that we saw.
Yeah, they lost a lot of initiative just because of that, and because they were able to take the Rift Herald, it slowly just went into their favor, and Vietnam was able to take it, and that is a really unfortunate event for the Philippines, and that's a 2-0 already on the board for Vietnam. And when it comes to a best of 5, going for a reverse sweep is the hardest thing to do for the Philippines, and this is going to be a problem later on. We built up the Philippines for them that they are the team to beat during the last CEC, but now it's looking like Vietnam already did their homework, and they are now able to get this 2-0 against the Philippines.
Yeah, and this is a really good momentum onto their hands, and at the same time, this is something that a good comeback play, a good revenge after all of these defeats. I think it's time for them to rise up and put a bit of a chip onto the armor of Team Philippines, as they are being poised as the one who's been being one of the favorites, as how convincing their performance by paper, and it always has been them who's getting the upper hand against Vietnam. But Vietnam as the gold medalist, as the one who's defending their throne, this is a different hunger that they're delivering.
They are the team to beat in the SEA Games, honestly, because of the gold medal that they already had from the last time that we've seen it, which is last year though. But again, everybody, the Philippines needs to come back from this, unless, I mean, they still have the lower brackets if ever they lose this, but with Vietnam having the advantage here, that just says a lot on what they did during the past month that they fought already. And this is a big change, a big difference from what we expected of them. It's Y1 actually playing so well that even without Melioda, Cerberus Esports are still able to perform this good on the side of Vietnam. How are they going to be answering this on the next game? That is going to be the question, because if they want to go for the reverse sweep, they don't have any more time. This is going to be the last game that they need to go for. And now Y1 again getting the MVP with 88% KP from that last game.
This guy is straight up proving that even though Meliodas isn't present, he can definitely make waves on his own. There's a reason why Y1 is the one who's been chosen to play as the jungler, despite of the X Factor being away. 88% kill participation, and speaks a lot of volume how this guy affects the game all throughout the day.
Yeah, and it's a really strong jungler too right now. He's slowly making waves with what he did during the last game. Once he steps up the momentum after the second objective, that's when he starts to actually just turn the game in their favor. And that's what I want to see again if they want to win this or close it out on a 3-0. But again, everybody, that is just our game 2. We still have our game 3, or if ever, we still have a game 4 and game 5 if ever they want to reverse sweep right here inside of the Philippines. But again, Vietnam 2-0. They got the advantage. We're just going to be taking a short break, everybody. We're having your casters. My name is Dash, and I was here with Cyrus. See you guys in just a bit. Okay. Wait, we're back. There you go. There you go. There's our faces. Okay. Yeah.
Greet them
Welcome
as
back,
well.
everybody, to the 30-second SEA Games League of Legends Swan Rip Edition. And we're still going to be your shoutcasters for today's matches. It's going to be Dash and Osiris. And again, everybody, this was a great match for Vietnam. They have served revenge twice already against the Philippines during the last games that we had. And now they would need to actually close it out if they want the Philippines to go for that lower bracket run.
Lower bracket run. Sounds something that Philippines would enjoy for. More Philippine games, more fun, I guess. So
That's true.
right now,
Yeah.
I think that's a possibility as how well Vietnam is really performing. Even though they are receiving a lot of pressure, they were able to pick themselves up at that point and took advantage of the Herald play, opens up the map, and then at that point, they created pressure from left and right, made another Baron power play. And this is one thing that you gotta respect Vietnam is on how well they are utilizing those wins and converting it in a very good results.
Yeah, and again, whenever it comes down to the second objective, that's when they start to actually come back from the game. That's when the Philippines need to actually be critical with their decisions, because so far that has been the reason why they have been losing these games. When they get the second objective, that Baron is going to be the next one that they're going to look at on the side of Vietnam, and that's why they have lost those 2 games so far. So now, the problem here is, how is the Philippines going to answer that? And here, we're going to go to the draft.
Yes, and we are looking in on the first few bans that might change the tides of the game. Are we going to see a possible Lee Sin ban just to keep Tan at the bay?
Yeah. With the Shen always banned, I always don't really like to see a Shen whenever it comes down to these games, because the Shen makes it easy to enable those long-range team fights, and that's why it's really hard to just go for the ganks every time. And that has been a problem so far here for the Philippines. If ever they're going to be fighting with a Shen, that's why it's always been a priority ban for both sides. But now, let's take a look at what's going to happen here. So with what they're looking at, it's the same bans on both sides. They might go and look for that Riven ban for Taku, because the Riven from Taku and even the Zoe from Gensa have been very good so far in the games.
Yeah, and of course, there's still no Senna. So waiting for Philippines as no Jace. Understandable. First pick may be coming in for Vietnam, but there's so many choices right now. There's so many openings that they can take advantage. Nautilus has been working wonders onto their hands, looking for the right targets. And the CC for days made a hard time on just escaping the hands of Vietnam. But this time, they are the ones who's going to pull out the Riven.
Yeah, a different draft overall, and that's what we're expecting from the Philippines. With a Jace ban, they don't want Vietnam to take it for themselves. Now, Y1 goes in for the Kha'Zix for this game. I'm really liking this first 2 picks already from the Philippines, because the Riven and the Wukong are really good priority picks on their side. And the Varus, there you go. That's what I'm waiting for. Philippines going for the Varus against the Zoe. A lot of champions that I was expecting during Game 1 and Game 2, and now they're pulling it out.
Yeah, and we are waiting for this. How many times you can easily catch someone with a chain of corruption? You have the piercing arrow as one of the, let's say, more consistent damage dealer apart from the Ziggs, and doesn't need any body block as how Paddle Stars work. So you have the CCs, you have the damage, everything is present onto that Varus. What a good choice, but this time onto the second banning phase. We're not going to still not see this Yone and no Garen for BMM.
Yeah, not gonna be a pick on both sides. But now, they didn't wait, what? They have a Gragas, they have a Galio available, but they went in for the Rakan. So Philippines is not pulling out all the stops here, and they are going for the Rakan for Angara, even if there were a lot of other choices. Vietnam with that goes for the punish, picks up the Renekton themselves, and even the big availability here of the champions is still right there. They can go for the Corki if ever they want to, because that Corki worked really well during the last game with the triple kill.
Yeah, and with the Corki...
Oh, Corki's banned, sorry.
Yeah, with the Corki being banned, there's less of a freedom, but this is what we're missing on most of the matches for today. There's no Lucian, and Lucian has been one of the champions that dominates mid lane. And I was expecting that Bing I can use this up against that Garen,
Zed, there you go.
but this time we're going to see a Z. So it means that we're not going to see any AP damage to Philippines, and we are going to overwhelm all of those armors from Nautilus, our beefy targets such as Taku. But this
Yeah.
time, our Riven to Nazarea, Taku might be on a different, let's say, different side.
Yeah. This is going to be a different game, though, for them. Because with them having this Zed, the fate of the game is going to be way different. And we usually expect them to go for a tanky frontline. But because of the presence of a Wukong, most of the time you don't really need a frontline when you have a Wukong. Because the Wukong is enough already at that point. So for this one, the Philippines really needs to wait. That's the thing that they need to go for here. They really need to wait for any engages from Vietnam, pull out the Cyclone, and even go for the grand entrance if ever they want to. They can be reactive, they can be proactive because they have a lot of CC to work with.
Yeah, and as of now, we all have those CC layerings that can take advantage of, and you have all the freedom in the world as a Varus to just snipe everyone out. A good death mark as well might be removing completely this Zoe. So they just need to check or to acknowledge what are the possible openings that they can take and go for a 4 versus 5 after a really good assassination. But how can you do that if there's a two big brother such as a Nautilus, a huge armor, and you have the Renekton with the Dominus? That if this death mark drops with one good stun, Zed can be definitely taken out of the game.
Now for this, if ever, this is gonna be the members right here of the Philippine squad, just putting out their champions that they actually need. The Riven is available, the Renekton is not picked, and they go for a lot more aggressive composition, not even minding the damage that they could, or rather the CCs that they can go for. And
Yeah.
that's what I like from this team, and this is a really nice start here for them. Now on the other side, from what they have, they do have a lot of single target damage, and they can go for a lot more of this early game, or rather the early game objectives on their side. It's easier to secure for them. So that's what they can look for here in the side of Vietnam.
Yeah, and Vietnam, I love how consistent Genza with that Zoe. Everyone from Team Philippines doesn't have any problems letting it out in the open, but Genza is maximizing. He is making sure that he's getting all of those damages. He's well utilized as a Zoe, and on top of that, you have BMM already not going to stay onto the back with a Corki or a Garen up to the front. This time, he is going to be a Lucian that can kite any members from Team Philippines. And this might be the last game of the day if Philippines will let this one slide.
Yeah. So now the game has been paused already for their side. So let's see if ever they are gonna be coming back from this as fast as they could. But with here, Philippines, I'm really liking the Zed. It has been a long time since I've seen a Zed for the side for the Philippines. For Bing I would need to really make sure that he would be able to perform really well with his champion.
Yeah, and right now, good way to start it with the pause, the technical pause. Third
Yeah.
time's a charm. And definitely, we already saw how both of the teams are well coordinated. It's just that this last moment, a match point from the Vietnam, this might be the one that they need to put a 1 point score going up against the Philippines.
Yeah. They gonna change anything during this next games? That's gonna be the question. So far, Genza has been really strong with this Zoe. He has been making a lot of underrated plays during the whole time. With his damage, he's been the reason why it's hard for the Philippines to move around, because a sleepy trouble bubble makes it hard for them to get priorities when it comes to the bushes and even the vision. So if ever they try to start now, that is going to be one of the angles that they need to look at.
Yeah, and so far, again, we're trying to slow things down. Just making sure that everything is functioning very well as we are heading to the game once again.
Yeah, there you go. We're back in the game, everybody. Philippines versus Vietnam might be the last game if the Philippines won't be able to come back from the slump a while ago during the last 2 games. So now it's a chance for Vietnam to close it out and fulfill one of their revenge against the Philippines.
So starting again, the 1v1s duels that we are looking at, BMM is applying pressure to BIE, and that's much understandable. You have the melee versus the range, but we are visited once again the same stories of every game that supports are dropping visit.
Grand entrance, but now BIE is low in HP. Was shielded out right here and was saved by Angara. That could have been a kill for the side of Vietnam, but right now they go for the flash, and BIE still survives with the damage. First blood to Keno. Now BMM is going to be the next target. They do have the flash. Rotations are going to be coming in. Angara is not going to be able to chase him down. He's just going to be dashing away through the Dragon's Pit. That's going to be one advantage for the side of Vietnam.
Yes, and Vietnam, again, as we have seen all the possibilities of their early game, this time they pulled the trigger. They are the ones who's getting those skills, but a really good trade coming in as we are left out on a 1-1. You can see Genza is being ahead by how many kills against Dao, but the KDA reflects a lot how Genza right now is performing well against Philippines.
Yeah, and it's also because of the difference between the matchups here. The Zoe, the difference there is that the Zoe always has less damage because the AoE of the Ziggs is just way better. But there you go. With the stats that we've seen, that does really determine on who's going to be having the advantage here. But on a different champion, Dahao now has the Varus. How is he going to be playing this around? Because the difference a while ago is that with the Ziggs, it's way harder to damage the Zoe. But now, the difference maker is the Chain of Corruption of Dahao is going to be the difference maker on this fight.
Yeah, definitely. They can have their own setup. And whenever team fight erupts, it's going to keep most of the members of Team Vietnam at bay. But Y1 against Angara, still too early for that. Taste Their Fear doesn't have any much of a damage, even though Angara is isolated. And overall, a few breather once again as Vietnam is starting once again to push themselves like a slingshot, waiting for that single moment that they can spring themselves again onto the mid game.
Yeah. It'd be real hard. Grand entrance was used. A cannon was put up in the air, and now it's going to be the target. Dredgeline wasn't able to hit the wall right there, and that's why he just dies. And Tan is going to be the next one. BMM with the calling, even with the Living Shadow, was able to turn things around. Dao is here, has the Chain of Corruption. He is the one waiting for here, and BMM might fall, but he's still low in HP. Here comes Y1 to go for the counter. He's going to go for the revenge. He's sticking together with BIE, and he's super low in HP. And now this is going to be the fight that they're looking for. Deathmark's already there. Genza is here to help out, and that's going to be the damage. The Flash has payment for the Sleeping Trouble Bubble. And that's going to be there for the kill, and that's the advantage for Vietnam again.
And you can see how aggressive Vietnam right now. They are not gonna let Philippines breathe as they got the momentum. This is their match point, and they are matching every aggression that Philippines is delivering into their front doors. With that, supports are being traded, with all of those spells being invested. Even the Death Mark wasn't really able to finish the kill, and it was a double kill onto this guy, Genza.
Yeah, players really know how to time their fights. So Grand Entrance damage right there from Genza. Almost gets the kill with the dredge line onto Okeno. He's going to go for the dive, and that's the kill again for Vietnam.
And Philippines not really looking good on this one as Vietnam doing a great job. Even just Akeno, he
He's gonna
was
sacrifice
able to kill Dahao, the main carry by himself. I mean, with Genza, but finishing the job. And once again, as job's done, it was Genza again also. But yes, an execution.
Oh, no. That's Reyes down. Ruthless Predator. Here comes the Cyclone to help out. Y1 falls. And that's going to be what they wanted for the side of the Philippines. But now in a 1v1, Taku has big advantage. Might go in. Nimbus Strike is at the ready for Ton, but they're not going to continue with that fight.
And you can clearly see that even Tan is having a hard time controlling Nazare's lane, and every lane right now is looking bad for Philippines. Yes, they were getting a small hope of those trades, but at what extent that they're going to keep on doing this, because Vietnam is 2 steps ahead with the shots that they're calling, with them being pressed onto the objective, and they are eyeing onto the dragon.
Denzel almost has the damage. Here comes Taku. They don't have the smite just yet. They don't have the timing. That's going to be good. They are going to be taking it for themselves. Philippines backing away. But the Treasure Line was able to hit on the back line. They're over to get one. Angar is down to how it's going to be next. They're going to go right there. Deathmark is not going to be helping out BI. With the Sleepy Trouble Bubble not hitting the flashes right there from BMM. Just going to help out the damage from Genza. Almost gets the kill. And now he's going to be chasing him down. Here comes the Sleepy Trouble Bubble. But it's because of the Wolf that he's able to survive. And again, kills on the board for Vietnam.
Yes, kills on the board, but we saw an off-cam kill as Nazarea was able to take down Taku in his own hands. But the thing is, we Philippines got the Dragon, but Vietnam got the Rift Herald. So once again, they are going to utilize this onto the mid lane, and with less attention, with less response. Once again, the mid lane is open, and this might be the momentum of Vietnam once again to roam around the map.
Yeah, Philippines might have a chance here. Nazarea has the ultimate. They even have Angara with the grand entrance. If ever they go for the bot lane, that could be a good chance here. But it's a good thing they're playing a bit cautiously for the side of Vietnam. That's why they survive.
But Keno, he is onto the vicinity, and of course, Philippines needs to respect that. Doesn't really go for an overcommitment onto the bottom lane, onto the Dragon lane. No push has yet to commence. Tower in the hands of Vietnam. They are the first one, and turret plating not being utilized by Philippines. As you can see onto the minimap, there's no damage to all outer turrets.
Yeah, BMM getting close, tries to damage with another dash, and Nazare is just going to be backing away. A lot of members from the side of Vietnam are looking towards bot lane. They want to take this tower down as fast as they could, but Philippines rotating really fast, and this is what they want to do. They want to go for a gank, and they have bigger chance here. Ton is going to go in. They have a flash in the grand entrance, and that's going to be a kill for BMM for sure.
And this time around, 3 members or 3 resources being invested, but is this the answer that they need, or just fending them off? Just a huge emphasis that they don't want any outer towers being destroyed. But Taku, okay, just a recall from BI.
Yeah, I
was
think that's
expecting
good,
it was a death rush, but
yeah,
it was a recall.
Yeah, I thought, I didn't see the recall animation, honestly.
Yeah,
I thought
same.
yeah.
I thought it was
Could
a
have been a
blind
kill.
spot.
Yeah, but again, look at this, everybody. The flash from Angara was really perfect in order to get the grand entrance.
Good read. And he is notorious for that Rakan or Galio. Oh, Taku.
Yeah, there's splash already. They have the stun though, and that's gonna be the damage from Dahao. Philippines looking at a great angle here. Their goal should be this. They want to take down as fast as they could. Now Angara does have the chain of corruption. Here comes the grand entrance. The punishment from the Philippines is looking really great for them. And now this is going to be the chance. A lot of shutdown goals has already inputted to the members right now. Grand entrance to the quickness flashes in. BMM is going to fall. And this is going to be the chance. Even under the turret, they're going to be taking him down. And Akeno still is juggling through the turrets. And that's going to be a lot of damage. Dahao survives. And Philippines looking with a lot more kills compared to Vietnam.
Philippines hitting back with what they can, with the proper patience. You have the chains of corruption and an overcommitment from Vietnam. Y1 doesn't have to overextend at that point, as they might be losing the tower already with how many resources being burnt onto that last fight. It should be a different story if they let the top lane lose and just go for a big trade or just recover from there and push the top lane. But Angara, once again, he is the one who's keeping the momentum into their side. He is the one who's looking for those setups, for those easy kills, and was able to bail himself out with a sliver of health.
Yeah, and that's what you need for the Philippines. When you are on a disadvantage, look for shutdown goals, look for pickups, and that's what they did. And that is a good start for them to come back from this, from the deficit that they had from the earlier start of the game. And now with that, we're slowly equaling the goal. Philippines is slowly getting there. And now with Vietnam, what are they going to do? How would they keep this? The next referral is going to be coming up.
And moving in, going into the positions. Less of a vision that they are putting in. Some are defensive, but mostly you can see Nazarea for the setup. He's going in, going hard.
Y1 gonna be target, and that's gonna be it. The kill already with the chain of corruption. 2 people have been taken off, and that's gonna be Vietnam backing away from that referral. Philippines has taken 1.
And once again, no smite, no Y1, no problem. And even Akeno, the Nautilus, and this is the momentum of Philippines. They are making themselves welcome to each objective. They are storming the fronts, and they are making sure that Vietnam is being punished for their overcommitments, as Y1 overstepped himself without any prior vision. I also commend Nazarea on that part wherein he just kept himself onto the tie brush up until to the last moment that they need to execute. And the pressure is on for Vietnam to fight back.
Yeah, that's it. Vietnam now losing their composure from those last fights. Now Death Charge going to be happening. Death Mark is going to be used in order to dodge that. And that's going to be another dredge line hitting onto the back line. And now they're going for Tan. Not a lot of damage looking forward for the members of Vietnam. Here comes Angara. He does have the shield. Grand Entrance, it's not going to hit. But here comes the members of Vietnam. They're going to look forward to this. No sleeping trouble bubble, but the damage from the paddle star is going to be enough. Now is here for the chain of corruption, but it is not going to be pulled out. Right now, Philippines, Vietnam are still feeling each other out.
Yes, and no one wants to back down. They are ready anytime to take those fights, and even Y1 being aggressive as he is. And other members are being present. The pressure is on for this Baron lane tower.
Now with that, Philippines, all of the members are already on the top side. And Vietnam is going for the same action right here. And right now, if Vietnam wants to win this, they need to go for pickoffs too. Because right now, the Philippines has the advantage. 2 dragons on their side. That's a big win for them.
Yes, indeed. It was a big win. But right now, towers are being controlled by Vietnam. And you can see here as how Nazarea's presence pushed away Genza and DMM. There was no time for them to recover their position when they saw the shadow of Nazarea. And at that point, no damage dealer onto that Rift Herald fight, and a good movement once again from Philippines.
Yeah, Philippines has been keeping up. That's a good chance for them to come back from this series. So far, Vietnam is still kept at the bay. And this is honestly what happened during the last 2 games. On the critical level, on the second objective, that is when they fight back. But again, they lost the second objective. And how is Vietnam going to do with a different variable at their table? How are they going to go approach this? Because it's a way different from game 1 and game 2.
Yeah, it feels like Philippines are much more comfortable moving around the map right now. Again, as how Angara is pulling the trigger. Vietnam is really having a hard time to fend him off and having their own answer. The Nautilus would be the one who's supposedly setting up those easy kills, but because Angara is not waiting around, they are having a hard time on leaving or making sure that the Battle Star will be dropped.
5 members in front. Look at that. The Grand Entrance isn't going to be able to hit. Dredgeline's going to be here. They have the stasis, chain of corruption to stop them from going forward. Members of the Philippines are already backing away. Good touch for them because they already got what they needed, and that's a tower.
somehow a good breathing space once again from the Philippines. It's just objective and then bail out. A good decision. They are much more careful on what fights they are taking. And the body system, they are going to be discovered. This will be a huge fight once again.
Yeah, a candle flashes in. They have a lot of ultimates. Grand enters the 2 on the air. That's not going to be good. Deathmark has been used already. Taco has great position, but it's still a 4v5. Not a fight that they want to go for. Philippines looking forward. Tan is going to go in. Cyclone is at the ready already. And Vietnam is looking forward to it. Cyclone's going to be there. That's going to be the stasis, and that's going to be the takedown onto Genza. And BMM is going to be the next target. Chain of Corruption is already here. And Taco is going to be holding too. And Philippines takes 4 members of Vietnam down.
They're turning the favor. This might be it as the first Baron of Team Philippines in this series and might be the first win as what we are seeing that they are carrying on. They are making sure that they are getting those kills, but Y1 got different plans.
Oh, no.
Stasis for the bait.
Yep.
Not going to happen.
That's going to be Flash, and Gara is moving forward. They can take this down. They got 1 kill already, but I think that's too overbearing. Y1, you might be dead here. That's going to be the death mark, and the Shurikens was able to hit. And Y1 falls, and that Baron is going to be for free. Chain of Corruption was pulled through. Dao is going to be the target. They have the Cyclone to push him back. Keno tried to go for the Dredge line, but it's not going to be hitting. And Vietnam now at the loss on what they need to do.
Double ultimates has been spent. The Cyclone and at the same time the Chains of Corruption to stop Akeno on borrowing time, on delaying them because other members will be present and a removal of a Baron buff will be a big problem. It was a good attempt from Y1, but at this point it was already in the control of Philippines as a perfect time despite as well when Y1 jumped. He's not even on a Void Assault. It was on cooldown. Means that they are aware to his positioning and being killed as well by VIE.
Yeah, 5k gold lead, and now the Philippines has advantage against Vietnam. Way different phase from the last time that we've seen them. This is going to be a good start for them if ever they want to get a reverse sweep against the members right there. Now, VIE already used the ultimate Taco, now low in HP. Grand Edis is going to be hitting on Akeno. Now he's going to be the target. They might pull through a lot of damage to Shurikens, and the Corrupted Arrow is going to be able to hit. Chain of Corruption is here, and Y1 has been holding down Stasis because of be leaping away. But here comes a Grand Entrance. It's not going to hit from Philippines. And now look at them just having the confidence to take down the tower bot lane. And this is going to be Philippines just taking over the advantage.
Yes, and they are knocking onto the heavens, DoorDash.
Yeah, they're looking for the door. They have the super trouble bubble. Genza. It's not going to be hitting that paddle star. That's going to be it. Tan wants to pull down this tower, and that's going to be the Cyclone backline has been breached. Philippines are just taking over Vietnam. That's 3 people down. Y1 tries to go for a kill, but he's not able to because of Wind Slash Bomb. Nazarea was able to get the kill on him, and BMM tries his best to do something, but it's not going to be enough. He takes 1 kill, but that is going to be the trade. The Nexus falls, and the Philippines takes 1 game against Vietnam.
One game, indeed. A start of a supposedly reverse sweep if this keeps on going. But you know how the momentum is being controlled by Vietnam. But what a good pick from Philippines. Angara's Rakan definitely made those shining moments, stopping those Nautilus Akeno's play, and even the aggression of Vietnam to a full slow up until it was nullified.
Yeah, and again, that's a chance for the Philippines. Because of their draft 2, they were able to make a lot more plays with the champions that they were given. The Varus right there was a good touch in order for them to shut down a lot of the engages coming in from the side of Vietnam. And that was honestly a really great game for the Philippines. They started really greatly. Vietnam was able to get 1 advantage in the first objective, but after that, the Philippines was just able to roll them over by just picking off them, the members of Vietnam 1 by 1, and that's what you do when you want to go for a comeback.
Yeah, and it was slow, it was methodical. They didn't really overcommit this time, as what we saw from game 1 and game 2, that there are chances that we are being caught off guard. This time they got each other's back and everyone moving as a unit as what we are expecting to Team Philippines, and they definitely did it. It's They are currently onto these tracks, making sure that they are smooth sailing for a reverse sweep. But Vietnam, they're still there. We still have two more games to fulfill that wish, but Vietnam isn't going to let that happen. They have their own plans.
Yeah, and now with this Vietnam, how are they gonna answer on the next games? Because right now the Philippines was able to read through 2 games, and they're just gonna be coming back from this. It's honestly a good start for the Philippines here, because when they started to go for a comeback, this is what they did. They did slowly get some kills one by one through the board, and after that it was easy through. Y1 was too aggressive here, and that's why he was punished time and time again by Angara. Whenever Angara sees an opening, he's gonna flash in, and that's why Y1 wasn't able to play the game at the second half.
Yeah, exactly. And up to this point, Y1 is he's being monitored again and again. If you can see onto this replays, he keeps on running away because everyone from 15 Philippines making sure that he is going down. Even Genza, to be honest, they're not going to let him play. And this chains of corruption, as much as we are waiting to this Varus pick that's already out, we already know that it will be a worthy pick onto this matchup.
Yeah, and what I like about this Paris pick from Dahao is that he went AP. After he had the Triforce, he went for the Ripmaker and was able to get the Rabbit and Stat Cap in the end. And that's why his damage really deals so much. After the Chain of Corruption, that target is gonna fall down for sure. That's the power of that AP Varus, and that's what I like about the AP Varus, honestly. Even if we went AD, it's also going to be the same. The piercing arrow is just going to be dealing more damage. But here, just in this game, the Chain of Corruption had a lot more uptime, and that's what you need in these types of games.
Yeah, most definitely, especially that they don't have an AP. It will be coming into that Varus, and with the chains of corruption and popping off the blighted quivers, definitely it is a burst that you're not going to see it coming. It's a bit of underrated build with the AP build coming in from that Varus. So it feels like it was already, or it's all about the piercing arrows, but no, it's all about the blighted quivers, wherein that you can just pop it off with some few skills. And you can see here the damage from Dahao. 19k. They are running in close with some of the members, but Genza still delivering that Zoe. 24k.
Yeah, honestly, this Zoe from Genza is really strong still. Even with the fact that they had the Varus, the only problem with Genza on this game is that he wasn't able to execute a lot of targets on the second half of the game because Philippines knew the answer. What they can do, tie the backline. That's what they did. That's the reason why they picked the Rakan first, is because that gives them more backline access. And that was the answer to their problems all along. How are they going to answer the Genza problem? And here it is. The Varus, together with the Rakan, was so helpful in getting them that win.
Yeah, definitely. And Philippines, this time around, they are looking dominating. Yes, it was pretty back and forth, but at least you have the Dragons, or the objective, swinging into their sides. And of course, our MVP, Tan, with 82% kill participation. And he's really looking solid on his execution onto those targets.
Now with this, how are they gonna do this? Again, congratulations for Joshi for taking this MVP. You don't usually see a Wukong getting the MVP because Wukong doesn't really deal a lot of damage, and the algorithm of the game doesn't really look at that much. But on this game, Tan really did so much. He was able to deal so much damage. He was able to do a lot more than what is expected from him. And that's the reason why they were able to win. He was able to shut down the backline too. And that's what I like about the Wukong pick. And that's why Vietnam has been banning this Wukong pick, is because that's how destructive the Wukong pick is.
Yeah, and at this point, they are being caught off guard. Yes, he might not be onto that Lee Sin, but he is still a playmaker. And he did a really good job on making sure with the backline access that you've mentioned. You have Rakan, you have Cyclone, you have Decoy from Wukong. There's so many combos that we can do just to make sure that Genza is going down. But of course, As much as we love to discuss more about this, we are moving into a short break and we might witness the reverse sweep. Once again, Osiris and Dash, we will be right back.
A hot day and hot games for this day. We already have one for the Philippines, and now Vietnam still has to with the advantage with their match point. How are they going to close it out, or would the Philippines be able to reverse sweep this series? And that's going to be the question that we need to answer on this next game. We're already on game 4, everybody. We're still your casters. My name is Dash, and I'm here with the Sirens.
Yes, and hot games indeed, as how hot-headed we are coming in, because the games are pretty close. I mean, you gotta respect all of the teams right now. They are putting all of their hot shots, and every shot that they're taking, it's really they're proving that they are a team to beat. Remember that this is the gold medalist from last year and the team who's challenging them for a spot at the finals.
Yeah, and again, that is going to be the question here. The Philippines was able to win against them during the past tournament. Again, it's the problem here is that Vietnam was already able to take their homework down. But it's looking like it's going to be a reverse sweep based on the momentum, based on that game a while ago. Just because the Philippines just knew how to deal with them. And they knew where to answer, where to put the solutions on. And that was on the second objective. And during the second objective, they shut down everybody on the side of Vietnam. And Vietnam wasn't able to do anything after that.
Yeah, and that's how hot-headed they are, because whenever they got momentum, it was flaming trails of blood all across the board, as they are looking for every kills around the map. That's how they are looking good right now, and it feels like they are really bound to bounce back to this point convincingly, that they got the mental reset that is needed to each teams.
Yeah, they already have the lead a while ago. I thought they're just going to go through it. But now we're going to be going back into drawing board. The Philippines banning the Nautilus already at the start. With that, that's going to be changes in the draft already for the side of Vietnam. Are they still going to be banning the Chase and just let the other team take the Chase and maybe take a Gragas for them? Or rather, take a Gragas for themselves?
Yes, and what I'm curious about, Genza, is he going to change his picks for the reason that Zoe this time around didn't work? By 2 consecutive games, he was out there, but this time they were able to find him and stop all of those panel stars. So we might see are they going to shake things up? Or is it going to be still the same pick that he is confident about, that onto the blue side, Philippines with the first pick of that monkey, Son Wukong?
Yeah. And again, the Wukong is going to be prioritized by the Philippines. On the other side, the Jace has been taken. Sen is also available though, so Vietnam could take that for themselves. So if ever they go for that, there's still... Wait, the Shen was available.
Here we go.
Yeah, the Shen is going to be a problem because on the hands of a master like Y1, Joshi on the Kazakhs is going to be good. But the angle here, Riven has been banned, so the 6 is going to be taken again by the Philippines now.
I mean, Renekton. I believe I'm expecting a Renekton, because they can definitely bring Blade of the Wind King and goes for those bigger trades once again. But this time, they are feeling confident. We have 3 melees, 3 of those playmakers that can shift the tides of the game. You have the Stand United cross-map play. And remember, this is a Ziggs who also have a map or a global play. And the Kazakhs, as someone who's playing onto the isolation, he might be countered with the Shen.
Alistar is the only choice that the Philippines has for the support. What can they do here? Is the Alistar going to be the best
They
pick?
still have
Or are
Galio.
they going to be... Yeah,
Oh
Galio has
yeah,
been banned.
that's the
Yeah.
last ban. Yeah.
Yeah, so they
Close.
don't have any other choices here for their side. But on the other hand, Vietnam doesn't have a lot of other choices except for the Lux or the Varus if ever they want to go for that angle again. Renekton is going to be prioritized by the Philippines. What support are they going to bring to the table now that they don't have any other choice except for the Alistar? Maybe a Thresh could also be coming out this game.
I'm not sure if we are feeling confident onto that Thresh, but having the Rennick, then it means that they are going to have a hard time playing on par with the Baron lane Shen, if ever. But I believe that this will be,
There you go, Alistar.
yeah. You have the Alistar, will be the last pick, as we've seen. And the Shen might be playing into different sides of the map. Jace can be played onto the jungle, can be on the mid. Shen can be played on the mid, and to the Baron lane can be a support as well. Same as the Gragas. And even a jungle Renekton. We
Yeah.
already saw that, but it didn't really find the success that we expected. But the Karen will be onto the hands of Philippines.
Okay, the problem here is the Gwen has been picked. The Yone was available a while ago. I thought they're gonna go for that angle,
Oh,
but because
yeah.
Vietnam was able to take this, remember, they have 3 tanky members on the side of Philippines. Gwen is gonna cut through those. This is gonna be a hard game. Honestly,
Yeah.
what I'm surprised of though, Osiris, is that they don't have an AP carry. They all are bruisers on the side of Vietnam.
And as much as we're seeing this, everyone is a melee, and yes, Jace can go for the long range, but
Yeah,
It's
gonna go
not-
Dragon Lane for sure. I think
Yeah,
the Jace.
can be there. But what I'm worried about is you have the zigs, and you can see those
That's-
hearts flying. And,
That's
and,
sportsmanship right there. Yeah, I love
you have
that.
all the damage dealer. You have the damage dealer from Philippines as he got Dahao went back to his zigs, but you have the Hollowed Mist, and all of the players or champions from the side of Vietnam are melees. So it means that they are well safe inside the Hollowed Mist, not unless one of the members from Philippines can definitely duel them inside that mist, which is unlikely. This a 5 versus or a 4 versus 1, if ever.
Yeah. The only thing that this is gonna be a hard match for the
Yeah,
Philippines. Because remember,
this will be hard.
yeah,
This
because
is not
remember,
the
there's a
same
lot
as
of bruisers.
before. Yeah,
A lot of bruisers, a lot of very tanky members, and they have a Kha'Zix and they have a Ziggs. How are those players gonna be dealing damage? The only way that they can deal damage is that if they get the early game for themselves. That's the best way for the Philippines to win here. They use the early game in their favor, and after that, they could just snowball through the members right here. But the hard part there is that they have a Shen too. That's why it's gonna be hard for them to take any kills against Vietnam.
yeah, that's why it's pretty odd that we already saw the Shen, but we still stick to the Kha'Zix, because as an assassin, that's not something that we wanted to go to. Yes, you have the Wukong for added Cyclone, but the Kha'Zix into the mix. We already saw Y1 being nullified, being the one who's losing a lot of damage with all of those exchanges. This time it will be in the hands of Philippines that we are seeing a lot of big boys.
It's gonna be hard, man. That's gonna be hard.
This is a big boy challenge.
Yeah, the big boy challenge. Yeah, it's gonna be a hard match overall, man. Because how are they gonna reach the numbers right there? And also, they don't have a lot of damage sources too. If they had a mid lane, maybe a Yone in the mid lane, they could pose a threat against them, maybe, because that Fate Seal is gonna hit everybody for sure. But they don't have that. They have the safer route. They have 2 spitting tops, who's not gonna deal damage.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a hard fight, Philippines. There's gonna be a hard fight for everybody out there supporting the Philippine squad.
Yeah, and considering that we are on the match point, this will be a tall task to them. The pressure is on to our fellow countrymen, but Vietnam really did a great job to corner Philippines and finish the job, if ever that this lineup or this draft works.
Yeah, we have seen already it's still gonna be good here. It's gonna be a try for the Philippines. They can make it work, as said by the fans. For everybody out there, if they have a watch party out there, wherever you guys are, this game might be the last or might be the start of a great comeback from the Philippines.
Yes, and slowly but surely we're heading in on. Y1 is the one who's going to play on a Shen jungle. I'm not sure how confident we are with this for the reason that Shen doesn't really have a good wave clear. So
Oh, Shen is good in the jungle.
Oh,
He's really
really?
strong. He's really strong in the jungle, man. He's really
Am
strong.
I behind or am I living under the rock? Because I mean,
It's a priority jungle pick. That's
yeah,
why it's
I
gonna
think-
be really scary.
I think it's just that me looking all of those games with Yone. So
Yeah.
I think I underestimated Shen this time around, but really good to hear that he's working wonders now into the jungle, and you can definitely see it here.
Oh, look at the
Oh.
Garo going in with the flash to the headbutt, and
Whoa.
BMM could die here. That's gonna be a good start for the Philippines. And as exactly as we said, Osiris, this is what they needed.
The early game, the one who's
Angara.
controlled the game, Angara. Yes, he might be losing his Brakan, but with that flash, with his flashy play, once again, consistent flashy plays all across the board, delivering BMM out of the first blood.
I honestly love it whenever I see an Alistar. Alistar is a second thought for everybody. But when plays like those are made, I'm always at. Look at this again. Another headbutt coming out, and Genza is going to be left to use the flash. And that's a big win already for the side of the Philippines.
Yeah, a few missteps, Angara will make sure to take advantage of those openings. And with what we've mentioned onto the draft that they got the Gwen, this will be a huge problem if it scales up. So a good call once again from Angara, and once again, Akeno being present as well, tried to defend BMM. But at this point, they are really losing a lot of those early game pressure.
Yeah, presence in the mid lane, but from what we're seeing from the Philippines, Angara is dictating the face of this game, slowly getting into level 5. Having the level advantage whenever you are on Alistar is going to be a big win for you. So now, they're shutting down BMM exactly as they should, because that's going to be the scariest part of this rap from Vietnam.
Yes, and as quickly as they can, they are trying to bounce back from it. You got the pressure already, and with how well Angara's pressure onto the mid lane, it gives a lot of BI's freedom to just farm. And we are not getting afraid to BMM as Todd started.
Yeah,
off.
gonna go in though. Look at the damage. Body slam gonna be coming in. And this is gonna be Vietnam looking for the start. Shadow Dash was able to get 2. And that's gonna be it. Big Eye was able to get the Cyclone in. And the damage from BMM is still keeping up. And they're not gonna be able to take the takedown.
shot
Genza
blast.
gonna go into the backline. Tom was able to get 1. And that's gonna be big. Leap away. And that's 2 kills on the board for the Philippines. Over 1 on this side.
What a good trade once again, and the goal is to shut down BMM again and again, spending his sums and even losing more farm into the lane, as how BI is making sure that the pressure is on, going on par against Genza and not backing up.
Aggressive, knock off the motion justice. It's not at the ready. Taku was able to run away. That's gonna be Vietnam still surviving for a bit.
This is looking good for Philippines, as we might be scared onto the draft of Vietnam, but with this early advantage that they are keeping on, and Angara's playmaking all across the lanes, Akeno is having a hard time answering this.
Now, what are they gonna do here for Vietnam? Even with the stand united a while ago from Y1, it was not enough to keep himself alive. He was able to keep BMM alive, but he was not able to keep himself alive. So with here, Ton, what they need to do here is just to shut down BMM every step of the way if they want to win. But Vietnam, remember, Vietnam has the bigger chance of winning here just because of their
Exactly.
draft already, but the Philippines just needs to get a gold advantage early if they want to get this to a 2-2.
And on how the momentum is moving onto the side of Philippines, we are settling down. We are calming down as for the reason that 7 seconds, we are going to witness the objectives. And this is where things get spicy and dicey because most of the teams, both of these teams are rather investing a lot on securing that Rift Herald and might be using it to mid lane to give more freedom across the map, to give those chill
Top
vibes.
lane, Shadow Dash already there, and Nazareth is going to be flashing
Oh.
away from this fight. They already are starting on the Infernal Drake. That's going to be taken
They
really
got the
fast for
info.
their side. They got the Stand United right there, and they're still not able to get the kill. Akeno is going to be flashing away, but Ton is going to be taking him down with one slice. And now this is going to be the start for them to take the Rift Herald.
Yes, and they were able to start the Dragon when they saw Y1. At this point, yes, his Stand United has been spent, but it wasn't on the right target for them to really fend off anyone or push away onto the Dragon. So this time, with that burned Stand United, with them being late onto their setups, they are not going to contest the Rift Herald and 2 objectives right away in the hands of Philippines.
Yeah, and that's what you want from the Philippines. 4K gold lead, that's exactly what you want. Maybe a 5K is a good start, a good baseline for them to have the advantage overall against Vietnam. Because the longer this game goes, the scaling of Vietnam is going to be way scarier than them. And this is a good start. Philippines just snowballing out of control.
Yeah, but it's just 4 kills, and once again, they are trying to settle down. They didn't really baited out the Rift Herald as Vietnam doesn't want to commit. They know their win condition and they know that this is still winnable if ever that they try to slow the bleeding or even stop it in a few moments.
Yeah. As long as they don't give any more to the Philippines, Vietnam could still come back from this. Again, Rift Herald has been summoned in the mid lane already. They can take that down pretty easily, but it's a good thing that they... Oh, wait, that's too fast. I thought they're going to be able to take that down, but the Philippines was able to double down, and they can take this mid lane tower. Remember, 5 people are here, but it is Philippines going to be backing away from taking down the tower mid lane.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, the
and
BMM.
BMM.
That was scary.
I'm not sure if this will be an easy kill for them. Remember, you already got the Rift Walker, so it means that the snip spell vamp
Yeah,
will be
it's
huge.
gonna be taken down. Here comes the pulverize, and that's BMM dead again in the waters, and the
Ignite
Philippines
from
knows
VIE.
where to target.
No problem onto the spell vamp. No problem onto the snip as the ignite from BIE lets off BMM, and he is not playing well as he is
can't
being
play.
ganked. Yeah,
He can't play the
all
game.
gray screen all day, just like how we do our ARAMs. And you can see 1-3 onto the board, but still a long way to finish this, as still Vietnam is doing a great job on not letting those easy kills. It has been Philippines who needs to invest 2 to 3 members and even a few summoner spells just to take down a single person. If Vietnam can capitalize on that and not lose anymore, there's still a huge possibility. But the
Look at the
different
flash
news,
already. Okeno gonna be the target. Ignite is sticking on his head, but here comes the Shadow Dash. Shadow's gonna be flashing in, and that's the Void Spike taking him down. Now Vietnam, what are they gonna do? Almost all of the members are here. Here comes the
another one.
Pulverize. That's gonna be good. They're gonna be going in. A lot of members are here. That's gonna be the flash from BIE. Look at the backline though. Taku did much injustice already, and the Ignite is already taking on his head. Taku's gonna fall, and Vietnam is at the loss in what to do against the Philippines.
and once again, they are completely clueless. They are lost on who to prioritize,
what?
and they're still going in.
Yeah, he still falls down. And now without any jungler, this Rift Herald is for free. Or rather, Rift Herald has been taken. They still have some time. I'm getting a bit faster.
You're getting
Cyrus.
excited. You're getting excited. It's slower than fancy food, but yeah, we also already predicted that how well the Philippines lineup can thrive onto the early game, but we are still worried onto the late game as we are still moving on with BMM's farm galore. But you can see at 8-1 onto the board, it means that they are capitalizing at every moment. This headbutt pulverized from Angara.
Yeah.
And they're paying the price, drafting these 4 melees and no burst AP.
Yeah, and that's what you want to do, though. For them, punish them for what they're worth. They don't have any damage early game, might as well just punish them. Y1 is going to be the target. With no stand united on their side, this is going to be bad for them. Look at the back line, though. They were able to get the body slam. Not enough damage from BMM, but they were able to survive for just a bit. And Vietnam survives for another day.
At this point, they are still looking for an answer on how they're going to strike back against Philippines. As not even close on these objectives, they are letting it slide one after another. And you can clearly see that they're not even moving to the Dragon Pit. They wanted to focus on more pressure onto the mid lane. But Angara is already there. He knows. He is one step ahead. He got some vision. They can go once again for a hero play.
They have a lot of vision on their side. Angara, very tanky at this point in the game. With Vietnam trying to piece through the puzzle, they haven't found the last piece just yet. And now that's going to be it. The Keno going to be the target. Headbutt's going to be there. BO5 still not popping the Cyclone in that fight. Ocean Dragon has been taken. 5 members from the Philippines are here. Steadfast stronghold on this part of the jungle because they want to take some kills against Vietnam.
Yes, and they're not going to let anyone out. Feels like Alcatraz as they secure the dragon with no chip into their HPs, into every members, and right now they are focusing onto the outer turret, just finishing up, adding more gold to their total.
Yeah, getting more map pressure, a lot of investment for this team. Taco is going to be taking this tower, which is a good start for Vietnam. But right now, Philippines with an 8k gold lead, how are they going to be going for the shutdown? So far, they haven't breached through anything. Vietnam is just losing their towers one by one. And that is not a good thing to happen. Yes, we've said that they have the better scaling on the late game because BMM is present. But if he's not allowed to play, it's not going to matter.
Yes, and right now, as much as we love this melee lineup, we have the Hallowed Mist to protect them, but no one's gonna stop this Alistar. Eventually, it will come in. It will headbutt you out of your place. And BMM being camped, being looked for, being sought out for how many times? He is being irrelevant into the damage department. Might be once if ever he finished his Gnasher's Tooth. But you can see right now we are moving into 3 items power spike onto the side of Philippines.
Yeah.
And even getting a Serpent's Fang for Tan and his assassination might be even more scarier as he got the Edge of Night to fend off any possible skills that's going to stop him.
Yeah, we haven't seen any big stand united plays just yet because Y1 was too aggressive. Look at him playing this. That's going to be a problem. Y1 Shadow Dash. They have another Cyclone coming out. Y1 is going to be the target. Look at the Cyclone. He flashes in. They don't have any more shield to work with. Members of the Philippines are just rolling over the members right here. They have been taken down. Double kill on the board. And that's going to be 3 down. And Philippines are just dominating Vietnam.
Philippines took 2 games before completely dominate the opposing side. What a wake-up call to them. And they are right now storming the front as the Satchel with the siege power. They are going to open this. There's no jungler. They don't need Baron. They just need to finish this. This might be...
Hours. Wow.
Okay.
Yeah. They're not going to finish it. They want to play it safe. They want to take the Baron.
Respect.
But again, 13k, 12k gold lead. Imagine. This is the reason why you don't play Shen like this. Shen should be left alone every time, and when he tries to face check, you don't have any stand united anymore. And you can utilize this kill for yourself, and if Y1 is going to do that time and time again, that's going to be one of the biggest so far has been the biggest problem of the Vietnam squad. 12k gold lead. That's hard to chase. That's hard to race after. At this point, Vietnam should be thinking about the next game.
Yeah, and I believe that they're going to have a hard time bouncing back from this as 11-1 momentum onto the side of Philippines. And if you're going to check the map, they got all of those corners checked. They are eyeing onto the Baron. And once again, Angara sitting up front into the middle of the Scuttler Crab isn't scared of anyone who's going at him. He might be the one who's going to set it up for another easy kill as they are eyeing once again to Y1. No stand united will be utilized if the ninja himself is dead.
Yeah. With that, even with Y1 is still going for the same strategy right here. They want to get the kill on the back line, but Tan is already here. He's going to be taking damage on BMM. BMM might fall really fast. Hallowed Miss is not going to help you, buddy, because that's going to be Tan taking another kill. Stand United's going to be coming out. Nobody's going to help them out. The cannon's going to be the next target. Cyclone's not going to hit him. He was able to body slam away. Here comes the damage from BingEye. Not going to be big, but at least Philippines wants to roll over the members right here of Vietnam. That's a lot, and Taku isn't able to defend. Philippines looking for the fight. Y1 against Angara onto the back line. He's just keeping him at bay. And right there, he's not even able to recall.
Flash.
Right here, Vietnam. This is going to be the last stronghold, the last defense for them. And now going to be Taco flashing in. He's not going to be getting that kill, and their execution from the side of the Philippines are going to be ending it. And that's going to be 2-2 on the board. Philippines are back in the game.
Last one for both of the teams as we are moving into the match point of both 2 wins. And Philippines, this is what we are expected to them at the first 2 games. I'm not sure what happened onto the first ones, but it's definitely winnable as they are the ones poised or convincingly the one who's being standing at the top of the world with their performance even in WRL. But you know, Vietnam isn't going to let that happen easily. They were already 2 points ahead. It's just that this time it feels like they're having identity crisis because they're having a hard time looking for a good draft that will work against the aggression of Philippines.
And as we can say, we have a series in our hands, everybody. It is the
first
5th game.
5.
Yeah, and that was such a great game from the Philippines. It was from a 0-2, and now they got a 2-2. It was a great journey for the Philippines, but now Vietnam, with the momentum against them, how are they going to fight the Philippines later on? But again, let's take a look at this game. Let's go back to it. It was a really great draft from Vietnam. Honestly, that draft was super great, but because they weren't able to utilize the Stand United every step of the way, they were punished by the Philippines. And that is exactly what the Philippines composition wants. They want to take the early game in their favor, and once they get the early game, get a 5k gold lead head start, and after that, just snowball the game in your favor. And that's exactly what happened, and Philippines was just able to take off.
Yeah, I mean, one of the doubters with the Kazakh's pick, but eventually it was able to pick itself up. Remember that he prioritized getting the Black Cleaver and Serpent's Fang means he is out there to shred and tear down any tanky members that he's going to meet along the way. And going back to your point a while ago that Stand United, it was being utilized at the last part of the game, but he didn't show up to the body of Genza, I believe, because it was Angara's headbutt or pulverize that stopped the teleportation going in full circle. And I believe that's another clutch play from Angara to make sure that one less of a member and as an annoying Alistar who's making plays across the board is still brought himself up until to the late game, up until to the last moment that he was able to finish the game by providing a lot of support.
Yeah. And that was great execution overall from the Philippines. Honestly, I was expecting Vietnam to win that game because of their composition. But Vietnam doesn't really know how to play that composition pretty well. And that has been the start of the problem. They have a lot of users that could use the Stand United in their favor, that could bring the Shen together with them. There was the Renekton. There was a Keno also with the body slam if ever he wants to. But they weren't able to use it. That's going to be one of the problems. If ever, the Philippines is going to be leaving that Shen again open because they know that it's not a threat. If Vietnam doesn't know how to play it, we're not going to be banning it again.
Yeah, and they already know how to deal with it, so it will be an easy task for them to let those open. And I believe it's much more efficient for them to ban away that Zoe. It is more
Way
being
better, yeah.
controlled. And yeah, at this point, I think Angara will be the X factor, as they are completely. I mean, he is completely making sure that those early games, especially the first roam of the supports at 2 minutes, they are making it matter. Catching this team of Vietnam off guard with how well Angara is playmaking.
Yeah. I want to see the statistics of that match because
Yeah.
almost everybody right there performed so well. I don't know if the MVP is going to go to Aaron or going to go to Just because based on the games that they played right there, it might be a bit equal, but I'm leaning towards Just Ton to be taking that MVP because they played
Again, yeah.
so well. Yeah, look at that. The damage is on the top for Ton, and he's going to be taking the MVP here for sure.
Yeah, and you can clearly see the damage being dropped down, and as much as close as BMM moving in closer with Genza's damage. It's just that with the start off with a 1-3, he took it really personal. That had a hard time bouncing back at all, and not even given any window for the snip to come into play. As every hollowed miss, someone's inside that mist, and he is being executed completely. So Philippines, once again, making sure that they are also 2 steps ahead onto those objectives. It greatly favored them. And you got yourself a good prediction, Dash, as Tan will be the MVP with the kill participation. That's huge, 93%.
Oh, that's a lot, man. And again,
Almost everyone.
the KDA is 14. That's almost a perfect. That's a perfect KDA during this game. And now with the 90% kill participation from this man, he was everywhere during all those fights, except for the solo kills. Maybe that's
Yep.
why he missed a bit of those kills. But again, just she making that so effective. And remember, with the Stand United composition already on their side, the only problem that they had there was because they didn't really, because of the Serpent's pack that he built first. That was the reason why the Stand United was let loose. It was not even able to get the shields that they needed during that time.
Exactly, and even though that it gets the shield needed with the Serpent's Fang, it tears down anyone that has been going at him. I was really expecting that this Kazik isn't going to thrive with how beefy the lineup of Vietnam, but they were able
Yeah.
to make it work. And yeah, Dash.
Again, everybody, we're back to Game 5. I'm excited to see everybody going here. Don't go away, everybody. This is still gonna be a great series, or rather, last Game 5. And I can say this, I really want to say this, but we don't have it on the music. But play the Silver Scrapes, everybody. We have Game 5 on the board. We're gonna be back in just a bit. We haven't heard the Silver Scrapes, but it is playing in our hearts, everybody, because we have a series right here. Game 5 versus Philippines and Vietnam. This is going to be a really interesting match because we're back at the start. We're back to square one, Osiris. It is the last game of the day. There's no more 6th game. There's no more last game. This is, or rather, 7th game. This is the last game that we have, and we're still going to be your shoutcasters. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Osiris, and we're excited for this last match.
Let's be honest, Dash. This supposedly doesn't need to reach 5 games.
Yeah.
But
Honestly.
no. I mean, I'm just kidding. It's just that Vietnam is really a team that they need to respect. And there's a big reason why they are the gold medalists from previous year, because they are indeed a performer at Wild Rift. And up to this point, they kind of need to wake up the beast inside of Philippines just to make sure that we are getting a full 5 games, a Silver Scrape indeed. And I'm more excited because we already saw different draft to this series and even a cinch mid. So what will be the odds of the last drafting will be more interesting.
Yeah, are we going to be letting out an Aatrox, a Camille, something like that? The trifecta of the WRL teams, are we going to see that today? I hope not, because right now this is going to be the last, and I hope they ban it again. Once an Aatrox comes out, that could be a problem on both sides.
And at this point, I'm not sure what to think of, because any champion is possible to these 2 competitive teams, and highly possible that they can pull it off. That's how confident they are on what they're doing. And you can see Angara, the one who's doing the plays all across the map, just waving. Feels good that they are back on track to last draft that we're going to see today. No Shen.
They're not going to ban the supports again, because once they ban the supports again, that gives an option for Angara to use the Alistar again. So that's why they don't want that to happen. It would be a problem for the team. So here, from what we've seen, they're going to be going for a lot more classic, a lot more easy to ban champions like the Fiora, the Riven again. But here on the other side, the Philippines are still banning the same champions. Is Jace going to be coming out in this game again, or would the Philippines ban it? Wukong.
Ooh, and with all of those bans, we're still seeing the ones no sun shining down to that Senna, not even a single game in the hands of Vietnam or Philippines, and even the Camille.
Yeah.
So first pick, Jace. Not a big of a question.
Yeah.
Always there. But onto the side, is this gonna be a Riven or a Gragas?
There you go. The Riven has been picked. The Shen has been banned by the side of Vietnam, so they have a lot more other options for that. But the Philippines looking for another Kha'Zix for Tan. Because at least if ever they go for a lot of shield champions, because the Karma is still available, it could be easily countered by that Serpent's Fang.
Oh, and the Serpent's Fang indeed might be coming in, but it's most less likely that they're going to do the same mistake, that they're going to layer a lot of melees that they can play with. And right now the Ziggs will be in the hands of Vietnam. Philippines, is this gonna be, are we going back to that Varus pick?
Yeah. Probably
or a Rakan?
Back to the drawing board for the team here. Honestly, they don't really need to pick the Rakan right now. And yes, the Varus pick, as you said, would be a lot more priority here for the Philippines because it's exactly what they need. I mean, the Zoe could be a possibility, but I think the Philippines are much more confident with that Varus pick.
Yeah, right now, the Ziggs. And this is only the two people or two champions that going hand in hand as Varus into the Ziggs or Ziggs into the Varus, or both of them being banned away. So we are settled onto the Dragon lane. It's now, I'm excited about Angare's playmaking skills because he doesn't have the Gragas. He still got the Rakan, but this might be a double ban. Alistar and Rakan might be being removed. But there's still so many choices.
There's
as a support can even play a set, and even the Galio, as we mentioned. But no, Renekton, really good job because you won the freedom to Nazarea. And a possible mid laner since Bing Eye's Jace is not there, and the Wukong has been banned.
Are they gonna ban the Garen? Oh, they banned the Galio. They're forcing him to go for a Rakan. Yeah, the Garen is available for the Philippines, as I said. Yeah, Bing Eye could just take that for themselves, and Vietnam would leave with nothing right here because with what they have already, a Garen could have been a great pick here with their composition, but the Kali double down with the damage for the Philippines.
Is it gonna be Nazarea on that Akali? What are the odds?
There's a big chance though. He can really go for Akali.
Yeah, if you're feeling confident on that one, Being I also can play on that one. They can just juggle things off. And yes, a Lee-Sin to Y1.
Pick the Garen.
High tempo for both of the teams.
Yeah, they can pick the Garen right here because that's not gonna be bad with their composition anyway, and also a good answer to that Akali in the mid lane if ever. So they could really go for that angle, or do they want to fight fire with fire? No, they're not gonna go with it. They're gonna go with the Garen.
Who's going to be the shredder on this one? Is it gonna be a Lucian, or is it too much damage that they need a frontliner? I mean they need support right away. I already forgot about Angare's Rakan, and that's of course the possibility. Because you don't have the Alistar and Galio, but we already saw how good he is at this Rakan. He isn't going to stop anytime, and layer it with two assassin with one quickness. There's so much worth that they can get out of this.
It's a lot of damage, no front line. They already all just want to go to the back line and assassinate most of the members here on the side of Vietnam. How is this composition gonna work? It's gonna be the last game for the Philippines, and I believe they're flexing their muscles here because they didn't even go for that tank, for that front line on the composition. But because they are gonna go for the full assassin anyway, might as well just leave Dahao alone in the back line, and just all of them are just gonna be diving.
Yeah, and with how well Dahao's chain of corruption being utilized a while ago, if ever that someone wants to go at him and they want extra setup after the quickness into the grand entrance, very chaotic fight. You can see that still 4 members are melee, and a crawl from the chain of corruption can definitely stop them onto their tracks. So I think that this will be a good pick once again. Avaris and its AP burst capabilities. They need to consider which team fight that they're going to take in, because as what we saw from Philippines, they are already one step ahead, especially this level of this 2 minutes roam from the supports that can change the tides of the mid lane,
Yeah.
especially being on the Takali.
This is a really interesting composition again from the Philippines, but Vietnam, with a way more classic composition, this is way easier to pull off for them, and they're confident that they would be able to do that right here on this game. Because a while ago, we've seen them already with these types of composition. Again, getting picked on both sides has always been really good. Are they going to be able to make use of this and win easily against the Philippines? Or is this going to be a comeback from the Philippines, a reverse sweep from them? And that is what we're looking at here on this game.
And of course, it's time for the match point to be settled from both sides. Silver Scrapes, Game 5. Who is going to win to continue and wait to the grand finals? I am really excited, as this is the full potential vote of the teams and letting out their best picks.
Could be anyone's game, man. Could be anyone's game right here. With the composition that Vietnam has pulled out, they had a lot more stability. But we said that a while ago with their composition during the last game, and they weren't able to pull it off. Now, with the way more classic composition, are they going to be performing a lot well compared to the last time that we've seen them? But now with the Philippines, this Angara really is good at rotating when it comes down to it. And that's why since a while ago, Akeno has been having problems with this first skills that Ankara has been taking.
This is something that I was about to say, that momentum can go in a long way and can be controlled as long as there's no pause. But yeah, what a good start once again. They're just trying to chill here. And as your point at how well this Akali pick really started things on an aggressive play style going up against Jace.
Yeah.
That's a level 1 shuriken. I was surprised. I was expecting a 5-point strike, and he was confident enough to go for the shuriken toss.
Yeah. He went in for the shuriken toss just for him to get the Jace to have HP. That's why he's that confident that he would be able to take that fight anyway. But now with the Philippines just waiting for the chance right here, I think they're going right there, because with maybe another ping problem on both sides, hope we resolve this again, because the players would need to finish this game as fast as they could, because their momentum has already soared through. Are they going to be able to get this down on the road for the members of Vietnam?
Yeah, and you can clearly see that most of the picks from that draft is a comfort one, is something that they have been using how many times. And with the first pick, Jace, BI is really confident in going up against using his Akali. He had those moments onto that cinch that kind of puts him on a full stop with his skills. I'm really happy to see him on an assassin once again, and fairly excited on how he's going to look for the right target, especially the Ziggs from Genza.
Yeah. Now that's going to be one of the things they need to look at, because Genza might not be able to play the game like what happened a while ago for BMM during the Game 4, now Game 5. Is the same thing going to happen again this time around? Because Ankara with this Rakan is just so good at making sure, BI now doesn't have any flash anymore. Barrier's going to be there. Onion fruits are going to be here in order for him to survive. And Akeno, what an aggressive engage.
This is a fairly type of trade, because we already saw that most of the meetups onto the mid lane, it was already Angares onto they're 2 foot ahead or 2 steps ahead. But this time, it was Akeno who won, and even answered by Y1's aggression as Stan missed his Raptors.
Yeah, again, it's gonna be a problem for them. How are they gonna answer that with a loss on the top side of the jungle? And even Nazarea can't even do anything because, you know, with Y1, it's way easier to make plays with this champion, especially on the earlier stages of the game. You would need a bit more items compared to the Lee Sin. That's why this Lee Sin is a bit more confident compared to Tom.
Yeah, and Y1, we already saw him onto the previous series that he is aware, or he knows how to use this. But yeah, the confidence coming in as the mid laners or the support, Akeno and BMM was ahead on that trade. It means that they can definitely go for a backup if ever that Tan wants to fight for his Raptors.
Yeah, no way. This is gonna be a big delay for Tan in the jungle because he doesn't have any camps anymore and doesn't know where to go. He needs to go for kills if ever he wants it because Y1 is already level 5 and Tan is level 4, not even close to level 5. And this, look at the problem right here. Look at that! Y1 with a kick! The first blood comes into Vietnam.
And that's the power once again of that level 5 and missing that XP. VIE, he already used his smoke on those trades against a BMM and he got no chance to react with that kick. And I believe that, it doesn't have that ultimate.
What?
He leveled up right after he died.
That was
So yeah,
perfect, though.
a perfect
Great
execution.
That's
And
nice.
I think that's a really good opening once again from Vietnam to put themselves back onto the board or back onto their momentum as they already nullified Tan's early game as well as VIE's level 5 execution or assassination against BMM. But this time we are pushing even further as Nazarea will be the next target of Akeno.
Vietnam, look at that. They know how to play around this with a disadvantage. Now they want to go to the bottom lane. They're kept at bay by the members right there of Vietnam. Even with them trying to go for the gank, Nazarea going to be the target though. The Motion Justice is at the ready, and that's going to be it. The damage is there, but the tower was able to get 1-for-1 for the Philippines.
Nazarea with the flash just to make sure he doesn't receive the burst from the explosive cask and then use the Blade of the Exile for the execution for much more damage. And with the last tower hits, it took down Akeno. A 1-to-1 indeed.
Great start of the game right there for
the
Vietnam.
micro.
But because they have been losing a bit on this Trajan, the side of the Philippines, they're looking for opportunities left and right. But if Vietnam wants to go for that again, they need to think about it twice because giving a kill, especially for Nazarea, is not going to be a good investment for the side of Vietnam.
Yeah, and with that kill, finished his Divine Sunderer, but onto the other side, you have Taku onto that Hull Breaker. Means this guy is going for his split push job. While Philippines, I think this is the perfect time or perfect draft that they did because once he's going for that Hull Breaker, it means that the Assassins are free to do those 4 versus 5, look for the easy targets and just take them away.
2 Hull Breakers in both of the mid lane and top lane, so this would start with the Mega Inferno Bomb. That's going to be it. They go for the Chain of Corruption. The damage is going to be there. Akeno not able to move, but to the ground. And now Mountain Break is going to be taken. Gonna try to go for engage here. Tan, the damage from the Shock Blast. BMM might go for the flash, but they still got the Mountain Drake in their favor, and that's gonna be another free kill to their side. He tried to chase Tan, but he wasn't able to take any kills to the board. Now look at the flash right there. He still has the Dragon Chase with Y1. I think that's too overbearing, and Vietnam lost 2 more members onto their side.
Yes, and you can clearly see the coordination, the synergy, and yes, they dropped again the Rift Herald onto the mid lane as how Vietnam has been doing it for days. And yes, they were able to put a lot of pressure. You have also the Satchel to entirely finish the job, and that's a great opening once again from Vietnam. First tower into their hands.
Yeah, got a tower, and now Vietnam, with those losses from that last fight, yes, they got the Rift Herald, but because they tried to go aggressive and tried to make a hero play with Y1, they lost 2 more. That gives Philippines a chance to equalize this.
And slowly but surely,
BMM,
He
being
tried to
chased.
bullet.
Keeper is
Ooh.
going to be there. The Slan is going to be there. Explosive cast to be
cast.
help out. BMM is still going to be running away, but here comes the Grand Entrance.
Oh.
Pushes him up in the air, and that's going to be it. Tan tries to survive, but it's a good thing that's not enough damage from Genza.
And Genza, that's a bit late. But BMM, once again, these hull breakers trying to do their own plays onto the side lane, but it's just Angara who's looking for those easy kills with his own setups. Burned his flash and Grand Entrance, but still got the quickness, and he might be on a pinch.
Yeah, no more Grand Entrance. He used it a while ago, but Y1 tries to be a bit more cautious because he has been punished a while ago. Now, the next objectives are still at the long before we go into them. And so far, Vietnam has been losing a lot in this initiatives. The only good thing about what they're doing is that they got the mid lane tower already. So that's why that's a resource void for the side of the Philippines, because they're not going to be able to take that. Angara going to be chased down. Chain of Corruption is going to be there, but it's not going to be hitting Y1. And that's going to be one ultimate to the side, or rather two ultimates on the side of the Philippines.
Yeah.
Been used already, but they still want to go for a gang. They still have the Dragon's Rage. They might be able to get one. Angara is going to be the target.
back.
Grand Entrance, I think that's too over aggressive, and VIE is going to be flashing in. They got the perfect execution in the backline, but BMM was able to get the execute. Genza is going to be flashing away. BMM might fall. Barrier is going to be there, but that's going to be the hail of arrows to be able to take the kill. Genza on a 1v1 with Dahao. Dahao is going to be winning this for sure because he has the advantage. One more piercing arrow to end it all. Is he going to be able to take it? But no, that's a 2-for-2 bot lane.
What a good trade right there. And so close, Dahao unleashing his inner demon kite just to take down Genza. But Genza needs to back up as well as Dahao to go for a full reset onto those lanes. But a really close fight in between PHI and BMM. There's so many trades that happen out there. Even Angara and Y1 place after place. This is indeed the game 5 that we are looking for.
Yeah, how is so fed at this point? Nazarea. Dragon's Rage is at the ready. He flashed in, and now he's back on the board. And Taku is going to be going for the Demolition Justice. Buries the sword into it.
That execution is enough to finish the job. And that's always one of the strengths of the Garen, the Demolition Justice.
Oh no.
With just
I think Taku's dead here. Grand
efforts.
Entrance. Chain of Corruption is also ready for Dahao, but they don't want to take over a tank with a Hullbreaker.
Slowly but surely, but you can see that BingEye as one of the assassins, he is one of the key factors, the one-win condition of Philippines on taking down Genza. But you have a Kano to push him away. There's so many bodyguards that can push away Tan and BingEye. So definitely this will be a huge task for the assassins. But Rift Herald, this is gonna be Vietnam onto their first few position.
Yeah. No, Taku is gonna be chased down. He was able to run away, but Akeno is going to be chasing Tan. They have the explosive gas, but here comes the Grand Entrance of the 2! One has been taken down already! So much damage from Dahao! And now they're going to be chasing them down. They're racing after the members. Genza's going to be the next target. Shuriken Flip was able to hit him. Satchel Charge is waiting for it. And that's going to be him falling down. Grand Entrance is going to be there to knock them up. And that's going to be members. 4 members are down. And they are looking for more. Rift Herald onto the mid lane. This tower is going to fall.
Fall after fall, bodies into the towers, and right now even the dragons into the hands of Philippines. The disciplined play coming in from BingEye, holding on to the Shuriken toss. There will be a fight once again.
Though, they're going to be going in. They are having no damage at this point. So Vietnam is just going to be backing away. 2 objectives to the hands of the Philippines.
They're just trying to take it slow in terms of taking the objectives, but they are fast enough for those executions, for those kills. And this time around, whenever that they got those openings, I must commend BingEye's Akali right here. He is going hard to any opportunities,
not
just like this one.
Keno being chased down. He has the Shuriken Flip. Perfect executions away. And that's BingEye just showing dominance.
Dominance, discipline, as how he is not trigger happy when using all of those skills. And once he saw Y1 perfect executions away. He is not giving or letting Vietnam breathe. As Philippines right now, they are trying to choke them away by taking most of their resources, by defending all of the lanes. And here comes Nazarea.
Taco flashes. I thought he's not going to be going for that flash, but was so afraid that Philippines might be there. Just going to be jumping on him. That's why Nazarea was too aggressive. And now he's going to be discovering town. Y1 was forced to back away with a safeguard, but explosive cast might be a chance for Akeno. But he wasn't able to get the piercing arrow to the heart. And now Akeno's going to go to the back line. Was going to go for Dahao. Daho's still alive. Gonna flash in and Gar's gonna fall. And Dahao was still able to get one more on the board. 3-for-1 so far. Vietnam still chasing. BMM gonna be knocked up. Perfect executions in. But BI is too aggressive and he was punished by the members. And that's still 3-for-2 on the side of Vietnam.
2 running low from the side of Vietnam. Really good job on pushing BI into the tower. But you can see... Huh?
Genza got taken down for Ton. He went to the top lane and he got executed.
Oh, he wanted to defend.
Yeah.
He wanted to defend, but no, kind sir. This is Kha'Zix, the Predator, who's looking for the target. And you cannot easily escape that one, especially that he doesn't have these summoner spell and it's that overcommitment or overstay.
Yeah.
He is being punished right away. Philippines 7-14 and 13 minutes into the game. They are the ones who are setting the tempo. You can see Angara establishing his death rush. Slowly but surely, Nazarea making sure that they're going for the push.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if you got
Holds them up,
Hullbreaker.
wants to shut them down.
They're holding them down.
Now stasis pops. Golden time, but it's not golden for you because you're going to be dead. The Keno falls down and the Philippines are looking for another tower mid lane. Vietnam still at the road's end. Are they going to be able to defend this? The crossroads are not going to be answering you except for yourselves. And now the Philippines is able to take one on the bot lane.
And again, they are pressuring after getting the attention onto the bottom lane with Nazarea's push. They tried to pressure mid lane. The attention has been halved. And at that point, they pulled the trigger to finish the job from mid to bottom. And it's all just inner turrets that might be left out once they finish the job onto the second tier tower, onto the mid lane. But might be a small fight from BMM.
Not going to be pushing their boundaries.
Mm-hmm.
They try to be a little bit more on the back end. A while ago, we've seen Vietnam make wins from this time. Or rather, the Philippines make wins from this kinds of losses. Would Vietnam be able to do the same thing? Because their composition is not built to do that. With the Philippines composition, what they want is just to execute every member from Vietnam, and they have the damage to do so. But Vietnam doesn't have the same power right now. Genza gonna be chased down. Satchel's away, but the Grand Entrance was able to chase him down. Chain of Corruption is there. And they're gonna be falling down like flies. 2 have been taken down. Y1 was able to get one with a kick. And he's gonna be the next one. He was able to flash away, but flashes from members of the Philippines are gonna be ending that BMM. Uses his status. Is that gonna be enough to help him? Matthew was able to flash away, but Bingay wasn't able to get the 5-point strike. Now here comes Taku. The Martian Justice dodged with its stasis. Perfect timing from Bingay.
Once again, yes, Tan fell down, but it was still Vietnam onto the back foot. They are pressuring all of the lanes. What would the Hullbreaker will do? As Taku can really secure any kills at this point. And Bingai's decision making again and again. He is saving every round, every skirmish that they're being challenged on by Vietnam.
Dahao is a really low-key player here on the side of the Philippines. He was just 6-0-5. He was dealing so much damage during this whole fight. Just one chain of corruption could end any fight to the side of the Philippines, and that's how destructive an AP of Varus is in this game, and it is a really scary feat. Now Ocean Drake, they don't need to give this to the Philippines. Once they give this to the Philippines, it's gonna be a done deal, a done game for Vietnam. Now they want to look for it. They're looking for an opportunity now with the chain of corruption. Even Otaku, he falls down.
He's
Got
out.
right. Vietnam, they're gonna be falling down like flies. The Cannon's gonna be the next fight for strike. They got one. That's gonna be VIE falling down, but they got the Ocean Drake. Philippines needed that, and they wanted to go for a 10k gold lead on the board, and the Philippines are not yet done.
Of course, BIE still got those moments that he is going to overcommit, but he sacrificed himself to push further away Vietnam. They are going
Okay,
for the
they're not
Baron.
yet
You have
done.
the
They have the
isolation,
grand
but here
entrance,
comes another fight.
Yeah, they're gonna go in. That's gonna be it. They have the chance to get on Genza onto the back line. They have another piercing arrow, a lot of damage. BMM falls, and there's gonna be the Philippines just looking over the members right there. That's a Rhea too aggressive, gonna go for the broken wings on Genza, but it's not gonna be fulfilled. They want to go for the Baron, and that's gonna be the last straw before they finish this game.
Yes, indeed, and we are seeing movements from Y1. He might want to peek the Baron's pit, but this is not looking good as everyone is present. They are delivering the damage. Angara is there to block anyone who's going to cross the river, and this will be the Baron in the hands of Philippines with 3 Dragon. They are now asserting dominance at Game 5 and convincingly might be taking the seat or the slot to the grand finals.
Yeah, the final seed, or rather, the final ingredient for their successful, the most delicious reverse sweep right there for the Philippines. They got the Baron, they have 3 Drakes, they basically have Exodia at this point. So what they only need is the last piece, which is the Elder Drake. Are we gonna be reaching that point? Because it's 18 minutes, 20 minutes, 2 more minutes, we're gonna be here on the Elder Drake, but I think the Philippines doesn't want that to happen, and they're looking
They
to
are
finish
ready.
it.
They are ready, and from 2-0, Magic Cylinder has been activated. It went backfire with 3 consecutive games. They are the ones who's going to knock onto the Heaven's door as a 1-3-1 will commence. The split push, the Baron power play will be coming in. They are lurking into
more
the
damage.
shadows. They are waiting for the huge clash.
Yeah,
to
they're gonna
finish
go
this.
in. Chain of Corruption has been there, and the members right there fell down one by one. Not just Magic Cylinder, Mirror Force has been used by the Philippines, and they were able to get one clean reverse sweep against Vietnam on a 2-0, and they were able to get it on a 3-2. The Philippines takes it back, upper bracket finals, and now the grand finals. They'll be waiting for anyone who's gonna be standing in their way.
Reverse sweep indeed. As Philippines, a long overdue win that should have been witnessed with a 2-0. But they want to spice things up. They want to give the enemy with a taste of their victory. But it's only a joke. You know that Vietnam is really out there to play their game. They played masterclass on their strengths and weaknesses. It's just that Philippines was able to bounce back. They were able to have a good read, adapt at the very last moment. It should have been a match point for Vietnam, but they missed the shot 3 times, losing straight away onto the reverse sweep, and Philippines will take their seat. We'll be waiting as we're going to watch lower bracket tomorrow, but I wanted to give a huge shout out, of course, from Team Philippines. You can see there TG joining in the crew. And everyone really did a great job, Dash and Vietnam. I'm sending them the commendations, give credits to them, and they really did well onto those 2 games. I must say, it's really a convincing showing from Vietnam. It's just that Philippines, the track record, history, it's there.
Such a great performance from the Philippines overall. Great summary of what Osiris said is that they performed so well on the last 3 games that they had. It's just so much that they had that discipline. I don't know if they just wanted that 2-0 first from Vietnam before they went in for the final, the juggler on that 3-2. But again, Vietnam performed so well in this game too, especially during game 1, game 2, they were able to shut down the Philippines overall. But after that, they lost a bit of their momentum. They got that during game 2, but after the fact, they weren't able to do anything more. And honestly, all I can say was because Angara was activated during game 3, that's when it started. Dahao became a monster during this game. Dahao was super low-key during this game. He was super strong. He was a really scary Varus.
Yeah, I believe that he is the unsung hero for all the 3 reverse sweep that we saw. He's been performing indifferently from first 2 games that we saw. He is missing onto those positions. He is being took down how many times. I lost hope to his Ziggs, but he went back to it, proving that he is still a force to reckon with any mages, and Varus into his arsenal was able to drop those chains of corruption and pop off even a Garen. Doesn't matter if it's BMM, doesn't matter if it's Taku. He was able to destroy the armor, and at this point, Philippines or NGX was comfortable enough to finish the game with their own flavor, with their own identity. And it was also we can give the MVP again and again to Tan, but I must commend that everyone really did a great job, especially BingEye, as we sought after as the most improved player from ever since that he started. He delivered up until to the Akali and Nazarea's positioning. He is there as well. Everyone is firing full cylinders at the Team Philippines in order to deliver this reverse sweep.
Yeah, and again, from the Philippines, especially from their last games, Aaron has been performing so well. The WRLA, Aaron probably is the most improved player on the side of NGX since then. But looking at this game, if we're going to be giving an MVP, I do believe that Dahao really deserves it on this game, because he dealt so much damage. He was able to shred everybody. Akano, Taku, he doesn't care. Yeah, and also with the chain of corruption that he's been putting out there, it's always hitting the right mark. And that's why, I mean, everybody's a right mark, because it doesn't matter whoever he targets, because he's going to kill them.
Yeah, with a 3 item, he is delivering the pain already, even for a Garen, even any front line that he's going to meet up along the way. And that's what you've mentioned, the complete Exodia, and this is the final form that we saw from the Philippines, and slowly going back to it and breaking the streak of Mr. Tan. It's time for Dahao to deliver the MVP with a 72% kill participation and
18 KDA.
Yeah, the KDA. How can I miss that? 18
What?
KDA. Insane.
KDA?
This guy is insane.
Yeah, he just played the back line. And remember, we said during the start of the draft too that he didn't have anything right there. I mean, he didn't have a front line. It didn't matter because they have a lot of bursts in the composition anyway. Might as well just take down everybody in front of Dahao. And that was honestly such a great performance from Dahao overall. He didn't even die even without someone helping him out. And honestly, that was a great series. All I can say.
Yeah, I mean, it's fairly convincing as how Vietnam won their 2 rounds, and Philippines did their own thing too. No matter who's going to win this, it's a well-deserved grand final slot to any of those, and might be a foreshadowing of the finals as how convincing they played their early games. And overall, there's so many things that we can still watch for tomorrow for lower bracket, and it's looking good for the Philippine team that they can bounce back from what happened to them and still undefeated going up against Vietnam or Cerberus.
Yeah, and again, I would like to congratulate the Philippine squad for actually getting silver medal secured. But again, let's hear the interview.
Ready for tomorrow?
Yeah, of course. I mean, you know, our match versus Vietnam is not a walk in apart. You saw, guys, that we got 0-2 first, but you know, we just had to reassess our situation and re-strategize. So that's the thing that that was able to, I mean, my team to be able to come back. So yeah.
តើគិតថាស្អែកនឹងប៉ះក្រុមជាមួយសុំទោសតើគិតថាស្អែកនឹងប៉ះក្រុមជម្រើសជាតិមួយដែរដើម្បីប្រកួតយកមេដាយមាស
Who do you think you'll be up against tomorrow?
We're pretty confident that we're gonna be up against Vietnam again tomorrow. So yeah.
គិតថាគេស្អែកគាត់នឹងប៉ះចំវៀតណាមម្ដងទៀតចឹងហ៎ ខណៈពេលនេះដែរយើងខ្ញុំសូមផ្ដល់តួនាទីទៅកាន់ caster របស់យើង Thank you for your attention, and now we would like to return the floor to our gamecasters.
Back to us, everybody. And again, that was such a great interview. Based on what we've heard there, we're expecting, or rather, Philippines are expecting to fight against Vietnam again tomorrow. So we're going to be expecting a repeat of that during the grand final. What do you think, Osiris? Do you think it's going to be a Vietnam versus Philippines matchup again tomorrow? What do you think?
By paper, by history, by stats, it's all there. And with what we saw from the early game today, that's 3-0 for Philippines, 3-0 for Vietnam. So it's much more convincingly that they are sitting at the top of this bracket. It's just that one needs to go down, and that's Vietnam. Tomorrow, we're going to witness Singapore going up against Cambodia, who's going to keep the dream alive.
Yeah.
Face Vietnam, who's hot on their tracks and might be even hotter, hot-headed on giving a revenge game against Philippines.
Yeah. Are they going to be able to actually do this for this game? Because the Vietnam squad against Singapore, even with that Y1, I do believe that they have the better momentum just because of this last game, because they got the 3-2. I hope that Vietnam doesn't go on a slump just because they lost 2 games against them. But again, thank you very much to our sponsors, everybody right here, for making the 32nd SEA Games a successful event.
Yes, and big shout outs to everyone who's supporting us along the way. 32nd SEA Games will continue with all of those games, with all of those tournaments and game titles that we are enjoying. It's a big shout out, of course, from the online viewers out there who's supporting us and keeping themselves awake up until the last moment.
It's been a long day, everybody. We started 2 p.m., right? If I remember correctly. But again, for everybody out here, thank you very much, everyone, for watching. We still have a lot of SEA Games for you tomorrow. We're all excited for what's going to happen to the grand finals tomorrow. Again, we had a Game 5. That was such a great day. We didn't have the Silver Scrapes playing in the background, but at least it was a Game 5. It was really a fun game. But again, excited to see what's going to happen tomorrow. This is just the first day. Everybody stay hydrated. If you haven't taken your dinner yet, please take your dinner. And also, take care to everyone who is on watch parties right now. Everywhere right there on everyone watching this SEA Games. Again, thank you very much, everyone, for watching. We have been your shoutcasters for today. My name is Dash, and I was here with Cyrus, and we were with Infinity a while ago. See you guys tomorrow for more Wild Rift Games.